The exercise files for today's course are located in the video description below. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Welcome to Microsoft Excel Introduction to Data Analysis. You're learning with Mo Jones, IT professional and educator. In this compact course, we'll be learning all the essentials for data analysis. Here's what we'll explore today. We'll convert lists into a table and take a look at the table tools that are available. We'll use Excel's aggregate functions to conditionally apply calculations to our data. We'll use pivot tables to summarize our data set. And then we'll take it a step further. We'll create pivot charts to create visuals from our data set. Go ahead and open up the practice file for this course, and we are going to dive right in.
Looking to support our channel and get a great deal? Become a member today to unlock ad-free videos. That's right, your favorite courses without a single ad. Interested in a specific video? Purchase one of our ad-free courses individually. Looking for even more? Gain access to exams, certificates, and exclusive content at learnitanytime.com. More information can be found in the video description below.
On our Creating Tables worksheet tab, we have some basic employee data. So notice that we have well-defined headers. We have employee ID, last name, first name, department, email, phone extension, location, hire date, and pay rate. So that's a good first step. We want to make sure that we have well-defined headers. So remember, our headers, they are the key when we're analyzing our data, because the headers represents the name of the field in which we want to analyze, or in this case, the column that we want to analyze. So we want to make sure that they are named well, that they're meaningful, and they accurately describe the data below. The next thing that we want to make sure that we have unique labels. Now, this is not always the case, but it's best to have unique labels when you're working with data. So in this case, our unique labels, we can see that we have unique employee ID numbers, and this will give us some better opportunities to kind of just filter our data down to what we're looking for as well. The other thing that we want to make sure that we have, complete records. So as long as our list has well-defined headers, unique labels, and complete records, meaning no blanks, then we are good to go. We can see that this data set, we don't have any blank cells in here. We have complete records. On row 5, we have a complete record for Joe Gonzalez. All of the information is filled out. If we do have blank cells in our data set, we'll run into some problems. One of the problems that we'll run into is that our data analysis will be incorrect or incomplete because we're actually missing data. So it's usually a good idea just to kind of scroll through your data set, make sure that you don't have any blanks in there as well. You can always use the count blank function, and this will kind of help you to count the amount of blanks that you have in your data. So I'll just enter the count blank function here, and I'm going to go ahead and highlight all of my data. So Excel is going to count all the blank cells that it finds in the range A3 down to I40. If I press enter, I have 0 blank cells and I'm good to go. Now, if I were to delete a cell, it tells me right away that I have 1 blank cell. Right? So those are some good first steps. Some other tricky things to kind of look for, especially when you're working with dates and numerical values. You want to make sure that they are formatted properly. So we can see, if we take a look at our hire dates here, we can see that they are properly formatted as a date. This is not always the case. Sometimes you have data that's extracted from one program to the next. You may notice sometimes, even though these look like dates, they say something else. Up here, it may say something like custom or general. So you want to make sure that you make those adjustments here. We're all good here. For the pay rates as well, we can see that that's using the currency format. And so we are pretty much ready to go ahead and analyze this data in a table. Let's convert this list into a table, and then we'll have some tools that we can use to analyze the data. Now, there's two ways that we can convert this list into a table. Here's the first way. We can actually use a shortcut. So if we press Control plus T, that will convert this to a table for us, as long as we're selected inside of the list. The other way is from our ribbon. So from the Home ribbon, if we head on over to the Styles command group, we have the Format as Table command. So those are two ways that we can convert this. So I'll go ahead and click anywhere inside of my list here, and I'll use the first method, which is Control T. So if I press Control T, it just basically asks me, you want to create a table, where's the data for your table, and does your table have headers? My table does have headers, so I'm good to go. And if I scroll down, I can see that it's highlighting all of my data. I'll go ahead and press OK, and it converts it to a table for me. So here's the table form. We know that this is a table because if we take a look at the ribbon, we now have the Table Design tab. And this is where we'll find all the tools that we need to be able to analyze the data. We can filter our data. We can turn on the total row. We can insert a slicer. We can also go ahead and take a look at the different table styles that are available as well. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. So I'll press Control Z, and let's try method number 2. I'll go ahead and click on Format as Table from the ribbon here. And the only difference is we can choose our table style ahead of time. So there you go. So here is my list that's now converted to a table. Well, now that we've converted this to a table, we can do things like sort by columns. We can also do some filtering as well. We also have another tool. It's called the total row. So we'll take a look at these 3 tools here as well. Notice for all of my headers now, I have a filter. So if I click on the last name filter here, several things I can do. At the top of the filter, I can go ahead and sort. And then down here, I can use a logical filter. I can filter by a search term, or I can go ahead and select a unique value from down here. So there's actually 1, 2, so 4 different opportunities for us to use this filter dropdown to analyze our data. Well, I want to go ahead and sort. So I'll click on I'll sort by last name here, and I will sort A to Z. And notice how all of my records now are being sorted by last name. The entire record moves. We're not just sorting the column explicitly, the entire record is moving as well. So if I were to go ahead and maybe sort by employee ID number, we can see that the entire record travels here as well. So we can do some simple sorting in here as well. But what if I wanted to do some more complex sorting? We would need to click on the Data tab and click on the Sort icon here in order to do some complex sorting. Because at this point, we can only sort on 1 column at a time. You saw that when I sorted by employee ID, it removed the sort from my last name here. Well, what I would like to do is maybe go ahead and sort by, let's see, I'll go ahead and sort by last name and department. So how can we sort by last and department? Well, we need to click on the sort icon here, and this will allow me to select the different columns in which I want to sort by. I'll go ahead and click on sort. Now here we can see that my data has headers is already checked off. Now I can select the column that I want to sort by. So I want to sort by last name. Well, maybe I'll do department first. Department is a higher level. So let's sort by department and then by last name. Well, for me to do that, I need to click on add level. So I can add another level here so that I can go ahead and sort by last name. So I'll click on add level and I'll choose last name. I'll make sure that they both say A to Z and I'm good to go. Once I press OK, we can see it's sorted by department. So here's AC, and inside of that department is also sorted by last name. Here's the AD department, and that's also sorted by last name. So that's some basic sorting that we can perform on our table. let's take a look at the different filters that we can use. I'll go ahead and click on a filter for the hire date. Let's see what filters are available for the hire date. We'll also take a look and see what filters are available for the pay rate. So we're working with dates and numbers. Now for the date filters, we have a lot of date filters. I can look for a hire date based on an exact date before a certain time, after a certain time, and between a certain time. Then I can be more specific, right? Last year, last month, last quarter. So those are different things that I can do. So if I click on between, what if I want to know how many hires we had between two dates? So if I click on between here, here's my little logical operator. I want to find out how many hires did we have, let's say, after 2000. So I'll say January 1st, 2000. But before December 31st, 2006. I could also click on the date picker here and choose my date from here as well. Let's see how many hires did we have between 2000 and 2006. If I press OK, here are my 5 records. If you take a look at your status bar, it tells you that 5 of 37 records were found. We can see that these all fit that description. They all fall between those two particular dates. So that's one way that we can filter using that logical operator. I'm going to go ahead and clear the filter from the hire date. So we can see the filter is active here. I'll go ahead and click on it, and I'll click on the clear filter from hire date. This will reset my table, display my 37 records. Well, let's go back to the hire date, and this time let's go ahead and enter a value in the search box. What if I just want to find out how many hires did I have in 2010? So if I type 2010 here, notice how it collapses this for me for 2010. So it looks like I had a couple of hires in here. If I press OK, here are my 3 hires for 2010. So we can see the filter is a really nice tool, excellent tool for doing simple data analysis. I'll go ahead and clear this filter as well. And then we'll run one more. So this is the other level. So we use the date filter, we use the search box. Now I can just choose an individual month, day, or year down here as well. So what I'll do is I'll unselect all, and I just want to find out how many hires we had in 2006 and 2007. If I press OK, here are my 4 records. So either or, in 2006 or 2007. I'll go ahead and clear the filter from there. Let's take a look at the pay rate. So the pay rate offers us the same opportunities, not as many filters as the date filter. We have some basic ones in here. So if I wanted to take a look at the pay rates that are greater than or equal to a certain amount, let's say we can see we go from 20 to 3676. Let's show all of the numbers that are greater than or equal to 30. Here's my simple dialog. I'll type 30 in here. I'll go ahead and press OK. And there we go. So here are my 13 records. So 13 employees are earning 30 or greater per hour. So those are some basic filters. The good thing about filters as well, we can run multiple filters on our data set. So in this case, the pay rate is $30 or greater per hour. And what if I want to filter by department as well? I'll go ahead and click on the department filter here. I only want to see from, let's say, my HR department. I'll go ahead and press OK. And this is a very nice tool. So we're able to narrow it down to the HR department where the pay rate is $30 or more per hour. Here are 2 records. It's a really nice way to isolate the data so that you can work on it. And once you're done, we can just go ahead and move on to the next department. So I'll move on to MF here, and there we go. So a really nice way to filter. We can run multiple filters together as long as we understand logically what we're trying to accomplish. Sometimes we need to kind of just stop and pause and think about what we're trying to accomplish here as well. I'll go ahead and clear my filters. I do have 2 filters running. So what I can do from the data tab, I can click on the clear filter icon here, and this will clear all the filters that are running on my table. So it's going to clear my department filter and my pay rate filter. I'll go ahead and click here. My table is reset to display my 37 records. Now there's another tool that we can use, which is called the total row. So if we click on the table design here and the table style options, the filter is already turned on. Let's go ahead and turn on the total row. The total row is going to place a row at the end of our table, and each cell will provide a drop down, and on that drop down will be a list of basic functions that we can use to summarize the different columns on our table. I'll go ahead and turn on the total row here. We can see the total row has been added on row 41, and it's already has a number here in the cell on the bottom right. So it says 1010.30. Well, let's go ahead and click on that cell. If I click on that drop down, it's giving me the sum of the pay rates. Well, that doesn't make sense. If I want to find out what is the average pay rate here, I'll click on average, and it automatically calculates that column. So the average pay rate is $27.31. Now, one of the nice things is, so we don't really have a lot of columns that we can run formulas and functions in here. But if I were to add in, maybe some hours in here and the gross pay, then we will see more options that are available to us. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and do that. I'm just going to insert a column here. So I'll go ahead and put in the hours, and then I'll go ahead and put in the gross pay. So I'll just go ahead and put in some random numbers here. I'll start with 20. I'll start with 15, 16. I'll continue this pattern down until I get to, say, 40. Right. And let's see. Then I'll just come back here and continue this pattern down as well. Why not? Then I'll simply just add a calculation here. Now this is a major benefit of analyzing data in a table. Look what's going to happen once I write a formula here on this top cell. As soon as I write the formula, it's automatically going to fill down the rest of the formulas for me. So that's the benefit of working with the table. So for the gross pay, I'll say equal pay rate times the hours worked. Once I press enter, we can see it's automatically calculated all of our gross pays, which is a nice feature of a table. Now we have three other columns that we can run numbers on. So what are the total hours worked? I'll use the sum function for that. 1,155 hours. What is the total gross pay? Here's the sum of the gross pay. 31,843.51. So this allows us to quickly answer questions on our data set. Average pay rate is $27.31. Total hours 11.55, resulting in gross pay of $31,843.51. The other thing to mention about this is if I filter my data, these numbers will update as well based on what I'm filtering by. I'm going to go ahead and filter by department. I just want the AC department. If I press OK, notice how the numbers have changed. The pay rate has changed, the hours have changed, and the gross pay has changed based on the AC department. Conditional formatting is another type of filter. So here we just have some houses. We have the listing price, the town, the square footage, the bedrooms, and the bathrooms as well. Well, sometimes when you're filtering, instead of hiding some of the data that does not meet that filter criteria, you may want to still be able to see all of the options. Sometimes we just kind of feel like we're missing out on something. So what we can do is use conditional formatting, and conditional formatting can be found on the Home tab. And here's some of the different conditional formatting options that are available. So here's conditional formatting. So we have cell rules, we have top and bottom rules, we have data bars, and we have color scales as well. The great thing about conditional formatting, there's a lot of rules that are built in, and we simply just need to go ahead and use them. The first step in using conditional formatting is you first need to go ahead and select your range. Right? So step 1, you need to go ahead and select your range. And then step 2, you want to go ahead and choose your formatting. So we'll take a look at a couple of different types here. We'll take a look at data bars first, then we'll take a look at color scales, then we'll kind of double back and take a look at some cell rules and some top and bottom rules as well. So let's see how much data we're working with here. I'll go ahead and press Control End. So we go down to row 133, so quite a bit of data here. I'm going to press Control Home to go back to cell A1. Well, there's a lot of numbers here for the listing price. I could sort this, but I just want to go ahead and see which ones stand out. I'll go ahead and highlight all of my listing prices here. Now that they're all highlighted, I'm going to go ahead and click on Conditional Formatting, and I'll use one of the data bars here. So here's a data bar that I can use. I'll go over the solid fill. So notice what this does. If I kind of make this column wider, so this gives us a clear indication in terms of which values are higher than the other. I can clearly see on row 22, this house represents one of the higher prices. And if you scroll through, this gives you a really good visual in terms of which ones are cheaper or which ones are more expensive. Now, I'm going to go ahead and apply another one here. Let's take a look at color scales. So here are different color scales. Here's the green, yellow, red color scale. I'm going to go ahead and remove the other conditional formatting from there. So I'll click on Manage Rules, and I want to remove this one here for the data bar. I'll click on Delete, I'll click Apply, and I'll click OK. So here's the color scale. So the color scale, we can see the green represents the higher values, and the red represents the lower values. So as you're kind of scrolling through here, keep your eye on all the greens, and that gives you a really good visual in terms of which ones are standing out as well. So very good. Let's take a look at some other conditional formatting. What about square footage? I'll go ahead and highlight all of my square footage range here. And for this one, I'll click on conditional formatting. Well, this time I want to, let's say, I want to find a home where the square footage is greater than, less than, or between a certain value. Well, I'll say greater than. So as long as it's greater than, in this case, it's giving me 2373. I'll just change this to 2500. So we can see it's already applying that light red fill with dark text. Maybe I want green fill with dark text. And now I can go ahead and press OK. So I can already start to eliminate some of the houses that I don't want because they're not meeting my square footage requirement here. Well, what about bedrooms? We'll go ahead and run another one for bedrooms. And maybe I want exactly, right? So maybe I want equal to, I want exactly 3 bedrooms. I'll go ahead and press OK. So now I'm getting a match in a couple of different places here. I'm good to go. All right. I'll go ahead and do one more for the bathrooms. So maybe this one, let's say, I'll go for greater than, say greater than 2. Greater than 2 bathrooms. I'll go ahead and press OK. And it looks like we have a nice match here on row 121. All of my requirements are being fulfilled. So that's what conditional formatting can do for us. We do have another type of conditional formatting in here, which are top and bottom rules. So these really give some really nice analysis. We can highlight the top 10 items on a list based on value, top 10%, bottom 10 items, bottom 10%, or whatever is above the average. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and clear the conditional formatting for my listing price here. So I'll go back to Manage Rules. And for this entire sheet, I'll go ahead and clear that graded color scale. I'll delete that. I'll press Apply and I'll press OK. Let's take a look at one of the other type of rules, which is the top-bottom rules. So top 10%, which one of these listing prices are in the top 10%? I'll go ahead and click here. And we can see it's already highlighting them for me. I can change the number here, maybe the top 20%. I'll go back to top and bottom rules. What about the bottom 10%? So some quick analysis that we can use there as well. So conditional formatting is another type of filter. Let's take a look at the if function. Now, the if function is a really nice tool. It's kind of the base or the standard for all of our logical functions. So in this case, we'll ask a particular question. Here is, we have a few salespeople, S. Sam, E. Brown, W. Danny, M. Meyer, S. Sandberg, and A. John. We're tracking their sales for February. For example, in week 1, S. Sam had sales of $95.50. In week 4, $89.65 for a total of $36,245. So the question that we want to ask is, well, was the goal met? So that's the number one question we need to ask. The next question we need to answer here is, well, is the 36,245, is that greater than or equal to the monthly goal, which is 34,000? So we need to compare these two cells and see if that is true or if that is false. So that's the second question we need to ask. The third question we need to ask is, well, if it's true, what value are we going to place in this cell? Right? So we're either going to say yes or no. So that's it. Was the goal met? In order to answer that, we use the cell reference here. Is 36,245 greater than or equal to 34,000? Yes, it's true. So S. Sam did meet the goal. We'll put a yes in here as well. Well, that's exactly what the if function will do for us. Right? We already know the cells that we want to compare here. We're comparing cell F7 to cell B4. We already know what we want to say if that logical test is true. We'll say yes, the goal was met. If it's not true, we'll simply say no. Let's go ahead and insert our if function. I'm going to click on the formulas tab here. So I'll start off by clicking on the cell where I want to place my answer. I'll click on the formulas tab and I want to go ahead and insert my if function. So I'll click here. Here's my insert function dialog. I'll type the if function up top. I will press go, and on the bottom, I'll press OK. Welcome to the function arguments box. Really nice tool because it gives you the name of the function, tells you what it does, and it also shows you what it's asking for. So the first thing we need to fill out is our logical test. Well, our logical test is, remember, we're comparing the value in cell F7. So I'll go ahead and click on F7, and I'll use my operator. I'll say, is that greater than or equal to the value that is in B4? Excel has already evaluated that statement. The value in F7 is indeed greater than or equal to the value that's in B4 because 36,245 is greater than or equal to 34. It's telling us that it's true. So if it's true, I'll simply say yes. Right? I'll say yes, goal met. And if it's no, or if it's false in this case rather, I'll say no, goal not met. We can see our answer is going to be yes, goal is met because that condition is true. If I press OK, we get yes, the goal is met as well. Now, I don't feel like writing this formula another 5 times here. So remember our little friend, the fill handle. We can grab the fill handle here and pull it down, and that will copy the formula for us. But we're going to run into an issue, and let's do a little bit of troubleshooting to see what happens here. I'll go ahead and grab the fill handle, and I'll fill down. And it's copying the formula for me, but we can see we're running into an issue here. We can see that E. Brown did not meet the goal, right? 31,475 is not greater than or equal to 34. So that does not compute. Neither does, let's see, neither does S. Sandberg, did not meet the goal. So let's figure out what's going on. We can double click on the cell to gain some insight to see what's happening with the formula. If I double click here on the cell, so we can see what's happening. It's moving away from that monthly goal, which is 34,000. So it went down one row because it's using relative referencing. So if I go down to row 9, we can see it's locking on to the correct total in row 9, but it's already moved away 2 spots from our monthly goal. So what we need to do is we need to absolute reference the monthly goal. So to absolute reference, we're going to write, instead of writing B4, we're going to say $B, $4. And that will tell Excel to lock onto that cell. Don't keep moving down one row at a time here. I'll go back to my original formula. And right here in the cell, I'll place the $sign right in front of the B. I'll place the $sign right in front of the 4. Okay. I'll go ahead and press enter. And now if I autofill down, we can see that this is working properly. If we do a quick test, if I double click, I can see it's still locking on to cell B4. If I go to the last calculation here, it's still locking on to B4. It did not move down several rows as well. So that is the if function. It evaluates a statement to see if it's true, returns one value if it's true, another value if it is false. Let's take a look at a few useful database functions. We'll take a look at SUMIF, we'll take a look at AVERAGEIF, and we'll also take a look at SUMIFS. Now, here is our peer company Q1 expenses. We have several divisions, east, north, south, and west. We're also tracking different categories such as tech support, telephone, copying, overhead, software. And we're tracking the expenses. So basically in the east, in January, we had $800 worth of expenses for tech support. In March, we had $700 worth of tech support in the east. Total for quarter 1 for tech support in the east was $2,150. So we already have our data set here. It goes down to row 61. So we can see it's row 61. So let's go ahead and answer some questions. Well, what are the total expenses by category? So if I wanted to go ahead and create a small worksheet over here to summarize what were the total expenses where the category was software. So what I would need to do, I need to go down the category range here. And every time I see software, I need to go ahead and add that to the running list. So here's one on row 8. Another one down here on row 23. And let's see, another one on row 37. I'm pretty sure I may be missing one here. Another one on row 53. And we need to go ahead and add the totals from our last column here. So we'll add this 3785 to the running total, this 3750, this 3805, and so forth and so on. So we add all those numbers up and we'll go ahead and get our total for software. Well, we don't need to do that. There is a function that will do that for us. And that function is called the SUMIF function. Let's go ahead and take a look at SUMIF. So basically what we're saying is we are going to summarize the total expenses if the category is equal to software. So we're going to go ahead and summarize the total expense column if the category is equal to software. So there's a function that's already programmed that's going to ask us for these things. It's going to ask us in particular, well, what is the range? What is the criteria? And what is the sum range? Now we already have all this information. We just need to go ahead and point to these, and the SUMIF will take care of the rest for us. Let's go ahead and insert our SUMIF statement. I'll click on cell J7. I'll head on over to the Formulas tab. I'll insert a function, and I'll look for SUMIF. I'll press go. I'll press OK. Here is SUMIF. And as I mentioned, ask us for the range, the criteria, and the sum range. Well, our keys are right here. We want to search the category range. So I'll highlight all of my categories from C4 down to C61. The next one is, well, what is my criteria? Well, I could type software in here, but I'd rather refer to the cell reference because then I can use this as a little input field. So I'll refer to that cell instead of software. I'll go ahead and click here. So I7, whatever's in I7, will perform our calculation. 2 down, 1 to go. The last one is the sum range. So which column do I want to summarize? Is it the January expenses, February, March? No, I want the total expenses. I'll highlight G4 to G61. We already have our answer. It's already found all those instances where the category is software. The total is 17,215. I'll go ahead and press OK. And there's my answer. I'll just go ahead and give that the currency format, and I'm good to go. Now the average if, it works the same way. It's going to ask us for the same things, right? Range, criteria, and the average range. So for this one, to answer this question, we'll use the average if function. So the question we want to ask is, well, what is the average per rent expense? So we'll count the amount of rent expenses we had. We'll summarize the total expenses and divide that by the amount of entries that we had for rent. We already have all the information that we need. The range is going to be the category. The criteria is going to be the rent. We want to go ahead and run the math on our total expenses column. So I'll go ahead and insert the function here. I'll look for average if. I'll press go. I'll press OK. What is our range? Well, category. So same thing. Go ahead and highlight that range, C4 to C61. The criteria needs to be rent. In this case, it's cell I13. The average range needs to be the total expenses. Highlight all of my total expenses, and I'm good to go. So the range is our category range. Right. The criteria is expressed right here in this cell. And then finally, we want to run the numbers on the total expenses column. So there we go. Our total is 17,790. I'll go ahead and press OK. And we are good to go. I'll also apply the same format to there. I'll use my format painter, 17,790. Now the benefit of using the cell reference as opposed to typing it in here, now what I can do is I can use this as a dashboard. What were the total expenses for supplies? If I type supplies in here and press enter, it gives me the updated answer right away. I'll change this from rent to supplies as well. And we get our instant answer as well. So that is the SUMIF function and the average if function. Let's write a function that will give us the expenses by division and category. So what were the total expenses where the division is East and the category is software? So for example, we need to go ahead and find, we can see that there's a match right here on row number 8. Here's the division is East, the category is software. Here's the total expenses here as well. There may be some other matches. Let's just go ahead and check. So to do this, we need a function that will allow two logical tests. So 2 ranges and 2 criterias. SUMIF only allows for 1. So we need to use SUMIFS, which will allow for multiple. I'll go ahead and click on my formulas tab here. Let's insert the SUMIFS function. Here is my SUMIFS. So again, it's going to ask us for the same thing. What is the sum range? What is the range? And what is the criteria? It wants to get the sum range out of the way right away. We already know we want to summarize the total expense column. So I'll go ahead and highlight all of these here, G4 to G61. Here's a preview of the array. Now, criteria range 1. Well, it's going to be division. So I'll highlight all of my divisions. Criteria 1, which division are we looking for? Well, we're looking for the East division represented in cell I-19. Now that we've finished criteria range 1 and criteria 1, we now have room for criteria range 2. I'll go ahead and click here. The second one, the category, needs to be software. So we'll highlight all of our categories. Criteria 2 needs to be software. And we're done. The total, 5875. So apparently there was only one entry or one instance where we had a software expense in the East region, 5875. So that is the SUMIFS function. Now it did not matter. I could have used the category range first and then division second. It does not matter. It would still make the calculation for us here as well. I'll go ahead and press OK, and I am good to go. Now, because we're using the cell reference, I can go ahead and change this. So what about, instead of software in the East, what about rent in the East? I get an instant answer, 24,000. What about rent in the North? So now we have a really nice dashboard that we can use to summarize all of our data. So this one is the SUMIFS function. Really nice tool, takes away the manual work of highlighting several columns and several cells and adding it all up manually. Let's take a look at recommended charts. Here we just have some sales figures. Here is our sales rep. We have R. Smith, H. James, S. O'Brien, L. Carey, and K. Dunn. Here are their weekly totals. So week 1, R. Smith, 45.20. Week 2, 36.20. Week 3, 25.60. And then week 4, 27.50. Well, we can create a chart from this. I just need to go ahead and click on the Insert tab here. Now, when we're inserting a chart, I don't have to highlight the entire data. I can just click anywhere inside of my list here because it's a well-defined list. No blank cells, rows, or columns. So I can go ahead and insert any type of chart that I want. But what I want to do is insert a recommended chart because Microsoft Excel is going to give me a customized set of charts that it thinks will fit best with my data. So I can get an automated chart here, which is exactly what I want. If you like shortcuts, we press Alt plus F1 on our keyboard, we can get the default chart for this data set here. I'll go ahead and press Alt F1 on my keyboard. And just like that, here is our chart for our data. Now I'm going to go ahead and undo that. I'm going to go ahead and delete my chart here. So the traditional way is to click on the Insert tab. Here is Recommended Charts. If I click here, here's that clustered column chart. There's different charts that we can choose from. Here's a stack column. Here's another clustered column. It just kind of changed the data around. We have the weeks in here instead of each of the sales reps. And if we scroll down, we have different charts. Clustered bar, line chart. So lots of charts that we can use. I'll stick to the default one here, which is the clustered column. I'll go ahead and press OK. And here is my chart. So pretty cool. I have a few buttons over here in the top right of my chart. These are chart elements. So what I can do is I can turn some of these features off or on. For example, if I wanted to add an axis title, I can go ahead and do that. I'll click on Axis Title, adds a little text box on the horizontal and vertical plane. But I just want one on the horizontal, so I'll remove it from the vertical here. And now I can just go ahead and type some data in here. Maybe I'll just say sales reps. I'll go ahead and add a title for my chart. I'll just call this February sales. And I'm good to go. Now some other things, I can show the data labels at the top of the columns if I want to. I can show the data table on the bottom of the chart, which is pretty cool. And then I can turn off the grid lines. I can also turn off the legend, or I can move the legend. So if I click on the small arrow here, I can show the legend at the top, or I can show it over at the right. I'll leave it over here on the right for now. Another option is to click on the paintbrush here. So maybe we would just want to go ahead and use one of the predefined chart styles. So here's style number 2. So style number 2, in my case here, it's showing the data labels at the top of my columns here. It's basically removed my vertical axis over here. If I click on style number 3, it's incorporating the data labels as well. If I keep scrolling down, there's just different types that I can use. Right now, the other styles, my data labels are just kind of overlapping each other. I can resize the chart, just gonna make it a little bigger, see if that looks any better. Still having some issues, they're still kind of overlapping. So I'll turn off the data labels and I'll go ahead and choose another style. Style number 8 is a dark theme, so that looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and stick with that one. I can also change the colors. So if I click on the color tab here, I'll have different colorful palettes to choose from. Here's colorful palette 2, 3, and 4. On the bottom, I have some monochromatic color palettes to choose from, different shades of blue, and so forth and so on. I'll go ahead and stick to the original one here, that colorful palette, and I'm good to go. If I want to change the chart type, I can always do that. Notice that we have 2 contextual tabs here for our chart design. If I click on chart design, I can do a couple of things. I can change the chart type. I can also move the chart to another worksheet if I want to. I can switch the rows and columns. And I can also go ahead and select which data I want to be displayed on here as well. I'm going to go ahead and switch the row and column. And just a really subtle effect, but if I click on switch row and column, it basically switches it. So now instead of my sales reps being in these different clusters, it's showing week 1. So week 1, here's the totals for R. Smith, James, O'Brien, Carey, and Dunn. So just as subtle, switching the row and column can just kind of give you another look for your chart here as well. So that's how we insert a recommended chart. Let's go ahead and add some data to our chart. Now, if I were to add another record here on row number 10, my chart will not show that data right away. What I would need to do is I would need to come back here and click on select data and go ahead and reselect all of the data that I want to be displayed on my chart. But what I prefer to do is just to convert this list here into a table. So remember, we can press Control T, convert this to a table. And now the benefit of doing this is if I add another record, my chart will update automatically. So charts are dynamically linked to a table. So look what happens when I start adding some data in here. Notice it's already reserved a space for my new entry. So pretty cool. I'll go ahead and put some values in here. And there we go. So that's a nice simple way to be able to have your chart dynamically linked to your data set as well. Now we can change the chart type. I'll click on chart design here. I'll change the chart type. Maybe I want something else like a 3D clustered column. We'll go ahead and press OK. I'll also go ahead and change it to something else. Maybe I want a line chart. I'll go ahead and press OK. So whatever chart you change it to, it's still going to incorporate your data into that chart. So we're good to go. I'll go ahead and move this chart. I'll go ahead and move it to its own sheet. I'll use the new sheet command here. I'll press OK. Here's the chart on a special sheet. We can notice that the grid lines have been removed. And we have the capability just to go ahead and display our chart here. Even though we moved the chart to another sheet, it's still dynamically linked to our original data set. So if I go back and make any changes, it will update automatically for my chart here as well. Another type of chart that we can take a look at is a small chart. So what if we do not want to have a large chart? We just want to have a chart in a cell, maybe for some trend analysis. Well, let's take a look here. We have a few sales reps here down to row 31. Our first salesperson is Kathy Albertson. So we're tracking Kathy's sales for May, June, July, August, and September, and October as well. So if I were to ask you if you can just kind of give us an analysis to see how Kathy's sales are trending. Well, we can see that from May to June, we went down in June. We went up in July, went back down in August, went up significantly in September, and also went up in October as well. So this is my attempt at just kind of showing how Kathy is trending here as well. Well, we'll appreciate the trend line better than my failed attempt here at trying to manually create a trend analysis. Let's insert what's called a sparkline. Right? So I'll go ahead and put trend analysis right here. So here's my trend analysis. So click on the Insert tab. Now when you click on the Insert tab, you'll notice that we have a group that's called Sparklines. There's 3 different types of sparklines that we can use. We have win-loss, we have column, and we have the line. I'm going to go ahead and insert a line sparkline. We can always change it to column and win-loss later. But let's go ahead and insert a line here. So I'll click on the line, and it tells us right there, sparklines are mini charts placed in single cells, each representing a row of data in your selection. Well, that's exactly what I want. It's going to ask me 2 things. Where do I want to place the sparkline? And where is the data set that I want to analyze? So pretty nice. So here we go. The location. I want the sparkline to be right here in this cell, I-12. It's already selected. Well, my data range. Well, I want to go ahead and analyze the data. Kathy's sales from May through October. So I simply need to go ahead and highlight this range. So we're good to go. Here are the numbers that I want to analyze. Here's where the sparkline will be placed. I'm good to go. Sparkline is going to do the work for me. There's a lot happening in the background that we're not privy to. Really appreciate this tool. I'll go ahead and press OK. And here's our trend analysis. So we can see went down, went up, went down, went up significantly in September, and kind of stayed the same for October as well. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make the row a little higher. So I'll make it 28. There we go. So that allows us to kind of see it a little better here. We can also do things like change the background color of the cell to make sure it's kind of standing out. But we're good to go. Now, once we insert the sparkline, I can click on the sparkline right here. And I can do some pretty nice things. So I can kind of highlight the high point and the low point here as well. I can also go ahead and give it a particular style, really just changing the color of the sparkline here. So I'll go ahead and notate the high point, notate the low point as well. We can see the low point is here for June. High point is for October. I'll also go ahead and change the style. Right. So lots of different styles here. Again, changing the fill color may help for these to show a little better. I'll look for I'll go for orange, and maybe I'll change the fill color of that cell to, that's probably too dark. Maybe I'll go for a dark blue here. And so there we go. Now, for the high point, I'll change the color to, see if I go with white here. So we can do some pretty nice things with the sparkline here as well. Right. I'm going to go ahead and remove the fill color from there. I'll say no fill. And need to go ahead and put the marker color for my high point back here as well. So there we go. Now, what's really nice about the trend analysis, if I change the values here, this is going to update automatically. Right? So notice how it updates automatically here as well. So pretty cool. So another object that's dynamically linked to our data set here as well. Now, I want to go ahead and create sparklines for my remaining sales reps here. I don't have to come in here and create individual sparklines. What I can do is just grab our little friend here, the fill handle, go ahead and pull it down, and this will create the individual sparklines for the rest of my sales reps as well. Before I do that, I'm just going to go ahead and change this to the column. So if I click back on the sparkline here, I want to go ahead and change this to the column. Let's see what that looks like. So here is the small column chart. You can see high, low, and then high. We can also see that the high and low points are being indicated here as well. We also have win-loss. Win-loss only looks for positive or negative values. So positive values appear at the top of the cell, negative values appear at the bottom. So it does not really apply here because we only have positive values to work with. I'll go ahead and put this back to line, and then I'll go ahead and autofill down, pull it down to row 31. And here are our individual sparklines. I'll go ahead and adjust the row height for all of them so we can see them a little better. So I'll right click, change the row height to 28. And there we go. Right. So that is how to insert and manage sparklines. Here we have some order details for December of 2023. If we scroll down, this goes down to row 68. So quite a few entries here. Now, what if we were asked to be able to answer some questions on this data set? So we need to go ahead and present this data in a way that our audience will be able to decipher the information, understand, be able to ask questions as well. So we can see that we have a few things here. We have the order ID, we have the order date, customer ID. But what if one of the questions was, well, what were the total sales for our products based on city? What about by state? What about by region? Sales rep? What about by product or by category? So we can see that we have several options here. We have the revenue that's being calculated here in column U. So we have quite a few columns as well. So in terms of categories, here are the distinct categories that we have. So we want to be able to run some numbers based on categories. We have several products, lots of products as well. How can we find out what the total sales were for green tea in New York? Now, in terms of, let's say, region, we have 4 regions: East, North, South, and West. What about sales by sales rep? We have quite a few sales reps here as well. So this is a daunting task because, again, this is a lot of data, and we would need to be able to manipulate this data, sort, filter, run some calculations, right? Use a lot of the table tools, but it's going to be a lot of work just to answer one question. We're going to have to make space and then move things around. That's where a pivot table comes in. So the pivot table already has a lot of built-in functionality for us. We simply need to go ahead and convert or extract this data into a pivot table, and then we'll have a lot of analysis tools available to us. I do want to check out the quick analysis tool though. So for the quick analysis tool, I'll just say quickly analyze. So this is something that I use often here. If you press Control plus Q on your data set, this will open up the quick analysis dialog. So I'll press Control Q, and down here in the bottom it's giving me some quick analysis tools. So remember, I want to insert a pivot table, so I'll click on tables here, and let's see what pivot tables Excel can create for me. So look at this very first one. This is giving me the sum of revenue by region. So I can see that the highest revenue was in the North region, 26,912. So pretty cool. Sum of, what's this one? Sum of revenue by shipper name. So we can see company C, we had the most revenue through that shipper. And then this one here is the sum of the shipping fees. That one doesn't really help too much. So we can see that we can get some quick analysis. And this is basically what we want to do. We want to condense all of these rows and columns into a nice, simple table where we can quickly answer some questions. Now, if I click here, this will actually insert that pivot table for me. So if I click here, here is my pivot table right out of the box. And I can see all the data right here as well. But let's go ahead and create it from scratch. I'll go back to my data tab here. And to insert a pivot table, let's go ahead and let's first convert this to a table. So I'll press Control T, convert this to a table. When you insert a pivot table from a table, you simply need to right click on the pivot table and refresh if you want to update the pivot table to show any new values or records that were added to your data set. So it's much more efficient than working with a list. Okay, now one of the table tools that's available is actually to summarize our data with a pivot table. So I can click on here and this will open up a new worksheet for me and I'll have a blank canvas to work with. I can also click on the Insert tab and choose the pivot table command. They both do the same thing. I'll do this the traditional way. I'll click on Insert and I'll click on Pivot Table. Just make sure that you clicked on any cell inside of your data set here. I'll go ahead and click on Pivot Table. Here's my dialog box. As always, it's always asking us what we want to do before we actually proceed. So it's asking me, well, where is the table or range? It's locking on to this table, which is now named Table 6. I want to go ahead and place my pivot table on a new sheet. I'll go ahead and press OK. And so here we are. Here's our blank canvas. Here's our pivot table. Over here to the right, here are all of the fields from our data set. And then we have these four areas: filters, columns, rows, and values. And we'll see just by dragging these fields to these boxes, it will start to generate our pivot table over here as well. But the first thing I want to do, I want to go ahead and rename my pivot table. Right? So I'll go ahead and right click here and I'll choose the pivot table options command. Now, right at the very top, it says pivot table name. Right now it says pivot table 5. I'll go ahead and change that. I'm going to call this December sales. So one more thing I want to do, if you take a look at our fields here, we can see that they are not sorted in alphabetical order. We have quite a few fields, so it will make sense if we can sort these A to Z. To do that, I'll go ahead and click on the Display tab here. And on the bottom, I'll be able to sort A to Z. So I'll sort the fields A to Z. I'll press OK. And there we go. All right, let's go ahead and start building our table. Let's just add a few. I want to go ahead and get the total revenue. So I'll look for revenue. I'll drag that to the values box. And right there, it gives me my answer. My total revenue, $81,107.85. So pretty cool. Now, if I want to go ahead and change that, I want to give the accounting or currency format. What I can do is click on the drop down right here in the values box. I want to get to the value field settings here. And from here, I can go ahead and change the number format to accounting. I'll go ahead and press OK, and then I'll go ahead and press OK again. And there we go. So that's how we insert a pivot table, and that's how we add a field to the box to get our first answer. Now, let's go ahead and try and answer some questions on this data set here. Now, what we want to do when we're summarizing data, we want to add numerical values to our values box here. Now, we can build the table either by dragging, for example, the revenue to the values box here, or we can ask the pivot table to kind of construct itself for us. So if I were to just click on the checkbox here for revenue, it places it into the values box for me because it's a numerical value. It's also summarizing the revenue as well, right? So, but I can change this. So what if instead of summarizing the revenue, I want to count how many transactions we had, let's say by region. So because we have a order ID, let's see, here's my order ID. I'll go ahead and click here. So it's giving me the sum of the order IDs. Well, that's not what I want. I want to count how many orders I had. So to do that, instead of the sum, I want to change this to the count. So to do that, I'll click on the drop down here. I'll go back to value field settings, and notice right here, I can change it from the sum to the count function. So I'll go ahead and change that to the count. And up here for the custom name that appears, instead of saying, COUNTIF order ID, I'll change this to something else, like I'll just say orders. I'll go ahead and press OK, and let's see what happens. So we can see it now, it says orders, and so I have 65 total orders, and that's correct because we had 65 records on our original data set. So it's nice to know that I had 65 orders, but now let's go ahead and figure out how many orders we had, let's say by region. So I'll click on region here. And so now I'm getting some more information. So here's my grand total for all of my orders is 65, but now I'm getting some more specific information. So 16 orders in the east, 20 in the north, 12 in the south, and 17 in the west. So as you're beginning to see the pivot table, there's a lot that it's doing behind the scenes that we're not privy to. A lot of calculations, a lot of logical functions, right? That's happening here as well. Well, now that I have that, I'll go ahead and reset my table, and let's go ahead and focus on the actual revenue. Right? For here, I have the, let's see, I have the by region. Let's go ahead and add another detail in here. Let's put the region into the columns instead. And let's put something else, a lower level, into the rows. Maybe I'll put the ship state in the rows. Right. So now, just by doing that, we can get some really specific answers here as well. Right. So we can see that, for example, in California, in the West region, we had 4 orders submitted in that particular region. So we'll start to see as we start moving these fields into these different boxes, our table is going to get more advanced and provide more information for us as well. But for now, that's how we change how our values are being summarized. Let's go ahead and add the revenue to the values. Now let's go ahead and apply the accounting format as we did before. Now we have the sum of revenue. Let's go ahead and get the revenue by region. Let's place the region into the columns. And let's figure out what else we want. Let's go ahead and grab the sales by category. I'll place the category into the rows. And let's just pause for a moment and take a look at the data that's being displayed here. So this is quite a bit of data to take a look at, right? But think about this in tabular form. I'm actually going to go ahead and click on the design tab here, and I'll change the report layout to more look like an Excel table. Right? We don't have the grid lines in here. I'll change the layout here to tabular form. There we go. So now we can see that we are getting our totals. So let's go ahead and identify all of these numbers here. So here's our grand total of all of our revenue. Down here in the bottom, here's the total for the East region, North, South, and West. Okay. So we're summarizing that column here as well. And over on the right, here's the totals for baked goods and mixes. So just by having the region in the columns, the categories in the rows, and the revenue in the values, we can see we can answer a lot of questions in condensed form here. Right? We can also sort. So if I wanted to sort this total column here, I can click on the data tab. I'll sort Z to A, or largest to smallest. And we can see that beverages, we had the highest amount of sales for beverages, 19,630. Oil generated the smallest revenue, 1,046 and 15. Now we have a lot of fields in here that we can use. Now, when you're building a pivot table, you don't have to use all the fields. Right? You don't really have to do that. You can just keep it simple. Go ahead and use the fields that you want to answer a particular question. I'm going to go ahead and change my view. Instead of having the region in the columns, I'm going to go ahead and move the region into the rows. And let's see what happens when we have two fields in one of these boxes. So now that I have two fields in the rows, I have two levels. So region is level 1 and my category is a level 2 item. So therefore, we're going to see that indicated on the pivot table. So here's the region, that's a level 1 item. And then we can see that our categories are level 2 as well. So they're kind of indented over. So we can see that detail here. If I switch them, I'll get the opposite. So here's beverages for the East, North, South, and West. Dried fruit for the East, North, South, and West. So that's the nature of the pivot table. It just automatically updates all the data for us, changes all the numbers based on what we're trying to answer. Now, this is not the best example. You want to use higher level items at the top of each of those boxes so you can get a better view of your data here as well. I'll go ahead and put the region back into the columns and I am good to go. I'll remove the category here. So I'll remove that and I'll go ahead and click on city. I'll move the city into the rows. And now we have a breakdown for our cities here as well. Let's go ahead and filter our pivot table. We can filter a few ways we can filter. Notice that we have a row and column label filter. We also have a filter box. And finally, we have on the pivot table analyze tab, we have what's called a slicer. So if I click here, here is my slicer. Let's take a look at the built-in filters here. Here's our first filter. So we can filter by city. So because we have the city in the rows, if we click on this row label filter, we can filter by city. And this is nice because if I want to go ahead and filter, let's say I just want to filter by, I'll unselect these here. I'll just choose Chicago and Denver. If I press OK, notice how my table is only showing the data for Chicago and Denver. Well, I can also go ahead and filter by region. I'll go ahead and reset this filter. What if I want to just filter by the East region? If I press OK, it only shows the states that make up the East region here and my data as well. We can use filters together, just like with a table, to drill down to find what we're looking for. Let's take a look at another filter. Well, what if I want to go ahead and filter by product name? I'll go ahead and drag the product name to the filters box here. Now that I have the product name here, we can see that we have a filter at the very top of our Excel document. And now I can go ahead and filter by product. I have several products. I'll go for just the first 3. So I'll select the first 3 here. And if I press OK, we can see all the numbers have been updated. So for those particular items, a total of 5916. So that is using the filter box here. I'll go ahead and clear that filter. We can see the filter is active right here. And we can also clear it from here. I'll go ahead and make sure that everything is selected. I'll press OK. Everything is back to normal. So those are just some different ways that we can filter our pivot table. Let's take a look at the third filter, which is a slicer. Let's go ahead and use the slicer to filter our data. I'll go ahead and click on Insert Slicer here. Now notice we have a slicer for each of our fields, right? One for city, product name, so forth and so on. Let's go ahead and insert just a few. We have a lot of fields. Again, we'd want to keep it simple. I'll go ahead and insert a slicer for the state. I'll also insert one for the region and one for the salesperson. I'll go ahead and press OK. Here are my three slicers. I can resize them so I can see all the values. So I'll just resize them so I can see the bare minimum here. Now our slicers, they come with a contextual tab, so we can change the colors. We can also change the amount of columns that's being displayed. I'll just give them each a different color. So there we go. Now, if I wanted to filter by region, if I just wanted to answer a question based on the East, if I click on the East button here on my slicer, it's only showing for the East. I'll go ahead and clear that. If I want to get sales revenue based on a sales rep, let's say Michael. Michael had some sales in Milwaukee, $9,111.75. What about by state? I'll go for California. Here's California here as well. If you want to select multiple, you can hold down the Control key and select multiple. So I'll go ahead and select Colorado, Florida, New York, Oregon. And there we can see that that works as well. So those are the slicers, my favorite way to filter data, either on a table or a pivot table as well. Just remember to clear your slicers before you move on. Click on that clear filter icon in the top right of your slicer. That will clear the slicers for you and put your pivot table back to normal. It's time to create a visual in the form of a chart based on the data that's being displayed on our pivot table. I'm going to go ahead and delete a few of these slicers here. So I'll just click on it and press the delete key. I just want to see my region slicer. I'll move this over here. And I'll go ahead and click on Pivot Table Analyze. And I want to go ahead and insert a pivot chart. Now what's really cool about the pivot chart is it's dynamically linked to my pivot table. So whatever is being displayed on my pivot table is going to be dynamically being displayed on my pivot chart. Even if I were to remove some of these fields, move them around, they will be displayed here as well. I'll click on my pivot chart. And here are the different types of charts. Well, I'll stick to this clustered column chart here and I'll press OK. Now here is my pivot chart. I'm going to go ahead and close the fields over here so I can see my chart. I'm going to make it a little bigger. I'll give it the dark style here. Make it a little easier to see. All right. So here's my pivot table. Here's my pivot chart. And here is my slicer. Now I can filter from the table, from the slicer, or the pivot chart. So for the pivot chart, if I want to go ahead and filter, let's say by product name, and I'll just choose a few here and press OK. Notice my pivot chart has updated and also my pivot table has updated as well. So any change you make to either of these objects, they will update. If I click on the East region button on my slicer, we can see that everything has been updated here as well. I'll go ahead and clear the filter. from my slicer. I'll also go ahead and clear the filter from my pivot chart. Go ahead and select all items. And there we go. Now I'll go ahead and turn back on the field list here. And I'm just going to make a few changes. So I do want the revenue, but instead of the city and the rows, I'll go ahead and remove the filter. I'll remove the region. I'll remove the city as well. So right now we're just getting the grand total. What about grand total by, let's see, what have we not used yet? Well, what about by, let's say, shipper name. We'll put the shipper name into the rows, right? And here's a basic pivot chart. So we can see that Christina Lee, most of the revenue went through Christina, $15,906.10. If I want to go ahead and add the region here in the columns, let's see what this will look like. So it does make the chart a little harder to read, but we do have the details there as well. So we're good to go. I'll put the product, I'll put the category in the columns. And there we go. All right. So just like with the recommended chart, we can change the chart type to display another one. Maybe I want a line or a pie chart. I can go ahead and do that if I want to here as well. So that is how we insert a pivot chart to display our pivot table data. I'll go ahead and simplify this. I'll put this back to my clustered column. Make it 3D. And I'll just go ahead and do a simple, instead of, I'll move the categories here. I'll remove the shipper name, and I just want the state in here. There we go. So nice, simple pivot chart. Just as a recap, we learned data analysis, some of the basics, converting lists into tables for analysis. A lot of table tools are available to us that helps us to efficiently analyze our data. We're able to summarize data with logical functions, the if function, average if, and SUMIF. We're able to convert a list into a table and summarize the data with a pivot table. We're able to filter the table, move fields, display different values using the sum function or the count function as well. And then we're able to go ahead and display data with a pivot chart. So just giving a visual representation of our data as well. Congratulations on completing the course, and I look forward to seeing all of you in a future Learn It course. Welcome to Excel Pivot Tables. You're learning with Mo Jones, IT professional and educator. In this course, we'll learn about the highly sought after tool for data analysis, which is Pivot Table. In this course, we'll explore kind of the first step, just preparing data for pivot table analysis. What do we need to do to our data before we convert it into a pivot table? Also take a look at inserting and managing a pivot table. Now, managing means a lot. It means constructing your pivot table, pivoting the table, querying the table. And we'll go ahead and insert and manage a pivot chart from our pivot table as well. So we'll take it one step further and create a visual. And then we'll take a look at how we can connect different data sources by using the popular XLOOKUP function. So go ahead and open up the practice file for this course and come right back and we'll dive right in. Welcome back. So I did open up my practice file here and we're taking a look at a data set. So here's just some company payroll. Here we have some headers. We have the employee number, the employee. We have several divisions: California, New Jersey, Georgia, and Washington. We have a few departments as well: sales, development, staff, and research. We have the date of hire for each employee, the amount of hours that they're logging per pay period, their hourly rate, and a formula over here to calculate the gross pay. We also have a status column here indicating whether they are full-time or part-time by using the if function. So if I were to present this data to you and ask you to present this data in about 30 minutes or so to our team, well, naturally, you would first kind of take a look at the data set. It's always a good idea to do that. We can see that we have 94 records here. And we need to anticipate some questions that may be asked. So some of the questions that may be asked is, well, what is the sum of the gross pay? What's the gross pay by department? Maybe gross pay by division. And something like, what is the average hourly rate? Well, as you can see, there's a lot of other questions that we can ask here. And so if we were to try and answer these questions, what are some of the things that we can do? Well, we might use some sorting. We may do some filtering. We may need to use some functions, right? Like the sum function, the average function. We may need to have some basic calculations in here as well that we can use. So there's a lot of different things that we would need to do here. And we would need to go ahead and just kind of move things around and kind of reshape our data here as well. So for the sum of gross pay, we could, enter the sum function and then go ahead and grab all the gross pay. But think about this. This is not something that we want to be doing while we're presenting this data. We want this data to be, readily available with just a simple click of a button. We don't want to have to go through the process of writing formulas. And that's exactly what the pivot table will do for us. The pivot table is going to give us a nice condensed table with all the information that we need, just a simple table, and it's going to condense this large set of data into a nice compact list with some totals on the bottom and some totals over here on the right as well. Well, let's take a look at a fully functional pivot table and let's see what we can gather from this here. So here's a fully functional pivot table. This is based on our data set. And as you can see, the pivot table is in a condensed form. And if this is your first time looking at a pivot table, this may be overwhelming. So I'll go ahead and annotate some of the things here. We can see that we have some totals down here on the bottom. So this is the total for California, New Jersey, Georgia, and Washington. Over here is the grand total. So this is the sum of all of the gross pay for all of our divisions, all of our departments there as well. So if I were to ask you, well, what's the sum of the gross pay for Washington? We can say the sum of the gross pay for Washington is $18,155.52. Well, what about something else? What if we wanted to grab the gross pay for a department, such as the development department? Well, then we'll take a look at the column over here to the right, and we can see that this is the development sum of gross pay for the development team. So we can see it's kind of three-dimensional here. We're getting a lot of nice information in here as well. So we can already answer some questions. Sum of gross pay by division, gross pay by department as well. Now, if I wanted to answer some deeper questions here, we can see that the total gross pay, the highest gross pay is attributed to the sales department. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and expand the sales department, and now I can get a breakdown of full-time staff inside of the sales team, 15,465.90 as opposed to part-time, 10,962.81. So this is the pivot table, condenses all the information for us. Notice we don't see any formulas in the formula bar. So everything is happening in the background for us. We can see it has a nice layout. It's visually appealing. It's more efficient to work with. And if I wanted to just kind of move things around, I can simply just, if I just want to focus on maybe the gross pay by department, I can do that. Now I can have a nice condensed view just to focus on what I want to use here as well. So think about it. Go ahead and write it down. What do you consider to be a major benefit of working with a pivot table? Take a few minutes, write down your answers, come right back, and we'll actually insert our pivot table. Welcome back. So let's go ahead and get this table, or this data rather, ready for a pivot table. So the question we want to ask is this data ready for a pivot table? So we are working with a list. So we do have our 94 records here. We go down to row 98, and we can see that this is sorted by division. So California, and then Georgia, and then New Jersey, and then Washington here as well. So the first thing to ask is, remember, when we're working with a list, we want to make sure that we have a couple of items here. We want to make sure that we have meaningful and unique headers. We also want to make sure that we have unique labels. So in this case, our labels are the employee ID number, and they're unique to the entire record. And then we have complete records. Now remember, a record, because this is a column-based table, we have our record is a full row of data here as well. So we already have unique and meaningful headers. They describe the data below. So for example, the gross pay, we expect to see gross pays and no dates or text. For the employee, we have the names in here as well. So we're good to go, right? The next thing, we do have unique labels, so we can check off these first two items here as well. The next one, we want to make sure that we have complete records and we have no blanks. Now this is a really big deal, because when we create a pivot table, when you have blanks on your data set, they will actually show up as blanks on your pivot table. It will say blank. Plus, it will be incomplete. So for example, what I do is I use the count blank function. This is a good first step. This tells me how many blanks I have in my data set. I have the function right here. It's a simple function. We tell Excel to count the amount of blanks from the range A4 to J98. So if I were working with this data set and I deleted a couple of cells here, it tells me right away that I have 2 blank cells. Right? So right here, we can see it's telling us that. So that's a good first step to make sure. So once I see that, I can simply just go ahead and rectify those blanks. And as I rectify them, it goes away. So we want to make sure that we have 0 blank cells in our data set. The other thing to do is you want to check formatting, especially dates. Now, if we take a look at the date of hire field, we can see that these look like dates to us. But if you take a look at the numbers command group, this tells us that this is not using the date format. This is a custom format. Now, this is a big deal because a lot of our data is it's based on time or dependent on time. Quarterly reports, monthly reports, so forth and so on. If you do not have a properly formatted date field, you will not get the benefits of the date tools that are available in your pivot table. So I'm going to go ahead and fix these dates. I'll go ahead and highlight all of them. And I'll just come back up to the numbers command group here, and I'll use the short date format. And we are good to go, right? Notice one of the things that we'll kind of discuss this later in the course, but one of the things that we can always ask about our data is how can we improve the data so that we have more reporting features. Notice in column J that I've included a simple if function to determine whether or not the employee is a full-time or part-time employee. So if they're working less than, or in this case, greater than or equal to 40, then they're full-time. Less than or equal to, then they are part-time. So this is a great way to just improve the reporting, because now we have a status field that we can go ahead and run data analysis on as well. So those are just some simple cleanup techniques. We want to make sure that this checklist is complete. Now that we have a nice list here, let's go ahead and insert our pivot table. There's several ways to insert a pivot table. We'll explore some of the other options as we go through the course, but for now, let's go ahead and do this the traditional way. We need to click on the Insert tab, and when we're on the Insert tab, we can see that to the far left in the Tables command group, we have Pivot Table. We also have Recommended Pivot Tables. we're going to go ahead and click on Pivot Table here. Now the first step is just to select the data that you want to add to your pivot table. I don't have to select the entire data set. If I just click anywhere inside, in this case I'm just clicking on cell C6, Excel is going to automatically select all the data until it gets to a blank column or a blank row. So it's automatically going to select all of this data for us. As a matter of fact, it uses the regional command. So if I press Control A, notice how it selects all of my data until it gets to a blank row or a blank column as well. So I'll go ahead and click anywhere inside of my data set. I'll click back on C6 here, and on the Insert command, I'll click on Pivot Table. When I click on Pivot Table, I'm presented with this dialog box. It's just asking me, where is the data that I want to add? I can already see it's already selected all of my data for me. And I do want to place this on a new worksheet. You can place your pivot table on an existing sheet, for example, one of these sheets down here. The only problem is when your pivot table touches other data like text, you get some errors as well. So most of the time we want to go ahead and insert our pivot table on a new worksheet. I'll go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and press OK, and then we'll take a look at the components of a pivot table. So I just inserted my pivot table here, and I'm just going to reset this here. There we go. So immediately we see two things. On the far left, here is our actual pivot table. It's blank right now. We don't have anything to work with. So that's the first thing. We're getting a little cue here. It says, to build a report, choose fields from the pivot table field list. Well, that's over here. So that's the second component. We have our pivot table fields right here. And then finally down here at the bottom, we have 4 areas for filtering our data, for displaying a field in the rows, for displaying a field in the columns, and for displaying an overall value, which is the big ticket item here as well. We also have 2 contextual tabs. So we have one that's called Pivot Table Analyze, and we have one that's called Design. So right now I'm on the Pivot Table Analyze, and from here we can do things like insert a pivot chart. We can refresh the table. We can change it to connect it to another data source. We can insert a slicer, a timeline. Right here, we can rename the pivot table as well. We have access to the pivot table options. So this pivot table analyzer is going to give us all the tools that we need to manage this pivot table. We also have a design tab, which is right here. And just like with tables and charts, we have styles that are available. And then there's other layouts that we can choose from. And then there's other kind of sub features that we can turn off or on. We'll visit these later on in the course. But for now, let's just go ahead and rename our pivot table. So to do that, I can either click on Pivot Table Analyze, and I can go ahead and type the name right here in that box. Right clicking on the pivot table gives you access to a lot of these commands that are available under the Pivot Table Analyze as well. Let's go ahead and rename the table. I'll click right in here, and I'll just call this payroll. Press enter, and there we go. So it is called payroll. Now over here on the far right, there's 2 things I like to do before I start building my pivot table. Notice that the fields are not in alphabetical order. They appear in the order of the data set. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and sort them A to Z. So if I click on the gear icon here, there's actually 2 things I want to do here. I want to go ahead and sort my fields A to Z. I also want to change the view to side by side. Right now it's using stacked. I don't want to do that. So I'll go ahead and sort A to Z first. And there we go. But as you can see, I can't really see all of my fields. I have to scroll through. So I'm going to change the view to side by side. It's going going to give me a taller window where I can see all of my fields. And over here, I can see my 4 area boxes as well. So I'll change this to side by side, and then I'll be ready to start building my pivot table. So here's side by side. So this makes it more efficient. If I have a lot of fields, I can see them here, and I still have access to my areas here as well. So it's really up to you. Go ahead and toggle back and forth, either stacked or side by side. I'll stick with side by side. Go ahead and play around with both and then come right back. Welcome back. Now that we have the basics set up here, let's go ahead and start building our pivot table. Now to build our pivot table, it's a matter of taking a particular field and dragging them to one of these actual boxes here. So I like to start with the values box first. And so what's the big ticket item here that we're focused on? Well, it's the gross pay. So I'll go ahead and drag the gross pay right into this box, or I can simply check it off. So either one will allow me to do that. I'll do both. I'll go ahead and drag the gross pay to the values box. And as you can see, let me zoom in just a little bit here. We can see we already have our answer. So the sum of gross pay is 84,306. And some decimals there as well. So it automatically runs the calculation for us. It's already summarized that column. To get rid of that, I can either uncheck it or drag it back. This time I'll drag it away. And our pivot table is back to normal. So I'll go ahead and click on the checkbox here. And because it's a numeric value, it automatically places it into the values box as well. So that gives us our answer. Well, we do want to play around with the gross pay here, but let's take a look at something else. What if I click on the employee number? Well, let's see what the pivot table gives us here. So it shows all of the employee numbers and the rows. Doesn't really help me. I'm going to go ahead and drag that to the values. And what it does is it inserts the count function for us. Because this is a alphanumeric character, it's giving us the count of employee numbers. Well, why would we want to do that? Well, remember, the employee numbers are unique. So we have 94 unique employee numbers. Because it's using the count function here, what I can do now is figure out how many employees I have by division. So if I click on division here, look at what it does. So it places the division into the rows for me. And now I get some nice information. So I have 15 employees in California, 27 in Georgia, 30 in New Jersey, and 22 in Washington. Right. What about by department? If I click on department here, it also places the department in the rows. Well, I'll put the department in the columns instead. So look at how many questions we can answer just by having the employee number in the values, department in the columns, and division in the rows. I can answer a very specific question, such as how many employees do we have on our staff team in California? 3, right here. So we can isolate the data. As you can see, the pivot table is taking care of all that for us. We don't need to enter any formulas or any logical functions like that as well. So I'll go ahead and reset the table. I'll go ahead and clear this out here. Right. I'll go ahead and put the gross pay back in here again. Right. So by default, it gives me the sum of the gross pay. But let's take a look and see how many other ways we can express the gross pay. I'll click on the drop down here. And here I have what's called value field settings. I'll click on here. Here's my value field settings dialog. And now what I can do is I can change it. I can summarize the value by count and also by average. Well, let's try the count and let's see what happens. So don't summarize that, just count it for me. I'll press OK. And look at that, we also get 94 because we have 94 records to work with. So this is another way to kind of give us the number of employees by division, right? So we can always change that value the way that it's being expressed. Let's try one more. I'll go ahead and grab the average here, right? And so the average gross pay is $896.87. What about average gross pay by division? Well, the average gross pay in California, $853. Average gross pay in Georgia, $936. So those are just some of the basics of how we can build a table and how we can change the way that the value is being displayed for us as well. Go ahead and play around with the different values here. Click on the value field settings. Go ahead and use these different summaries here and familiarize yourself with them and come right back. Welcome back. So we can already see how intuitive our pivot table is. Just by simply clicking on a field, we can have the pivot table built for us as we interact with our fields here as well. Well, let's go ahead and answer some of those specific questions that we asked earlier. What is the sum of gross pay by department, also gross pay by division? So I'll go ahead and drag the gross pay back to the values box, and we'll focus on the sum of the gross pay here as well. All right. So right now it's giving us the answer, but I don't really like the way this looks. I don't have the currency or accounting format in here. So let's go ahead and apply the accounting format. I'll click on the drop down here and I'll click on value field settings. We were here before. This time what I want to do is I want to go ahead and click on the number format down here on the bottom left. It's going to give me the format options. Then I simply just want to choose the accounting format. So I'll click on number format here. And here is the accounting. So we can either choose accounting or currency. I like to use accounting because it kind of spaces out the $ and the number. We can always change it if we want to. So I'll choose accounting and I will press OK. And I can also press OK as well. Notice right here, if we want to change the name that's being displayed right here, we can type in our custom name right here. So instead of saying sum of gross pay, we could say something else here as well. Right. So maybe what I'll say here is, maybe I'll say pay per period. Then I'll go ahead and press OK. So we can see the name has changed, more meaningful for me at least. And now we can read the number more correctly. So as we continue to build the table, all of our cells with numbers will have the accounting format. Okay, so we have the pay per period here. Well, now we're concerned about the division. So let's go ahead and click on the division. Let's put the division into the rows. And there we get a simple condensed list here. We can see the pay per period for each of our divisions here. We can see New Jersey has the highest gross pay. Well, what if I put that into the columns? So I can see it's in the columns here. Looks a little different. So placing it in the columns gives us a different view. I'll go ahead and leave it there. And I'll go ahead and add the department to the rows. So now that I have the division in the columns and the department in the rows, this is a nice view. And we can answer a lot of questions here. So what is our, move over here. So what is our grand total? 84,306.61. Here's our total for Washington, New Jersey, Georgia, California. And then over here, we have our totals for the development department, research, sales, and staff. So look at all these different questions that we can answer here. And all we did so far was we placed the department in the rows, division in the columns, and the gross pay into the values as well. Now I can switch these if I want to. So for example, what if I want the department to be in the columns and the division to be in the rows? I can switch them and the pivot table will just make the adjustments for me. So I'll go ahead and move the division to the rows and I'll drag the department to the column here as well. So this is just another view. We still get our totals, but now our subtotals down here on the bottom, there are for our departments, and the totals on the right column are for our divisions. So it's just another way to display the data. So it's your pivot table. You're going to go ahead and display the information in any form that you want. Now, one thing that we can do as well is we can put the division and the department in the rows. So if I drag the department here into the rows, now this is pretty cool. Now, because we have two fields in one of these areas, we have a hierarchy. So because division is on the top here, division is going to be a level 1 item, and my department is going to be a level 2 item. And we see that over here as well. We can see that we have our California is the level 1 item, and then we have the level 2 items down here. So development, research, and sales. So it's indented. So it kind of just organizes the data for us. So we did not have to do that. The pivot table took care of that for us. Last thing to mention here, we have different buttons. So you'll notice that we have a button here that allows us to either expand or collapse this list. So if I click here, I can go ahead and collapse all of them. And this gives us a simple view. And now this is on demand. So if someone says, well, why is New Jersey so much? We can expand New Jersey, and we can show the breakdown by department here as well. We can also right click on any of these buttons. And when you right click, you'll notice that we can, towards the middle of that menu, we can either collapse the entire field or we can expand the entire field. I'll go ahead and expand the entire field, and then I'll collapse it. So there we go. And then I'll go ahead and collapse everything as well. And there we go. So just different ways that we can work with our pivot table. Notice when you click away from the pivot table fields goes away. Also, our pivot table analyze and our design goes away. So it is contextual. We have to be interacting with the pivot table to get all three of these components here as well. So go ahead and play around with your pivot table. Just move things around and go ahead and set it up the way that you like it, and come right back. Now that we have the basics covered for constructing a pivot table, the next thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and filter our pivot table. So let's talk about filtering. There are several ways that we can filter a pivot table. We'll notice that we have two filters already built in. We have a row label filter, and we also have a column label filter. Now, depending on what we have in the columns, because we have the department in the columns, I should be able to click on that button and filter what is being displayed by department. Now, because I have the division here in the rows for my row label filter, I should be able to filter by division. So let's go ahead and answer a question. Well, maybe I want to just figure out, well, what is the sum of the gross pay for California and Washington? So I'll simply just select California and Washington from the list here, and I'll press OK. Notice how all of the numbers have updated. My grand total represents only the grand totals for California and Washington. So all of these numbers here, so all 15 of these numbers have been updated. So in a fraction of a second, the pivot table wrote these formulas for us and gave us the answer. Now, there's a lot that's happening in the background for the pivot table we're not privy to. The professional that wrote this tool, or the professionals that created this tool, there's a lot that's happening in the background. Now, if you think about it, there's a lot of logical functions that's happening here as well. For example, if the division is California and the department is development, summarize the data from the gross pay column. So a lot of logical functions SUMIF, count, and it will take us a very long time to construct a table like this. But the pivot table is giving us instant analysis for our data as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the column label filter. So the column label filter, we have our departments because we have our departments in the column here. So if I just want to focus on the research and the sales team, I can simply do that. And I can go ahead and press OK. And now we're able to drill down to find exactly what we're looking for. Research and sales department in California and Washington. And there's our data. So that's one way that we can filter. Now remember, when we're running our filters, it's very important to clear our filters before we move on. Otherwise, this happens a lot. The information will be incorrect. So I can clear the filter right from here. We can see that the filter is active. So once I'm here, I can click on it and I can choose the clear filter option here. So here's clear filter from department. You'll also notice the filter is available or active on your pivot table fields as well. So for my division, I can come over here and I can clear it from here as well. This resets my table. Everything is back to normal. Let's go ahead and take a look at another way that we can filter, and we have the filters box. Well, let's go ahead and filter by status. So I'll grab the status here and I'll drop it in here. I want to be able to filter simply by part-time or full-time staff. So I'll go ahead and drag the status into the filters box. We can see right away that it places that filter box right here on the top left. So there is our filter. There's only two options. If I click on there, it's a simple filter. We don't have all the bells and whistles like the other ones, but I can go ahead and filter either for full-time or part-time staff if I want to. So I'll go ahead and click on there and I'll go ahead and filter for part-time. Let's take a look at that filter. So here we have part-time. So I'll click on part-time here. I can also search up here as well. I'll go ahead and press OK. And now all of our information is being displayed based on our part-timers, which is pretty cool. So we can see up here, it's part-time, and notice how all the numbers have changed. Well, notice that we have some cells here that does not have any data in here. For example, we don't have any part-time staff in Georgia. We also don't have any part-time staff in Washington. That's why we don't see any numbers. These are not necessarily blank data. We just don't have any values there. So it's pretty cool. We can see the pivot table is very, very intuitive. So those are two quick ways that we can filter. We use the row or column label filter. We can also use the built-in filter box here as well. But my favorite way to filter is by using a slicer. Now, we'll click on Pivot Table Analyze. And once we click there, we're going to see over in the filter command group, we have a couple of options here. We're going to be using the slicer. So let's go ahead and insert our slicer, and then we'll go ahead and move on here as well. So we took a look at some built-in filters. Let's go ahead and insert our slicer here. So again, on the Pivot Table Analyze tab, let's go ahead and insert our slicer. Now, the slicer is another way to filter, but we have a little more control and we can filter our data set more efficiently. Notice that we have a slicer for each of our fields. So we have one for status, we have one for the gross pay, hours worked, so forth and so on. Let's go ahead and insert a few slicers here. We can insert all of them if we wanted to, but not all of them are a good candidate. I'll go ahead and insert one for the department, one for the division. I'll also insert one for the status, and let's insert one for the gross pay as well. All right. I'll go ahead and press OK. So here are my 4 slicers. Now I can move them around and I can resize them. So for my department slicer, I'll just make that a little smaller here. Here's my status. I only have 2 buttons on there. So I'll just make this shorten that. And then we have one for the gross pay. We can already see the gross pay is going to be problematic because we have so many unique values that it's going to be very difficult to use this. And then we have division. So I'll go ahead and move this over here. And I'll go ahead and shorten that as well. So what exactly do these slicers do? Well, I'm going to go ahead and click on the development button on my department slicer. And we can see what it does. I clicked on the development button on my slicer, and you can see that it is basically filtering my pivot table to only display the information from my development department. Pretty cool. Now, what if I wanted to focus on the development department in California? So as we can see the slicers, by clicking on the buttons, we can control what's being displayed on our pivot table. So we're basically filtering our pivot table, but we're just doing it in a cooler way. We have a little dashboard over here that we're using to control what's being displayed. Well, let's go ahead and clear all of our slicers. So on the top right, you'll notice that we have that clear filter icon on all of our slicers here. So let's go ahead and make sure that those are all cleared. Now we're good to go. Quick tip here. If you want to clear all the filters that are running on your pivot table, just click on your pivot table, and instead of kind of unchecking them individually, if you click on the data tab, you'll notice that this clear filter icon is available. This will basically clear all the filters that are running on your data here as well. So I'll click clear. I notice how it resets my table. I'm back to the total of 84,306.61. Okay, but this is about slicers. So let's go ahead. Now, if I wanted to go ahead and run a slicer for the gross pay, well, there's too many values here. And so this is not really a good candidate. So not all slicers will be a good candidate to use. It will work if I click here. It shows me my one record there for Washington, but doesn't really help me too much. So I'll go ahead and delete this slicer. I'll click on it, and now I'll just press the delete key. There we go. So now I have 3 slicers to work with. Now, when it comes to the slicers have their own contextual tab. So if I click on my department slicer here, and I locate the slicer tab, well, I can go ahead and give it a slicer style, which I will do. And I can also change how many columns are being used for my slicer here. So I'll change this to 2 columns, and I'll go ahead and maybe choose this orange style here as well. All right. So I'll change it to 2 columns first. Now I can see I have a 2-column orientation. So now it gives me a little more room. I can make it a little wider. And now I can make it shorter. And now I can move up my division here as well. I'll also give that a quick color, that light orange. For my division, I'll do the same thing. I'll make this 2 columns, make it a little wider as well, make it the same width. And there we go. And now I can just kind of stack them like this. Now we're good to go. I'll make my division another color and my status another color. So here are my 3 slicers, and I can use these to basically control what's being displayed on my pivot table as well. Now, there's another option here on the top right of your slicer. We'll see like a little checklist here. That is the multi-select tool. If you hover over it, it tells you this is the multi-select. You can press the Alt plus S key to toggle that. Well, what this allows me to do is to select more than one button at a time. Right now, I can only select one button at a time. So if I wanted to select multiple, I can either hold down the control key and select multiple like that. Or if I just toggle the multi-select tool here, I'll put that on for both of these. Now I can go ahead and select sales and research. And I can go ahead and select California and Washington. So that is the multi-select tool. So you can toggle that on if you want to be able to filter your data here as well. I'll go ahead and clear my filters. I'll turn off the multi-select tool, and I'll just answer a question. Then what is the sum of gross pay for the part-timers in New Jersey on the development department? And there we go. So very, very specific. So those are our slicers. Always be ready to clear your filters from your slicers. I'll go ahead and remove a few of these. For now, I just want my division and my status. So go ahead and play around with your slicers and come right back. Welcome back. Now that we know how to filter, let's go ahead and take it a step further. Let's go ahead and do a few things. What we want to do, we're going to add data to our original data source. And once we're done, we're going to insert a pivot chart. So let's go ahead and add some data here. Let's go back to our data cleanup worksheet tab. And let's go ahead and add a record on row 99. So if you want to go ahead and add yourself there, that's perfectly fine. So I'll go ahead and put in another employee number here. I'll just go with A40. And I'll go ahead and enter my name here. So it's going to be Jones. And I want to introduce another division and another department because I want to be able to catch the change on the pivot table. So I'll go ahead and put, let's see, I'll put Texas in here. And I'll put tech for that as well. For the hire date, I'll just put, I'll go with January 1st, 2024. Benefits, not really running any analysis on benefits, but I'll put it here. I'm part-time. All right, and there we go. So here's my record in row 99, but specifically, I introduce another division and another department. So I want to go ahead and go back to my pivot table and let's see what happens here. So I'll go back to my sheet 1 and I need to rename this as well. So I'll just rename this as payroll, just like my pivot table. So as we can see, when we come back to our pivot table, we're not seeing the new division and or the new department as well. So let's take a look and see the behavior here. I'll right click on the pivot table and I'll click on pivot table options. Now we'll discuss some of these options a little later, but for right now, if I click on data, notice that we have the option to refresh the data when opening the file, right? So we can do that. So it's not going to just update automatically. We need to do something special here. So to do this, I'll click on Pivot Table Analyze. And if I click on Refresh, that doesn't do anything, right? Because right now, this pivot table is based on a specific range. So what I need to do is click on Change Data Source. So if I click on Change Data Source, it brings me back to the original data source. And we can see it's locked onto the range A4 through J98. Well, I just added another row for 99. So I can either highlight the entire data set, or I can just come here and enter a 9 here as well. Now this is pretty cool as well, because maybe I don't want to display all this information. What if I just want to display the data down to row 25? Well, my pivot table will reanalyze and recalculate everything here as well. But in this case, I just want to include that new record that I added here. So I'll go ahead and press OK. And there you go. So we can see that we have our new department and we have our new division here as well. Our number is updated to reflect the total gross pay based on the change. Take a look at my slicer here. We can see that my division slicer has updated to show the new division here as well. Well, let's try one more thing. I'll go back to my data cleanup here. This time what I'll do is I'll go ahead and insert. So I'll just insert a row. I'll insert a record as opposed to adding a new record to the end. So I'll just insert a row here. And I'll put in another. So maybe I'll say IT 55. I'll add a friend here. And I'll go for tech as well. Hire date, same thing. And I'll fill out the rest of this information. Okay, so let's go back to our pivot table here. And let's see what happens. So this time, if I right click and refresh, let's see if my number changes from 84,906 to something else. And it does. We can see that it has been updated here. Here is the new division for Florida. And here is the new update here as well. So the thing to learn here is that when you're working from a list, which we are, so this is a list, this is not a table. The pivot table is locking onto a specific range. However, if I were to insert a row or a column, the range will expand for me. It's automatically going to expand, right? So I can go ahead and do that. Even take a look at my count blank function here. It is now expanded to 99 as well. So if you insert a record, you simply need to refresh the table. But if you're adding a new record to the end of your data set, you need to click on the Pivot Table Analyze tab and change the data source and just select all the data that you want to add as well. Right. Let's go ahead and add a new record. And then go ahead and change the data source to include that new row. And when you're done, go ahead and insert a record anywhere in the middle and refresh your table. Just confirm that it works for you and come right back. Now that we were able to add some data, let's go ahead and insert a pivot chart. To insert a pivot chart, we can simply click on our pivot table, click on the Pivot Table Analyze tab, and then to the far right, under Tools, we'll see our pivot chart. Now, the great thing about the pivot chart is it's directly tied to our pivot table. So we simply need to choose the type of chart that we want to be displayed. And we'll take a look and see as we change the data that's being displayed on our pivot table, our chart will dynamically recreate itself. So I'll insert my pivot chart here. Now, here is our insert chart dialog. So I have different charts that I can use, line charts, pie, bar, area, so forth and so on. Some will not be available. I'll keep it simple. I'll just stick to the clustered column one here. And let's see, maybe I'll go for a little 3D clustered column. We'll go for this one. I'll go ahead and press OK. I'll close the pivot chart fields for now so I can see my chart here. So here is my pivot chart. So we can see it's displaying whatever is currently on our pivot table. We get some really nice filters here. So what if I want to filter by, let me move my slicers down here. I want to show you what happens when we filter either using the chart or the pivot table or the slicers here. So we have three filters for our chart. We have status, full-time, part-time, we have our departments, and we have our division. Well, I want to remove Texas and Florida from the division. So I'll just go ahead and remove Texas and Florida. I'll press OK. Right. So there we go. So we can see that now because we filtered our chart, take a look at our pivot table. Our pivot table has also been filtered. Take a look at our slicer. So our slicer has also been filtered. So the one thing to note is that these are all connected. So our pivot table is connected to our chart, is connected to our slicers. So they're all connected to each other. So running a filter on one will filter the others as well. If I click on the full-time button here on my slicer, we can see that the information on my chart has also changed, as well as on my pivot table. Right? So we're good to go. Now, when it comes to our pivot chart. We can move it, and we'll move it in just a little bit, but let's take a look at just some basic customizations that we can make. Up here on the top right, we have the chart elements, so we can turn some things off or on. So we can add a chart title if we want to. We can display the data labels at the top. We have the data table. But what I like to do when it comes to a pivot chart is keep it simple, just to choose one of the chart styles that are available. So here are the different styles that we can use. Here's style 2. If we scroll through, here is style 3. This style has the data labels at the top of the chart. Now we have different types here as well. Here's style number 9, nice dark theme. And then we have 10, and then we also have 11. I'll go with 11 here as well, and we're good to go. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and move this chart. But before I do that, let's go ahead and just kind of reconstruct our table here. And let's see what happens to our chart. Well, first I'll clear all of my filters here. And let's reconstruct this. So what if I don't want to show my, let's say, go back to my pivot table. What if I remove the department from the columns? So now as you can see, I'm only showing the pay per period for my divisions. And we can see the chart is reflecting that currently here as well. If I were to change this to department, remove this here, and there we go. So now here's the sum of gross pay by department. So as I move things around here, I'll get some different answers as well. For the pay period, what if I want the hours worked per department and per division? Well, there we go. So we can see we don't need to do anything special to the chart. It's dynamically linked to our pivot table. I'm going to move my chart here. So if you click on Pivot Chart Analyze, we have a lot of things that we can use here. Here's the Move Chart command on the Pivot Chart Analyze tab. Let's go ahead and move our chart. We can also right click and use the Move Chart command here. But let's move the chart to a new sheet. And then we'll press OK. So here's the chart on that new sheet all by itself. Now this is still linked to my pivot table, right? So right now I'll remove that department. I don't want to show the tech. I'll press OK. So that looks a lot better, right? So I am filtering to remove the tech department. I'll go back to payroll here, and you can see that we're still linked to our pivot table. It's only showing development, research, sales, and staff, but not tech. So even though we move our pivot chart, it's still connected to our data set, which is good because typically you want your pivot chart to be on another sheet. You don't want it to be on the same sheet as your pivot table. Well, that's it. So go ahead and play around with go ahead and move your pivot chart. Go ahead and turn some of these features on or off. Go ahead and choose a style and come right back. Welcome back. So we've covered all the basics with regards to a pivot table. So you now have all the tools, the essentials that you need to build a pivot table. Well, let's take a look at the XLOOKUP function. For our project for module 1 here, or part 1, what we want to do is on the joining datasets worksheet here, we have 3 different datasets. We have a products list, we have a region list, so sales rep and region, and then we also have an order form over here as well. But we can see that the order form is missing some information, such as what is the region where the transaction took place, what is the price of the actual product. So rather than doing this manually, we want to write an XLOOKUP statement that will automatically populate the region based on the sales rep, right? So for example, Dan Peterson is in the Midwest division. So we want to be able to ask Excel to put Midwest right in here for us. The Sunshine product over here is $19.95. We want to be able to put that price over here manually. And Excel will fill out all the prices based on the product here as well. So in order to do that, we're going to use XLOOKUP. But before we do that, we need to understand how XLOOKUP works. So here's a small product list over here. We have the product ID, the product name, the quantity, the amount that's in stock, and then we have the actual price of the product. We want to create a little kiosk here so that if we put in a product ID number, let's say 1050, what it's going to do, it's going to go ahead and take this ID and it's going to go ahead and go down this column, the product ID column. Once it finds a match, that 1050, it's going to head on over to the right, find the product name, and place that over here for us. It's also going to find the price from the price column and drop in the price over here as well. So basically, we'll be able to enter a product ID and have Excel automatically populate column H and I with the corresponding product name and the corresponding product price. So let's go ahead and do this together. So I'll click on cell H5 and I will insert my XLOOKUP. We'll use the function arguments box for this. So I'll click on the Formulas tab here. And on the Formulas tab, we're going to click on where it says Insert Function. We'll get the dialog box and we will search for the XLOOKUP function. So we'll click here. I'll type XLOOKUP. I'll press go. Here's XLOOKUP. I'll go ahead and press OK. So here's my function arguments box for XLOOKUP, and it tells me the name of the function, tells me what it does. So it searches a range for a match and returns the corresponding items from a second range or array. Well, that's exactly what we want to do. We have arguments here. The lookup value is the value to search for. The lookup array is the array or range to search. The return array is the array or range to return. I already have this kind of annotated for us here as well. So basically, in my words, the lookup value is the unique ID. So the unique ID is basically whatever value we enter in this cell. That is the lookup value. The unique ID column, so the lookup array is going to be the unique ID column. So this is where basically column A, where we can find our IDs. The return array is going to be the product name column. And then we're good to go. These other ones down here, if not found, these are optional. We don't even need to enter anything here as well. So let's go ahead and plug this in. So my lookup value, I'll point to cell G5. So whatever value is in G5, that is the lookup. Notice it's already recognized that the value 1050 is in G5. So the next part, the lookup array, is where can we find those product IDs? Well, right here, column A. I'm going to highlight all of those from A5 down to A21. Now, because this is a table, it's giving us the table name and the table column. So table 1, product ID column. Here's the preview of the array. Here are the ID numbers. 1050, 1051, 1052. So this lets us know we're locked onto the correct array. 2 down, 1 to go. Which column do we want to return? Well, we want to return the product name. So I'll highlight this. And that's it. We're good to go. The function in the background is doing a lot of things that we're not privy to. We simply need to point to the lookup value, which again is G5. We need to point to the lookup array, which is basically all of our product IDs. And then we need to specify the return array, which in this case is the product name. And so we are good to go. Change the color here. Right. So pause the screen, take a look. If this is your first time using XLOOKUP, it does take a little pausing to kind of think logically what we're trying to accomplish here. But again, the function does the work for us. We can see it's already giving us our answer. It is the Aspen, which is correct. So I'll go ahead and press OK. And there we go. There is our Aspen product. If I change the product ID to 1054 and press enter, it gives me the doublers, which is correct. Well, let's go ahead and write our XLOOKUP statement for the price, and then we'll move on to our final project for part 1 here. So I'll go ahead and insert my function. Here's XLOOKUP. Lookup value, same thing. It's going to be G5. The lookup array, the product ID column from table 1. The return array, the only thing that's different, I want to return the price. So I'll highlight my prices here. It's already giving us our answer, $41.13 for our doublers with ID 1054. I'll go ahead and press OK. And there we go. So that is the XLOOKUP function. Not as intimidating as it looks. It does the work for us. We simply need to identify the lookup value, the lookup array, and the return array. I'll go ahead and test it here. I'll put 1066. Now we can see this is correct. It gives me the correct record here on row 21. Very good. Go ahead and write your XLOOKUP statements. Go ahead and enter a few product IDs just to make sure you're getting the correct answer, and come right back. Welcome back. Now for our final project, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and make sure that this order form has all the information that we need to create a pivot table to answer questions such as the sales by region, sales by product, sales by sales rep, and maybe even some sales by month or quarter or year as well. So this is very common in the data world to have your data sets in different places. So we have a product table here. We have a region table here as well. And then we have our order form. So this is what we want to focus on. We want to make sure that we add the region based on the sales rep. This will allow us to run regional reports. We need the price of the actual product. So we'll grab the price based on the product, and then we'll enter a simple calculation in column M for the sale. We'll just multiply the units times the price, and then this will be good to go. Now this is a really big data set. If I press Control End, this goes down to row 10,003. So this order form has 10,000 rows or 10,000 records. I'll press Control Home to go back to cell A1. Let's go ahead and plug this in. So for the region, we're going to enter XLOOKUP. Now remember, we already have the information that we need. We have our lookup value, we have our lookup array, and we have the return array. So I'll highlight this first here. So for our region, this is our target. We want to return the region here. To return the correct region, we're going to use the sales rep. So in this case, Isabel Cross. We're going to search the sales rep column for Isabel Cross. So that's the lookup array. And then once we're done, what do we want to return? We want to return the region from the region column. So we already have all that we need. I'll make this a different color. So here is our lookup value, Isabel Cross. Here is our lookup array. And here is our return array. So we just need to point to those different areas. So let's go ahead and do that here. Now I have converted these to tables for you. If you've never created a table before, we'll go through the process of inserting a table for part 2 or module 2. So right now, one of the benefits of working with a table is once I enter a formula or a function in the top row, it's automatically going to fill down that formula for me. So let's write our XLOOKUP. I'll insert XLOOKUP here. Now remember, lookup value, we're going to take the sales rep. Where can we find the sales reps? Over here. I'll just highlight them manually. So 2 down, 1 to go. The next is, what do we want to return? We want to return the corresponding region from the table here. So I'll go ahead and highlight all of those as well. And once I'm finished, I can see that because I'm working with the table, Excel gives the table name. So region table, sales rep column, region table, region column. Here's a preview. Alan Ramos, Andrew Meyer, Midwest, West, East. It's already telling us that Isabel Cross is from the East region. So as long as you have East there, you should be good to go. Go ahead and press OK. It should automatically fill out all of the corresponding regions for us. So let's go ahead and press OK. And there we go. Well, maybe we're skeptical. Let's check Cecilia Manning. Is Cecilia Manning from the South? Well, let's take a look and see. Where's Cecilia Manning? Here's Cecilia Manning. Indeed, Cecilia is from the South. So we're good to go. Pretty cool. Now let's go ahead and grab the price from our product. Again, we already have the data we need. So let's enter our XLOOKUP function. Lookup value is going to be the product. Where can we find the products? Right over here. A4 to A15, aka products table, products column. What do we want to return? Well, we want to grab the price. So product table, price column. And that's it. 1995 for our sunshine, and that is correct. I'll go ahead and press OK. There we go. Everything is all correct here as well. So now we have the region, we have the price. We simply need to enter a formula to calculate the sale. So in this case, I'm just going to say equal, and it's going to be K, looks like this is K4. So K4 times the value that is in M4. So that's what my formula is going to look like. Because it's a table, it's not going to say K4 and M4, but we do have the target cells that we want. K4 is here and L4. Okay, so I'll click on cell M4 here and I'll say equal, and I'll click on the units here from cell K4, and I'll multiply it with the asterisk times the price. All right. So units times the price, I'll go ahead and press enter, and there you go. So just like that, we have a fully functional order form now, captured all the data that we need to create a pivot table. So I'm just going to go ahead and insert a quick pivot table. I'll click on the insert tab, and maybe this time I'll use a recommended pivot table. And this one says sum of sales by region. I'll go ahead and grab that one. I'll press OK. Here's my pivot table showing my sales by region as well. Again, we'll just give this the accounting format. And we're good to go. So now we have sum of sale by region. If we want to add the products in there, we can go ahead and do that. Well, maybe not. That's overkill. Maybe I'll put the region into the columns. And there we go. So that is how that works. Go ahead and complete those tasks and come back and we'll wrap up. That completes Module 1. Now we've learned all the essentials that we need to build and manage a pivot table. Module 2 will build on our learning. In this module, what we'll cover is we'll summarize a table with the pivot table. So we'll convert a data list into a table, and we will take a look at the tools available to convert that into a pivot table as well. We'll take a look at some advanced pivot table tools. We'll also be able to customize our pivot table by choosing the design, colors, a lot of the cosmetic aspects of the pivot table. You can even brand your pivot table if you so desire. We also are going to take a look at Power Pivot. So Power Pivot is a part of the Microsoft's Power Platform, and this will allow us to connect multiple data sources and really work with big data. So that's what we'll be covering. Once we upload our data into Power Pivot, we'll be able to create what's called measures and or calculated columns, and we'll be able to create a cohesive pivot table from the data model. So go ahead and open up the Module 2 practice file and come right back and we'll dive right in. Here is our practice file for our second portion here. And we have a couple of worksheet tabs here on the bottom. Well, we have advanced tools, which we'll be exploring. We'll also take a look at pivot table design, and then we'll go ahead and introduce Power Pivot. And then we also have some kind of a bonus. We'll take a look at how to perform some data mining to improve our reporting capabilities. On our very first worksheet tab here, what we want to do, we have a list here. So just our Peer Creamery sales, we have the order ID, the sale date, we have the product, salesperson, region. We're tracking the sales and the units as well. So right now we have 3 sales representatives. We have Pullen, Watson, and Bishop. And we're selling in 3 different regions. So Central, North, and West as well. Several products, popsicles, ice cream, tasty treats, frozen yogurt. So we want to keep it simple. That's why we're using creamery items here. So let's go ahead and convert this list to a table and then insert a pivot table. So remember, we can convert this list into a table by pressing Control+T on our keyboard. So that will convert our list into a table. So I'll go ahead and do that. You don't have to highlight the entire list. Let's scroll down. Let's see how big this list is. I'll press Control-End. This goes down to row 112. So not that bad. I'll press Control-Home to go back to cell A1. And here we go. So if I just press Control-T, here's my Create Table dialog box. And we can see it's already selected all of the data for me, A4 to G112. And that's because I don't have any blank rows or columns in here. My table does have headers, so I'll go ahead and press OK. So here is my table. Now I know that this is a table because a lot of things have happened here. If you take a look at the ribbon, we have what's called table design. And the whole reason we're converting this into a table is because when you convert your list into a table, you have more opportunities to manage your data. For example, we have table styles. We have filters that have been turned on. We can also add the total row. We can go ahead and insert a slicer as well. We can remove duplicates. And then another big thing that we can do is we can go ahead and summarize this table with a pivot table. So just a quick rundown on what a table is. Let's go ahead and click on the table design. And let's go ahead and click on the option that says Summarize with a pivot table. I'll go ahead and click here. And just like before, when we're inserting a table, we have the capability to insert a pivot table here. Well, I do want to add this to a new worksheet, so I'll go ahead and press OK. And there you go. So we have our pivot table. All of our fields are here for us, and we're good to go. So we can go ahead and start building this table. Now remember, we want to take a look at some advanced tools such as calculated fields, using the timeline, drill down reports, and report pages. So I'm just going to copy this data over here, and I'll put it far to the right, maybe over here. And these are the different tools that we'll be exploring here. Let's go ahead and some of the basics, just to kind of recap. I'll click on pivot table options. I want to rename my table, and I'll just call this one Creamery Sales. While I'm here, I'll click on the display tab, and I'll go ahead and sort my field list A to Z. Make sure they're sorted in alphabetical order. So I'll go ahead and do that as well. And I'll go ahead and press OK. Remember, you can also change the view from stacked versus side by side. I'll leave it on side by side here. Well, I'll go ahead and build out a pivot table. So I'll go ahead and grab the sales. I'll go ahead and apply the accounting format as we've learned before. Number format, accounting, OK, and then OK. So here are some of sales. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. And now what about sales by product? I'll put the product in the rows, and I'll put the region in the columns. And just like that, we have a really nice table that we can interact with. Well, what if I add some data to the original data source? I'm going to go back to my original data source here, but let me rename this worksheet first. So I'll call this Creamery Sales. And let's go back to the advanced tools. Now, what I'm going to do is at the very end, I'll press Control End here, and I'm going to add another transaction. So I'll say 1109, and I'll go with the same date. Why not? And what I want to do is introduce another product. So I'll introduce another product. Let's say I'll go for organic yogurt. I'll add my name in here, and I'll introduce another region as well. So I'll go for the East. And for the units, I'll go with 25,000. We already have the formula in column F. So here is my new record on row 113. Now what I want to do is go back to the pivot table. We can clearly see that region has not been added, and we don't have our new item here. Well, here's the benefit of working with a table. I don't have to click on Pivot Table Analyze and click on Change Data Source and then select all my data again. Well, all I need to do is simply right-click on my pivot table, and we'll notice the refresh icon right here. So I'll click on Refresh, and just like that, my pivot table updates. Now this only works because I'm working from a table. So here's my new region, and here is my new product as well. So this works because the nature of the table automatically expands when you add data to it. It continues the formatting from above. We get some nice filters in here as well, and we can see our headers as we're scrolling through our document. No need to freeze that particular row. Go ahead and convert your list into a table. Go ahead and insert a pivot table. Add another record to the original data set and refresh your pivot table and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the advanced tools, which is a calculated field. So what I want to do, I'm just going to go ahead and reset my table here. And all I want to focus on are my sales reps. So I'll add my sales reps to the rows and the sum of sale in the values as well. So maybe we want to go ahead and calculate the commission based on the sales here. So let's say we're giving out commission, and the commission is at 25%. Not bad. So what can I do to be able to calculate the commission? Well, I don't have a field over here that's called commission. If I go back to my original data set, I don't have a field called commission. So I have two options. I can either come back here to my original data set, add a field called commission, go ahead and insert my calculation, fill down my formula, and then go back to my pivot table and then refresh the data. Well, those are a lot of steps, and a lot of times you don't want to really modify the original data. One of the benefits of working with a pivot table is the changes that you make on the pivot table, they do not impact the original data. The original data stays intact. And so we want to avoid having to come here and add another field. So to remediate that, what we're going to do is create what's called a calculated field. I'm going to click on Pivot Table Analyze. And on Pivot Table Analyze, over in the Calculations command group, if I click on the drop down, I'll see that we have what's called a calculated field. Now, once I click on the calculated field, I'll be presented with a dialog box. I simply need to enter the name and then the formula. And once I create that field, I can add it over here as a field that I can use pretty much anywhere in my pivot table. It's also going to be displayed right here, and all of my values are going to be displayed here as well. So let's take a look at how that works. I'll click on Pivot Table Analyze. Here is Fields, Items, and Sets. I'll click on Calculated Field, and as expected, we're presented with this dialog box. I need to go ahead and add a field name. Well, I want to call this field Commission, because that's exactly what I'll be calculating here. Now the formula, we can only enter simple formulas in here. We cannot refer to a cell reference like F1 in this case. If you click on the question mark here, this little help button, this will open up a Microsoft page for you, indicating the types of formulas and functions that can be used here. But I just want to keep it simple. So what I'm going to do is my formula is going to equal the sum of sales times the commission at 25%. So what I can do is I'll grab the sales here. I'm going to insert that field into the formula. And I'll enter my asterisk, so equals sales times, and I'll enter 25%, just like that. So the name of the field is going to be commission. The formula is equal to the sales times 25%. What I'll do is I'll click on add, and I'll see that this will be added to my field list here. And then I'll go ahead and press OK. And then we'll see it populated over here as well, quickly giving us the commission for each of our sales reps. So I'll click on add. And here is my commission field now. Then I'll go ahead and click on OK. And there you go. So we get those two things. We have the commission field that we can use over and over. And here we have answered our question. We can see that because Watson had the highest sales, Watson is getting the highest commission at $100,412 as well. So that's the benefit of working with a calculated field. Well, now what's really nice is, well, what if I want to calculate the commission not just by sales rep? What about the commission that would paid out based on a particular product? Well, look what I can do. I'm going to go ahead and move things around here. So I'll go ahead and click on the product, and I'll go ahead and remove the sales rep. And look at that detail that we're given. So when you create a calculated field, we can use it in multiple instances in our pivot table as well. Finally, I'll do one for the product. Let's see what we have dished out based on our region. So I'll click on region, I'm going to remove my product, and here we go. So now we can see the commissions that were paid out. $75,000 in commission was paid out in the central region. So go ahead and insert a calculated field. Go ahead and add it to your pivot table fields. and go ahead and use it and get the commission by product, sales rep, and by region, and come right back. In this mini lesson, we'll learn about the timeline. I'll go ahead and quickly construct my table here. I just want the region and the columns, and I want the product in the rows. So here's my simple table. I can see all of my products and all of my regions. Here's my grand total. Well, a lot of the information that we analyze, it is based on time. And a lot of time we want something like a quarterly report or a yearly report or even a monthly report. So we do have a properly formatted date field in here, which is the sale date. So I can go ahead and drag the sale date to one of these boxes, or I can just click on it. But it's going to just kind of place dates in random places here. So what I prefer to do is to use the actual timeline. To use a timeline, we'll click on Pivot Table Analyze. And right next to our good friend, the slicer, we can see that we have the timeline. Now, this is why it's very important to make sure that you have a properly formatted date field. If we do not have a properly formatted date field, we will not be able to insert a timeline. Well, let's get some reports here. I'll click on Insert Timeline. And as you can see, it found that we have a matching date field here for the sale date. I'll go ahead and click on Sale Date. I'll go ahead and click on OK. And here is my timeline. So just like the slicer, it comes with its own contextual tab, so we can change the color. I'll go ahead and just give it a little contrast here. I'll give it this orange color. There we go. So here is my timeline. The way that the timeline works, it's basically a filter, just like a slicer, but we're working with a date hierarchy. So the first thing to note, on the top right of our timeline, we'll notice right here, if we click on this drop down, we can either look at our data from a year level, quarterly level, months, or even days as well. Well, I'll click on years, and it looks like we had transactions in 2022 and in 2023. So if I were to ask, well, what were our sales for 2022? If I click here in 2022, I can see that we had sales of 519,378. Notice how all of these numbers have changed because we're filtering just for 2022. So when I click on 2023, all of these numbers should update as well. I'll click on 2023, and we can see that we have a different set of numbers here for 2023. So that's looking at it at a year level. Let's go ahead and take a look at it at a quarterly level. So because we have 2 years, we have 8 quarters that are available. So now we can be very specific. What were our Q1 sales in 2023? That is pretty cool. So no need to write formulas. The pivot table is taking care of all of that for us. Here are our Q1 numbers for 2023. Now I can also expand this timeline. So what about the first half of 2023? Notice when I move my cursor towards the end of this little time capsule, I can drag it to the right. So now I'm looking at Q1 to Q2 of 2023. Here is my grand total. So pretty nice as well. What about Q4 for 2022? There we go. Now let's change this to months. So I'll click on months here. And we have a lot of months to work with, so we need to kind of expand our timeline here. And let's say I just want to focus on 2022. Well, what about January of 2022? Look at that. In January of 2022, we had sales of 68,244. February went down. March went down. April. We're kind of going down here. June picked back up. It's the summertime. Everybody wants tasty treats here. And so we can see how that works. It even goes down to the days as well. So this is very granular. So we can go down to a specific date, June 23rd of 2022. Look at that. So pretty cool. I'll go ahead and clear the filter from my timeline. And so that is the timeline. A really, really nice tool to help you to have more control over time-based data analysis. Sometimes when you're taking a look at your data, you may want to just kind of get more detail in terms of these numbers. For example, we can see that in terms of products, we can see that ice cream had the highest sales, $445,780.50 here as well. Well, what if we wanted to, kind of use ice cream, the ice cream sales, as kind of the standard? So in other words, how can we improve our sales for frozen yogurt, popsicles, and tasty treats, and so forth and so on? Well, what we can do is we can create a separate report for ice cream, and all of the transactions that refer to ice cream will be included in that report. Well, we don't have to do anything special. We don't have to build it. I'm just going to go ahead and double click on this number. And when I double click on this number, let's see what happens. Well, it's going to create a worksheet for us with all of our details concerning ice cream. So I'll go ahead and double click on this number. And as you can see, it has all the transactions here. So these are all of my transactions regarding ice cream. Here's the dates in here so we can see. So this is a pretty nice tool because we have all the detail. So now we can break away from the pivot table and we can focus on, maybe this will be the data for discussion for this portion as well. So we have everything in here. So now we can answer the question, how did we arrive at this 445.7K? Here's the breakdown, and the pivot table gave this to us. We did not have to build this manually. Now, if we wanted to go ahead and run some filters on here, we can filter by date because it inserted this data in table form, and so we're good to go. So maybe we can go ahead and do some sorting and so forth and so on. So that is just being able to kind of drill down or drill through our actual report. So a nice little tool that allows us to do that. We can double click on any of these numbers and we'll get that particular detail here as well. For frozen yogurt in the central, I'll double click here. And as you can see, only frozen yogurt in the central region. So pretty nice. Okay, let's go back here to our creamery sales. The next thing we'll talk about is what's called report page filters. So basically what I want to do is I want to go ahead and kind of create another pivot table based on this table. And specifically what I would like is I would like to have different pivot tables. One pivot table on a sheet that's for the central region, another pivot table on another sheet for the north, and of course one for the east and the west as well. Right? So they will behave independently, and this gives me the capability. This way I don't have to try and copy and paste the pivot table somewhere else. I can just create individual report filter pages for these here as well. So how does that work? Well, the first thing we need to do is we need to go ahead and introduce a field into the filters. So the first question is, well, what do we want to create the reports based on? Well, we want reports based on the region. So I want regional reports. I'll go ahead and drag the region into the filters box here. And now that I've dragged the region into the filters box, let's go ahead and click on the Pivot Table Analyze tab. And let's go ahead and find out where we can insert these reports. All the way to the far left, we have the Pivot Table command group. If I click on the drop down, I can see that I have Show Report Filter Pages are available here. Right. So step one, we need to go ahead and introduce a field into the filter box. Step 2, we need to go ahead and click on the Pivot Table Analyze tab. And step 3, we need to go ahead and actually show the report filter page. So I'll go ahead and do that. I'll click on the drop down here. I'll click on Show Report Filter Pages. And look what it's looking for. It's looking to see what field we have in the filters area. If we did not have a field in here, we would not be able to show a report filter page. So that's why the first step is adding one of these fields into that filter. I'll go ahead and press OK, and let's see what happens. We should get 4 new worksheets, each one for East, West, North, and South. Let's go ahead and press OK. And here we go. So here's the North. Well, we'll start with Central. So here's the report page for Central, North, West, and East as well. So these are behaving autonomously. So if I make any changes here, it does not affect the original pivot table. So I can go ahead and just focus on the Central here. And I can go ahead and add my timeline if I want to, analyze the data here just for the Central. If I head on over to the West, I can do the same thing. I can kind of just move these around here. So maybe I just want to go ahead and let's see, maybe I'll put the salesperson here in the columns. So we can go ahead and reconstruct these individual tables in any manner that we want. So those are the report filter pages. We have 1 for each of the region. Just be careful when you're creating these report pages. This works well because I only had 4 regions. If I had 20 regions, we would have 20 worksheet tabs to work with. So just remember, not every field is a good candidate for a slicer. In the same way, not every field is a good candidate for a report filter page. Now, when you're working with your pivot table, you do have the capability to customize the design. And in this lesson, what we'll do, we'll take a look at how we can change the report layout. We'll customize how the subtotals and the grand totals are displayed. And we'll go ahead and just a quick demo on how we can create our own pivot table design. If I click on my pivot table here, these can all be found on the Design tab. So I'll click on my pivot table. Here's the pivot table design. We can always choose a quick pivot table style. Let's see what styles are available. So we have light styles. We can also hover over each one. We can see how it's impacting our pivot table. We have medium styles where we can see that we have some more contrasting colors in here, especially for the headers and those subtotal rows. If you scroll down, we also have dark tables. Right? So it really depends on what you are looking for. Now, if we take a look right now, what if none of these tables are working for us? We want to go ahead and create our own pivot table. Well, once we do that, we'll see another section up here at the top, and this will display any custom pivot tables designs that we have created. We can also make that the default as well. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look at the different layouts. So by default, we're using the compact form. I'll go ahead and add some more detail in here. So I'll show my field list, and I want at least 2 fields in one of these rows. So maybe I'll go for, let's see, I'll put the product in the rows. There we go. Okay, so here we can see this is the compact form. I'll go ahead and change the report layout to outline form, and then we'll take a look at tabular form. And just go ahead and choose whichever one works best for you. So here's compact. We're just compacting as much data as we can. Here's the outline form. And we can see the outline form kind of just gives us a little more space to work with. If we take a look, we can catch the change. Basically what it did is it pushed our products over into its own column. It's no longer sharing the same column as our salesperson here. So if I go back to compact, we can see it's going to push it over to column B. And there we go. So this looks pretty good. Let's take a look at tabular form. So tabular form looks really, really nice. And if you're showing this for the first time, you may want to use tabular form. It looks a little more simple to kind of understand what's going on here as well. So those are the three different layouts that we can choose. So again, here's compact. Here is outline. And then here is the tabular form, which mostly represents an Excel table as well. Now, we have some other options down here on the bottom, such as repeat all item labels. So basically what this does, this fills out the blank space here. And this is helpful if you have a really large, a lot of data being displayed here. And you may want to just add that little detail here so everyone can kind of read the data from left to right. But I can say do not repeat all item labels. We're good to go. Now, when you're displaying your pivot table, there's a lot of numbers here, a lot of grand totals. We have a lot of subtotals in here as well. And this could be a little overwhelming for your audience. So you can determine which one of these you want to turn off and what you want to leave on. So we can turn off these subtotals, these grand totals. Let's just quickly take a look at some of the options that are available. So for subtotals, if I say do not show subtotals, let's see what happens. So we can see we don't have that subtotal row down here at the bottom for each of our sales rep. So we only have the grand total column on the right and the grand total row on the bottom here as well. If I go back to subtotals, I can say show all subtotals at the bottom of the group. So it shows down here. Here's Bishop. Bishop gets a subtotal. Or I can say show it at the top of the group. Now, depending on the layout that you're using, this will not matter. If I change this to compact, we can see it showing at the top here. I'll go back to tabular form. And so that's it. So I'll go ahead and show the subtotals at the bottom of the group. Then we have grand totals. So the same thing, we can turn off our grand totals. And so we can see we no longer have our grand total column. We no longer have our grand total row. So this just gives you a little more flexibility in terms of what you want to display. Maybe you just want to focus on the subtotals for now and not so much the grand totals. So we do have those options here as well. The other option is grand totals on for rows and columns, which is the default. If I only want it to be on for rows, then here is the grand totals summarizing our rows over here as well. And as expected, we also have one on for columns only, which shows the grand total at the bottom, summarizing our central, north, and west regions here as well. So those are just some of the different ways that we can kind of improve the experience for our audience. Go ahead and toggle some of these options. See if you can catch the change. Now let's come right back and we'll actually go ahead and create our own pivot table style. Let's go ahead and create our own pivot table design. So I'll go ahead and click on the design tab here and I can go ahead and change it. Maybe I'll go ahead and change it to a medium style table. So I'll go for this one here. So light blue pivot style medium 6. So I can go ahead and choose one from here if I want to. Or maybe I'm scrolling and I'm just not finding the one that I like here. So what I can actually do is I can go ahead and create a new pivot table style. Maybe you want to go ahead and brand your pivot table to your company colors or so forth and so on. Keep in mind that when we're building the table, the colors that are available is based on the current theme that we have selected. So for example, if I click on the page layout tab here and I head on over to the left, I can either choose an existing theme. The same themes are available in PowerPoint and Word, or I can go ahead and choose my own colors. I can go ahead and choose my own fonts here as well. We'll keep it simple. I'm just going to go ahead and take a look at some of the themes that are available here. So by default, we're all using the Office theme unless you change it to Facet or Gallery. And we can see that our entire Excel document is being updated. The colors, the fonts, and the effects are immediately being updated or changed. We have access to different fonts and different colors here as well. So here are just some different ones. So here's Droplet. So if you want access to different colors to work with, go ahead and change the theme, or you can select your own color palette. You can also go ahead and select your own fonts as well. Well, I'll keep it simple. I'll go with the basic office theme here. I'll click on the design tab. I'll click on this drop down and I'll go ahead and create a new pivot table style. Now we'll just cover the basics here. This will take a very long time to actually go through this. So I'll go ahead and call this one pivot table style. I'll call this pivot table custom 1. So the way that this works is you give it a name, and then over here on the right, we have a preview in terms of what the table will look like. So we can see once we add the formatting to the header row, the first column, the total row, so forth and so on. When you're formatting the table, you need to choose what part of the table you want to format. So there's a lot of parts here. The whole table, report filter labels, first column stripe, header row, first column. So we can interact with all of these different elements here. Subtotal rows, column subheadings, grand total column. So I'll go ahead and format the whole table, the first column, the header row, and then maybe the grand total row. Right. So let's see. So I'll start off with the whole table. I'll click on the Format tab here. Notice before you start this, or before you finish, you can also click down here on the bottom to lock this in so that every time you create a pivot table, this will be the default pivot table style. I'll go ahead and click on Format for the whole table. And just like when you're creating a table design, we have this simple dialog box where you can choose the how you want this to interact here as well. So I'll go ahead and click on the fill color, right? So the fill color for my entire table, let's say I'll go with a light gray, and I'll go ahead and press OK. And I can see here it's already has that gray color. I'll click back on the Format tab. I'll go to the font. And for the color, maybe I'll go with a dark blue. I'll go ahead and press, well, maybe I want the borders as well. I'll go ahead and add a border. I'll say I want an outline border, and I'll choose a solid line, and I want the color to also be that dark blue. So I'll go ahead and press OK. And there we go. So I'll go ahead and format the header row. Now I'll just do the opposite here. For the header row, the font is going to be gray this time. I do want it to be bold. I want it to stand out. And for the fill color, it's going to be that dark blue. So I'll go ahead and press OK. As you can see up here, here's the header row. Has the gray text on a dark blue background. My first column, we'll go to my first column here. I'll also go ahead and format that. And I think for this one, I just want to make the text bold, right? So I'll make the text bold for the first column. I'll head down here to the grand total column. I'll format that. I'll give that a double underline, and I'll also make that bold. And maybe the fill color, I'll give it a different shade of blue here. Maybe that shade. And there we go. So we have that. And then finally, the grand total row. So as you can see, it's a lot of formatting in here. Again, I just want to keep it simple. I'll click on the Format tab for the grand total row. And for the fill color, I'll give it a simple fill here. For the font, I'll also give that double, and I'll make it bold. I'll go ahead and press OK. So this is kind of what my table is going to look like here as well. Well, I'll go ahead and press OK. And let's give it a test and let's see what that looks like. So I'll press OK. So now, how do we find that design? If I click on the More drop down here, at the very top in the Custom area, I can see that I have my custom table. Well, let's go ahead and apply that to Style here. And there we go. I could make a few corrections. Maybe I want the grand total row here to kind of mimic the header row, but it doesn't look that bad, right? If we need to make any modifications to it, we can just right click on the Style on the Design tab. We can click on Modify. This brings us right back to that box, and this gives us the capability to make any modifications that we need as well. Again, just a quick reminder, it's based on the theme and the colors that you're currently using. So if you want to, go ahead and change the theme, and then go ahead and design your own pivot table. Let's head on over to the Power Pivot Setup Worksheet tab. And Power Pivot is not turned on by default. We need to go ahead and turn it on. Once we have it turned on, we'll have an additional tab here on our ribbon that we can use. This is what it will look like. We can introduce data into the data model. We can create measures, KPIs. We can detect relationships. So we want to go ahead and turn that on. We need to get to the Excel options here. And we need to click on Customize the Ribbon on the left pane. And we simply just need to go ahead and turn on Power Pivot, the same way that we will turn on the Developer tab. I'm going to go ahead and right click on any one of my tabs here. I'll right click on the Home tab. I'll click on the Customize the Ribbon option here. And this brings me right to the area where I need to be. Here's Customize the Ribbon. Over here on the far right, here are my main tabs. I'll scroll down until I find Power Pivot. So here is Power Pivot. I'll go ahead and select it. Then I'll go ahead and press OK. Once I do that, here is my Power Pivot on my ribbon. And now I can go ahead and add my Excel tables to the data model and go ahead and create the relationships and do what I need to do to make a pivot table as well. Now, if you're not seeing the Power Pivot over here, you can go back to the Customize the Ribbon, and under add-ins, you want to go ahead and search to see if the Power Pivot add-in is available. So what you want to do is click on the down here under add-ins. It's a COM add-in. So go ahead and click on the drop down here, change it to a COM add-in, and then go ahead and press go. So COM add-in, and then press go. We'll be presented with another dialog box that will allow us to add Power Pivot to Excel for Windows. So I'll go ahead and click on go. And here we can see we have Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel. So just go ahead and press OK. And once you do that, you should have access to Power Pivot. I already have it. I'll go ahead and press cancel and I'm good to go. Go ahead and add Power Pivot and come right back and we'll start working with our Power Pivot data. Now here we can see we're working with a data set. Now it's very common in the business world, or the data world rather, that we have our data in different places. So for example, we can see that we have a product list here. We have several products, including the actual product prices. We also have another data set here. So this is our sales rep list, and we have all of our sales reps, and we have their corresponding regions. And then finally, we have our order form. So this is the form that's kind of tracking the orders. For example, on August 31st, Christy Olson sold 2 units of the doublers. And so we want to go ahead and figure out, well, what were the total sale? So right now, we want to focus on our order form. We want to make sure that this has all the data that we need. And then we're going to go ahead and create a pivot table from this order form here as well. So it would be nice if we can add the region based on the sales rep. So we can add the region here. And we're missing the product prices. So if we can add the product prices in here as well, then we'll have the capability to basically run regional reports and get all of our prices in here as well. Finally, we need to go ahead and create another column here so that we can grab the total sale. Right? So this is going to be our sale. Well, how can we do this? There's several ways that we can do this, but let's go ahead and use Power Pivot, which in my opinion is the most efficient way to accomplish these tasks. The first thing we need to do, we need to go ahead and convert each of these lists to a table. So I'll go ahead and just press Control T. Then I'll press OK. And I want to go ahead and name these tables accordingly, because once I upload these tables into Power Pivot, when I'm writing my formulas, I'm going to be referring to the table by name. So I want to make sure I don't have any spaces, that it's just one word, and that it accurately describes the table. So right up here, I want to go ahead and call this table Table Products, or I could say TBL Products. I'll just call this Table Products. I'll go ahead and press Enter. 1 down, 2 to go. I'll go to my salesperson table here. I'll press Control T. There are the 73 records. I'll press OK. And I'll call this one Table Salesperson. There we go. And then finally for our orders, I'll go ahead and press Control T here. As you can see, we have 10,000 rows of data. I'll go ahead and press OK, and I'll call this one Table Orders. Okay. So that's it. So we have our 3 tables. Let's go ahead and click on Power Pivot. So we have each table, they're named accordingly. Let's go ahead and add each of these to the data model. So if we hover over it, it says add an Excel table from the worksheet to the data model. Let's go ahead and click on our first table. Let's click on Add to Data Model. It's going to open up Power Pivot for us and add the details of that table into Power Pivot. So here is Power Pivot. We can see it's open here. On Power Pivot, we have the Home tab, Design, and we have Advanced. I'll go back to the Home tab here. Notice on the very bottom here, our first tab is our Products table. So I'll just go ahead and minimize this. I don't want to close it. I'll just minimize it. I'll go back to my Excel. I'll click on my second table here, and I'll click on Add that to the data model. And so as you can see, we now have our Products table and our Salesperson table included in the model here. I'll go ahead and add the third table. So I'll add this to the data model. And there we go. So we have Products table, Salesperson table, and then we have our Order table here as well. Go ahead and add those to the data model and come right back. Now that we have our 3 tables into the Power Pivot for Excel data model, we want to go ahead and establish relationships between these 3 tables. Just a quick trip here. We're on the Home tab in Power Pivot, and we have a couple of command groups. As expected, we have our Clipboard command group. We have the capability to get external data. So this is the benefit of one of the major benefits of Power Pivot. We can pull in data from several different sources. As long as they're related to each other, we can do that. So we can actually pull in from a SQL server or an Access database, different services that we can add here as well. We have other sources. So lots of different places that we can get data from as well. While we're in here, we can format columns just by clicking on one of these tools here. Now, unlike Excel, where you just format a particular cell, you can format an entire column with these different types of data here as well. We have sorting and filtering, and then we have calculations. But what we want to do, we want to create relationships between these three tables. Once we create relationships, we can pretty much return any field that we want to from any of those three tables. So the first thing we want to do from the Home tab, we want to go ahead and switch over to Diagram View. This will show us our three tables, and we'll be able to create the relationships and connect them together so that they can all talk to each other. So I'll click on Diagram View here. And for those of you who have used Microsoft Access, this looks pretty familiar. Here are our three tables. Here's the products table, our two fields, salesperson table, our two fields, and then our orders table. So I'll just go ahead and move my order table. This has no bearing on the data. This is just to be able to focus on this table here. So here's my orders table. So now the question is, well, if we take a look at my orders table and my products table, what do they have in common? So what field do they have in common? Well, we can see that it's the products. They both have a field that's called products. So what I'm going to do to create this relationship, I'm going to go ahead and drag the products from my products table right to the products field on my orders table. Now I can go either way. I can go this way. I'll go ahead and drag it and connect it to the products here. When I do that, I can see what's called a join line. So here's my join line. My join line has a one-to-many relationship. So this is telling me that we only have one, let's say the doublers product, it only appears once on this list. But because this is our order form, this appears many times on this list. So you'll see this a lot. Mostly you'll have a one-to-many relationship. In our second example here, so what does the salesperson table have in connection with our orders table? Well, the connection here is the sales rep. Right? So we can find many instances of our sales reps on the order table, but just one unique value on our salesperson table. So I'll go ahead and drag the sales rep right to the sales rep here. And there we go. So here are our two relationships. We'll see why this is important in just a little bit, but for now, go ahead and create those relationships. When we come back, we'll see how we can use a DAX expression called related to basically borrow the region from the salesperson table and also borrow the product price from the products table. We have three tables, and we have established the relationship between our tables and our order table. I'm going to click back on the data view. So I'll click back here. Now I can see the data for my order table. Here's my salesperson table, and here is my products table. Well, I want to focus on my order table, so I'll click here. Now what I want to do, we're missing the region. So I want to add the region based on our sales rep. So I'll go ahead and click on the first empty cell here in that blank column. And just like in Excel, we have a formula bar right here. Well, I'm going to enter what's called a DAX expression or a data analysis expression so that I can pull in the corresponding region for each of our sales rep. So I'll type equal and I'll use the related. Now, this is one of the nice things about using the DAX expression. It uses common language, and we get some help along the way. So I just started typing the phrase related, and as you can see, related here, it returns a related value from another table. If I go down to related table, this returns the related tables filtered so that it only includes the related rows. Well, I just want related, so I'll go ahead and double click there. And for the first argument is asking me, because I created relationships between these tables, I can either pull the price from the products table, the product from the product table. Well, what I want is the region from the salesperson. So I'll go ahead and double click here. And then I'll go ahead and close my parentheses. So basically I'm using the related function. What's available? I can return the region from the salesperson table based on our current sales rep. Once I press enter, it's going to populate all the regions here based on each sales rep's region. So I'll go ahead and press enter. And there you go. So Christy Olson is from the West. Dan Peterson is from the Midwest. Mabel Lindsay is also from the West. Isabel Cross is from the East. I'll go ahead and rename the column. So I'll double click on it and I'll just call this region. Good to go. Next, I'm missing the product price. So I want to go ahead and return the price based on the product here. So I'll click on the first empty cell. On the new column, I'll click equal. And again, I'll use the related function. Now I want the price from the products table. I'll go ahead and close my parentheses and press enter. And it populates all of my prices for me. My doublers are $79.95. My Sunshine product is $19.95, so forth and so on. I'll go ahead and double click on this column and I'll go ahead and call this, I'll just call this price and press enter. And I'm good to go. Now, one of the nice things with Power Pivot here and the other Power tools like Power Query, we can move these columns. So if I wanted to go ahead and move the region right next to the sales rep, I can go ahead and do that. We can't do that in Excel. We'd have to cut it, insert it, a couple of different steps there as well. For the product price, I'll move that as well over to the, right after the actual product. So there we go. Sales rep, region, product, price. Now, there's one thing left to do. We're going to go ahead and enter a formula here. We want to calculate the actual sale. Now we'll keep it simple. We won't add the discount in here. We just want to go ahead and multiply the price times the units. So it's going to be the price times the units sold. And that's going to go ahead and give us our answer. So for this one, when you're writing calculations in Power Pivot, we are summarizing columns, not just cells. So when I write my formula here, it's going to go ahead and summarize all of that for me. So I'll click on the formula bar, I'll say equal, and just like in Excel, I'll click on that price. And notice how it puts in the column name for me here. And I'll click on the asterisk and I'll click on units. All right. So let's multiply the price column times the unit column. I'll go ahead and press enter. And as expected, I now have my sale for each of my transactions here as well. I'll go ahead and double click on that column. I'll rename it to sale and I'll go ahead and press enter. And there we go. So we were able to write 3 DAX expressions to add 3 columns to our data set. And we can see it's summarizing the columns for us. We don't have to go step by step. There's no need to autofill down and we're good to go here as well. If I wanted to, I can go ahead and apply the currency format to the sale here, also to the price. So just some really nice cleanup opportunities that we have in here that we can use. If I click on design, we have some more options in here. We can freeze a column, right? Here's some more relationships. We can manage the relationships. If we want to break a relationship, we can do that. A lot of calculation options that we can use. There's a lot in here that we can use. But right now, mission accomplished. We have pretty much rigged up our order table so that we can go ahead and create a pivot table from here. So the final step is to go ahead and click on the pivot table command right here. This is going to insert our pivot table into our current Excel document. And now we're able to combine all 3 of those tables into one and make a cohesive pivot table where we have some nice reporting as well. So I'll go ahead and click on pivot table here. It's asking me where I want to place it. I'll place it on a new worksheet. I'll go ahead and press OK. Here's my pivot table. I'll turn on my pivot table fields. And here we go. So notice how it pulls in all of those tables for us, but I'm only concerned about the orders table. So now I can go ahead and build my pivot table here based on region, right? Based on product. And I am good to go. So a really nice way to work with our pivot table. So we've inserted our pivot table using Power Pivot. Now a natural question is, well, what if we were to add some data to our original data set? So what if I go back to my Power Pivot data here? And what if I were to change the prices here? So let's say I'm just going to go ahead and double the prices here. When I go back to my pivot table, what will I need to do? Do I need to go back into Power Pivot again and make the changes all over again? Or will all those steps that I created in Power Pivot, will it run through those steps and update my pivot table? Well, let's go ahead and take a look. Let's go ahead and record our grand total here. So right now our grand total is 915,787.50. So I'll go back to my Power Pivot data and let's just change some of the prices here. Maybe the Aspen is doubled to 42. Maybe the Quad is doubled to 68. Maybe the Sunbelt is now 50. And maybe the VRANG is now 38. Right. So I just made some updates to the original data set. I'm going to go back to my pivot table here. And let's right click on it. And let's refresh. And let's see what happens. Look at that. Everything has been updated. Because I made those changes for the product prices, we did not see it. But basically what happened was it started from the very, very beginning. It opened up Power Pivot, looked at the data model. Each table was refreshed to check to see if any data was updated. In that case, it was. And once it caught the changes that were made to my products list, it recalculated the sales in the sales column for me and provided the new information here as well. And the best thing about all of that, the original data set, no matter what we do to our pivot table here or in Power Pivot, the original data stays intact, right? But if we change it manually here, we simply just need to refresh the table. We can get some real-time results here as well. So that's another major benefit of working with the Power Platform. So go ahead and go back to the original data set. Go ahead and change some of the prices. If you want to, go ahead and even add another transaction in here, or maybe edit one of these transactions, or add a new transaction or 2 or 3, and simply go back to your pivot table, refresh it, and go ahead and locate the change. For our data mining worksheet here, well, this sheet is dedicated to just giving us some tips and tools that we can use to improve the reporting on a particular data set. So originally we had the first name and the last name in 2 separate columns. So what we did was we realized it would be better, would be more efficient if we had the rep's full name in one field here, or one header. We also had the city and the state in one column. Well, that doesn't help us much. So if we can extract the city and the state, now we have more reporting capabilities, such as being able to report based on city, also report based on state. We don't have to worry about the date. As long as they're properly formatted, we can use the timeline to get quarterly reports and so forth and so on. So to do this, we're going to be using a tool called FlashFill. And FlashFill basically looks to the left. So it looks left and it tries to find a pattern. And once it finds the pattern, it's going to offer suggestions. So for example, I'll go ahead and click on the rep full name here. So I'll go ahead and type, maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll say Olson, comma, space, Kara. I'll go ahead and press enter. Now let's see what happens when I start typing Anthony's last name. So TS, and look at that. So as soon as I start typing the last name, it already looked to the left. It already sensed the pattern. So in this case, the pattern, it's saying, it looks like you want the entire string value that's in column C. You want to add a comma and a space, and the full string value that is in column B. Well, this looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and press enter. I'll go ahead and expand my column here. And maybe I'm skeptical. I'll go to the bottom here, and I can see it all looks good. Annette Silva, Jerry Rivera, and I'm good to go. So Flash Fill will either run automatically for you once it senses a pattern. If you want to run Flash Fill manually, enter a few examples, and then click on the Data tab. And over in the Data tab in the Data Tools command group, we have Flash Fill. A little lightning bolt going through a table. My favorite tool in all of Excel. I've used it in so many instances to clean up data. Let's go ahead and run Flash Fill here. Let's go ahead and extract the state from column G. Well, the city, sorry. So this is Boulder. I'll go ahead and press enter. Now on the next blank cell, I'll go ahead and run Flash Fill. Notice you can also run Flash Fill by pressing Ctrl+E. Well, I'll go ahead and run Flash Fill here. And I can see it's extracting everything to the left of the comma. Now what's really nice about Flash Fill is also intuitive. Sometimes maybe it only puts bowling here instead of bowling green. Well, if I corrected this and added bowling green in here, this will kind of retrain Flash Fill, and it will look for any city that has two names, for example, San Antonio, and it will make the correction for me. So it is intuitive. Last one, I'll go ahead and extract the state. So CO for Colorado. This time, I can either start typing Oregon, or I can press Ctrl+E to run Flash Fill, or I can run Flash Fill manually here as well. And we're good to go. As soon as you run Flash Fill, you'll get the Flash Fill options here. You can undo Flash Fill if it did not find the pattern correctly, or you can accept these suggestions. You can go ahead and select all 41 of those change cells as well. I'll just accept these suggestions, and I am good to go. If Flash Fill does not work right away, just keep on entering a few more examples until it finds the pattern and offers you the suggestions as well. Either way, we were able to improve this report, and now we can go ahead and get some reports based on city, state, rep's full name, and use the timeline as well. I'll go ahead and insert a quick pivot table from here. I'll use the quick analysis tool. I can either right click, and right in that search menu here at the top, it's one of the newer features, I'll go ahead and type pivot table. Oh, if I can click on that box, there we go. And here we have some recommended pivot tables. We also have summarize with a pivot table. But let's see if I can find quick analysis. There we go. Here's the analyze data. So if I click here, opens up my analyze data pane over here on the right. And now what I can do is ask questions about my data. I can also go ahead and insert one of these pivot tables. So this has sale by order, city, state, and city. What else do we have here? Sale by state. Here's a pivot chart we can insert. I'll go ahead and insert this pivot chart actually. There we go. So here's the pivot table. And we also have the pivot chart. We'll give that a dark theme. And there we go. So all set to go. Congrats on completing the course. As a recap, we were able to prepare data for pivot table analysis. We're able to insert and manage a pivot table. We're able to insert and manage a pivot chart. And then we're able to connect data sources with the popular XLOOKUP function. We're able to summarize a table with a pivot table. We're able to customize our pivot table design. We're able to use Power Pivot to connect different data sources. Then we're able to use Power Pivot to create measures with DAX Expressions as well. So congrats on completing the course. And as always, I look forward to seeing all of you in a future Learn It course.
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Joe and I'm going to be facilitating this course for you today. Today we're talking about Copilot from Microsoft Excel. Now, Copilot has been a major topic lately, and it's something that's going to change the way that we work with these applications. In order for us to understand Copilot from Microsoft Excel, we have to understand what Copilot is. Copilot is a powerful add-in tool for Microsoft Excel that allows users to automate repetitive tasks, improve efficiency, and also save time. Now, it utilizes machine learning and AI technology to analyze your workflow and then suggest code snippets based on your specific needs. And with Copilot, you can automate data manipulation, formatting, calculations, and so much more without actually needing extensive programming knowledge. Now, a couple things with Copilot is the way that it comes out with outputs. An input is when you ask it a question, and then the output will be the result or the answer to that question. And the way that it randomizes this is known as stochastic process. Now, stochastic process in AI models can lead to slightly different results each time the model is run. So even though we put in the same input, right, I can say, hey, how much does this equal out to? My total sales. It might not be word for word the same exact output. And this is often what is desired, right? We often want randomness so that none of us have the same answers. So just know that if you're following along with this video, that you will never get the same answer as me. Unless it's something really straightforward like, give me the total sales that I've made. It will give you the total sales. That's not random. But if you asked it to give you insights, it might give you something totally different than the insights it gives me. Another thing is a couple of the pros and cons of using Copilot. So we're going to start off with the pros. Productivity boost, right? It aims to enhance productivity by automating various tasks such as writing emails or creating presentations or even taking meeting notes, which is great. We can also integrate it with Microsoft Suite, which is what we're doing today. We are going to be looking at Excel's version of Copilot. We also have to understand that it's a natural language process, which means we're able to just put in inputs naturally, and then we get results. And the best part about Copilot is learning and adaptation. It's always designed to learn from our user interactions. So the more questions we ask over time, it starts to understand how we think about our data. Now, some of the cons of using Copilot are first off, potential bias and inaccuracies, right? Of course, this is a new technology, so sometimes it might generate inaccurate information based on the data it was trained on. And you'll notice that throughout the course that sometimes I might not get the exact answer I want, and I need to teach it what I want. You'll also see here that there's an adoption and learning curve. As with any new technology, you're going to have to get used to using the interface or even certain input commands that you're going to ask it or certain prompts that you want to look at. So that's why this video is going to be super helpful for you because it's going to allow for you to understand those learning curves. And last but not least, ethical concerns, of course. It's an AI assistant, so we want to make sure that we're not just using it to generate misinformation or plagiarize content. Now, the last quick note before we actually dive into this is that Microsoft Copilot is still in development, and its final capabilities, the pricing, availability is yet to be determined. So as with anything else that is AI powered, it's crucial to approach it with a critical mindset, right? We want to be sure that we're maintaining our privacy and security. We're going to comply with any of our company's rules, right? And this AI is definitely not a replacement for human expertise or decision making. So we are actually using it as a tool, not a replacement. So in order for us to actually use Copilot for Excel, we need to have it set up. So I don't mean actually having Copilot on your Excel. That setup should automatically update after you purchase Copilot, and then you'll just click Update, and then you should see the button. But this button will be useless unless we actually set up our data for the use of Copilot. And the way that we have to have Copilot set up for our data is that our data has to be a table, and also you have to be connected to a cloud storage system, which for me is going to be my OneDrive. So if I click on Copilot right now, it'll even tell you that autosave is turned off. You need to connect it to autosave. So that's the first thing. Even if you're not connected or you don't have a table yet, it'll remind you. So I'm going to actually click on turn on autosave, give that a click, and it's going to say, how do you want to autosave? I'll select my OneDrive. And now it's saved to my cloud storage system. But that's not it. It's still going to tell me, hey, I only work in Excel tables. Are you ready to actually turn this into a table? And it's really great because all you have to do is select into your data set, and it picks up that it's from A3 to F105. So it's not including the title or my little bar that I made here. It's only including the headers and the data. And I'll click on convert. So already you can see artificial intelligence is helping us. We can quickly change this into a table without having to select our data. Now, I am going to just change the table styles here. You could do this if you want to as well. And let's just go with, I don't know, I'll go with something like this, or, let's do this one. So now I have my table. It looks great. You'll notice that Copilot Pane is now on the right. And if you exit out of it, no worries. You can always go back to the Home tab and then click on Copilot to open up the pane again. Now, when you first open up the pane, you're going to see that immediately we're getting prompted, right? Whether we want to add a formula column or highlight our data or sort and filter it, or even just analyze it. Also in this pane, we have show data insights, show a suggestion for formula columns, or can we highlight, filter, or sort the data? And we can even prompt, right, the prompt area where we can ask a question or make a request about our data. But remember, in order to even get this pane, you first have to set it up so that your data has to be a table and that your autosave is turned on. So the pane itself is going to look very similar across the different Microsoft suite. So whether you're in PowerPoint or Word or Excel, you'll typically have this pane here and it works the same. If you click the little drop down, you can either move or resize it, or get help on Copilot, or even just close it out, or click the X to close out. And then when you want to bring it back up, you just click on Copilot in your Home tab. Now at this moment, you'll see all the different options here once again, and that typically comes with every single Copilot. So just a list of different prompts that you can use, and then underneath it, you have those prompts as well. So whether I'm clicking how can I highlight, filter, or sort data, it'll give me some information. But that's the same exact thing as if I just click highlight or sort or filter. So they give you multiple ways to do the same thing, which that's Microsoft. They always have done that. You'll see, once again, we can ask a question or make a request. But if you don't know exactly where to start, maybe you're thinking, what sort of prompt should I do? You can always click on the view prompts, and it looks like a little book icon here. And what it allows for is all the different prompts, and it'll give you an idea of what you can ask it. So you'll see, what kind of prompt do you want? Do you want to create? And then you can click it, and it'll showcase all the things you can create. Or you can say understand. It'll show you all the different things, like how many different teams are represented in this table, or which items have the most remaining inventory. So it has a great understanding of our data already. We can click on edit, where we highlight or sort or filter. Once again, it's sort of going through that same phase of what it has listed here, and then we can ask, right? How can Copilot help? So it's sort of the same four here that are here, it's just marked a little differently. Another thing that's really awesome is that we can use our microphone to ask questions. So if you're going to be asking a long question and you just don't like to type it out, you can use the little microphone. Now, once you come up with a question and you're ready to go, then you can start to use whether these buttons you want to use, or if you just want to ask a question, you can quickly do that. Now, remember that this is going to be different from whatever you put in. So even though we may ask the same question, if you're following along with the training, always remember the randomness of the output, right? So let's take a moment and click on Show Data Insights and see what sort of insights we get for our first command. Now, throughout this training, it is going to say working on it, understanding your data, finalizing your data. So it's going to be a little more time that we have to wait. Because remember, this is AI, it is newer technology, and it is going through all different ways to analyze our data. You'll see the first thing it decided to do was get an insight where it took my total items sold by price. Now, I would say that doesn't really make sense for me, but maybe for some of you, you might say, yeah, that works for us. Like, which items? But for me, I would rather have it so that it shows me not just the pricing, but it shows me what the items are. And then it shows me how many items we sold, right? That would make more sense to me. So as you can see, AI generated this content and it still might be incorrect. You can actually rate it. Once you get the results, you can either add it to a new sheet, or it'll even say, the content might be incorrect. So you can give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you dislike the way that it pulled this. I personally didn't like this because, once again, I don't want to know my pricing. Like, I know the South is $1.99, but yeah. But it'll also tell you right here, it'll say, here's the data insight I found for you. The total items sold by prices are $4.99 with 144,367 items sold. And then it runs through how it made this. But once again, this is data that just makes no sense to me. Now you can quickly change the topic and it'll kind of refresh, or you can keep asking it questions or ask more insights, like, can I see another insight? So if I click on it again, can I see another insight? It'll show me total items sold increase over time. So it's showing me now the years and the total items sold. Okay, a little better. This is something that makes sense for me. So it looks like we are increasing in sales, which is a good thing. Not as much as I want maybe, but it's a good thing. And I'll give it a little check mark and say, I really like that. Now you'll see here that once you click whether it's going to be the down dislike or the up like, you can then say, what did you like? Give it detail. You can include a screenshot as well, or even upload the file, as long as you're, keeping compliance with your company. You don't want to upload just your file if there's some data that's confidential there. You'll see share my prompt and my generated responses. So Microsoft is definitely working to improve Copilot every single day. And the more feedback you give Copilot, the more better it's just going to be for us in the future. Now, once you're done with this, of course, I won't submit this right now. You can click the little X and it'll bring you back to your Copilot preview here. You can say that you can add all the insights to the grid, or once again, you can get another insight. And you'll see it's a little quicker this time. Now it's telling me the frequency of total items sold. I can get another one. Now it's telling me for products, notebooks, the month in March has a noticeably higher total items sold. I can see that in March, we sold a lot of notebooks. Something I wouldn't be able to just look at and tell right away. So once again, this is pretty amazing technology. So take a moment and try some of these prompts out on your own, get some insights, and when we come back, we're going to talk about being able to really visualize our data in a way that's meaningful to us. Always remember that you can change the topic, which means it's going to erase everything else that you've done. It'll say, okay, let's change topics. What would you like to talk about? And then it'll go through that same prompt before where you could get data insights, formulas, or even highlight, filter, or sorting the data. But let's say that we want to visualize this data. We know that if we go to show data insights, it'll work on it, and it's probably going to give us a visual that might not make sense for us. So we'll go through understanding our data, almost there, and let's take a look at what it comes up with. So at this point, once it shows cases are visual, and you'll see total items sold by prices again, it sort of repeats it. So that change topics is kind of like a reset button, and you'll see that this just definitely makes no sense, right? I don't want to see the total items sold by prices. I want to see the total items sold by products. So what I'll do is I'll actually put that in the prompt here. I'll say, please create a chart that shows and then I'll name the columns, and you don't have to put it in quotes or anything. That's the best part about this. Total items sold per product. Or you can say by products, whatever makes sense. And you can even tell it, please make it a clustered column. And then I'll press enter. So it's going to go through, it's going to read my prompt. I'm just simply telling it to, instead of total items by pricing, create total items by products and make it into specifically a clustered column chart. And look at how amazing this is. Immediately, it creates it for us. Now, this is exactly what I wanted. It tells me not only I created a clustered column chart and it'll show me what the highest total items sold for binders was, but it also creates the chart for me. Now at this point, I can add this to a new sheet by just clicking this button here, add to new sheet, and you'll see it creates a pivot table, and then it creates a pivot chart. So when it's talking about visualizations or it's talking about any type of table, it's typically talking about pivot tables and pivot charts because of their unique values and unique ways of working. So now I have an awesome looking table, an awesome looking chart, and they put it all in a separate sheet. Now, just because I'm in a separate sheet doesn't mean my Copilot's not there still. You'll notice that over here, yes, we have pivot chart fields, but right above it we have our Copilot. So you can switch between the two. So I'm going to just switch back to Copilot, and I'm taking a look at this. It says done. I added total items sold by product to sheet 1. And I can even go back to the table, and it'll switch me back. Now at this point, it's going to give you more prompts. So the more you put into Copilot, the more it prompts you for other ways to analyze your data. For instance, it says you could get the percentage of total items sold that comes from the division East. Or we can ask something like, which is the division for months in February? Or months with total items sold higher than 800 or 81,000, right? So that's the best part. Now, if I do ask it something like, please create a pie chart with sales per division, if I do something like that, it might not come back with the results I want. And the reason it's doing this is because you're saying division, but you're also saying sales per division. And on our table, we don't have a header called sales. So it's probably not going to understand what I mean by this. And it's thinking, and actually, like I said, there's always different results. Sometimes things will work, sometimes they won't. And let's see if it worked right. So yeah, it looks like total items sold by division. So it is learning. The last time I did this, it actually didn't work. And if it doesn't work for you, once again, remember that this is randomized outputs. So sometimes you'll say, hey, Copilot can't do this. That's okay, just rephrase your prompt and then it should work. So this looks pretty great. And let's say I created a pie chart. If I click copy to the clipboard, you could actually paste that information in here, right? And then just change this in. Now I have the highest total sold. So pretty cool. Now I'm not done yet. I still want to continue with this. So maybe I want to see the pie chart. I'm going to add it to a new sheet here. Then you can do your editing. Now you might be thinking, well, is there a way to add to this pie chart now, right? And you'll notice that if you're on this sheet, it's actually clicked off of it. Your prompt area is grayed out because this prompt was created from a table. So even though I'm clicking on the results, I can't do any changes to them. Now that's not to say if I go back to my data that now it's available again. I can't say something like, please add percentages to my pie chart. If you don't click change topic, it knows what you're talking about. So it's going to keep a history of everything you've asked it so far. So let's take a moment here to let it do its thing. And here is a great example. So it says, I'm sorry, but I'm unable to add percentages to the pie chart. Is there anything else I can help you with? So there are certain limitations to what Copilot can do. That doesn't mean I can't go in and change this myself. The data is already here, so you can always go to the Analyze tab or Design tab and start to add those elements in there. So I'm going to add those elements. I'll probably add data labels, probably on the outside. And there it is. And if I wanted to change these to percentages, just double click to open up the Format Data Labels. And instead of value, you just choose percentage. So it almost got the work done, not fully for us, but at the same time, it still looks great. And then, of course, you can change the design, the formatting, whatever you like. Maybe you don't like this design. I'll make this more of a blue color. Well, I don't want them all blue, just select one of them. I'll make that one darker blue. I'll make this one red. Let's go with a yellow. Let's go with a lighter green. And there we go. And if you wanted to add the percentages, once again, you can always change, go back to the Design tab, Layouts, or you could click the little plus icon and choose where you want the data labels to go. Maybe I want them to be in the center. And then also, you know what I want to do here? I want to make these white. Except for this one. This one, yeah, that looks better. Something like that. So, and maybe you want to make them a little bigger, whatever works. But now we have an awesome looking pie chart. And even though Copilot couldn't do the work for us, it did most of it. The next thing we're going to talk about is being able to highlight, filter, and sort our data. And if you're ever wondering how to, always remember you can reset by clicking Change Topic, reset to the original 3 prompts. So if you just click on Change Topic, it'll reset, and then you'll see Show Data Insights, Suggest the Formula, or How to Highlight, Filter, and Sort Data. And you can click here and it'll give you a couple of how-tos on filtering and sorting. Like filter to items that are due next week, or highlight the data, and a couple other things you can do as well. But if you actually want to sort, you can actually click on the View prompts and go to Edit, and this is where you'll see sorting, highlighting, and filtering, and also applying. So these are the prompts to actually do what we want. We could say that we want to sort this, and you'll see sort. Now it is important to note that you can only sort in ascending or descending order. If I try to sort in any other order, for instance, let's say I want to sort this, sort by products in ascending order. That's going to work perfectly. So I'll go through its prompt, make sure it's looking at our data, and then we'll get the results. And there we go. You can now see that products is binders, then notebooks, then paper clips, and then pens. And it'll even tell you that it's done and it's done that for you. But what happens if I want to sort this in a specific order? Maybe I want to sort it by division, right? And I could say sort by division, but I want it in this order. Let's do sort by division. North, east, south, west. If I put in that prompt, it's actually going to return a result that says it can't do it, because Copilot, as of right now, can't do custom sorting. So let's give it a second to finish up here. And you'll see here it says, I'm sorry, but I'm unable to sort the division column in the custom order you specified. However, I can sort the division column in ascending or descending order. So right there, it tells me that we can't do custom orders yet. Do I see this, in the future? Of course, it's always going to update. Remember, I said it's a learning language, so it's going to start to learn more, and we should be able to do that sooner than later. Now, with that said, the next thing we're going to talk about is highlighting. And once again, if you just click on Change Topic, you can go back to the original prompts. but anytime you ask it to do something, it comes up with other prompts, like how many products of binders, or are there any outliers in my data? So that's a really great thing that gives you just prompts that you might have not thought of. But let's go back to change topic. The keyword prompt for highlight is going to be highlight. So if you click on how can I highlight, it'll tell you. You can say highlight data, try saying bold the top 10 values in the sales column. Or I can click on view prompts, go to edit, and choose highlight D. And then you'll see that it automatically puts that prompt in. Or you could just use regular English and say something like, please highlight the, let's do top 10, we'll say top 10 total items sold in a yellow color, something like that. So hopefully we'll see this work very nicely where it's going to highlight the top 10 total items sold. So this is the column that we want. And it'll do it in a yellow color. And there we go. It's actually starting to work right now. It'll say done. I applied a yellow fill color and a black font color to the top 10 items in the column total items sold. So I can now go through and see that that conditional formatting was done for me. Now what's really cool about this is even though Copilot did this for me, if you want to see the rule, you can always just go back to conditional formatting and go to manage rules and you'll see it's in there now. So it's applying this top 10 and it's applying this format. So that's a really cool thing to see that we didn't even have to do this, artificial intelligence did. So with that said, since Copilot was so good at doing this, let's just clear that out. You can either go to conditional formatting, clear rules, and clear from entire sheet, but I'm very curious to see if it'll actually clear it. Clear the yellow color, highlight, or clear the highlight. See if it will do that one. Now remember, it is keeping track of the ones before, but if you did close out this file and open it up again, well, then it's going to continue a whole new session for Copilot. And it's finishing up. Let's see if it's going to apply it. Done. I cleared the formatting on the top 10 items in the columns. So it looks like it still didn't do it. It says that it did, but it didn't. And this is once again one of those examples of how it's not fully there, right? The capabilities are great, but it doesn't always work in our favor. So I would say that this is incorrect. I actually didn't clear the formatting. So I'll put a little down arrow and I'll just tell it didn't do what I asked, but said it did. And then I include a screenshot if I wanted to. And then I can say share my prompt and generate a response relative to this. And then may we contact you. And then I could submit. So that's pretty cool. Once again, this is something that I would do. Feedback always helps to generate a better application later on. But as for clearing this formatting, once again, we could just clear it ourselves. Clear from entire sheet, and it's back to normal. The last thing I want to showcase is filtering. So you can either just start by saying filter for this, or I can say change topics and go back to the prompts. So if you want to go back to prompts, you always can, but in this one, I'm not going to. I'm going to say, please filter for the month of January. And let's see what it comes up with. So we have our months. It should be smart enough to see that in our data. And look how cool that is. Immediately we see, and it'll even tell us, done. I applied a filter on month column to show only things equal to January. So this is working immediately for us. Now that we have this, we can always just use the same thing where we click the little drop down and clear the filter. But I am curious once again to see if it will clear the filters. Clear all filters on table. And it's always fun to just play around, see what works, what doesn't work, and just see this technology grow. So we'll give it some time once again. It's almost there. Let's see if it returns our data. And there it goes. That one actually worked really well. And let's see if he'll say, done, I removed the filter on the table. Is there anything else you would like me to do? So since we made this a table, this is actually a good point to look at. It does say table 1. It is a good idea to click on your table and rename it. That way you just have a better way of calling out to it and referencing it. But yeah, it's not necessary, but I just think it'd be nice to do. The next thing we're going to be talking about is how we can have Copilot create formulas for us based off of columns that already exist. For instance, we have here our total items sold, and we also have our prices. And maybe what I want to see is what is the profit from that? And we know that we can do that by taking the total items sold and multiplying it by pricing. So I'm going to go over here and ask a question and ask to please create a new column called profit by taking items and prices and multiplying them. So we're going to take a moment and see that work. And we'll see what it comes back as the result. And there we go. So when you're asking for it to create a column, it'll calculate the profit for each row in the table by multiplying the total items sold. You'll notice I only said items. You don't have to actually write total items sold. It knew what I was talking about, and it's going to multiply it by the respective prices. It'll even show you what that looks like. And it's naming the entire column by header. So at total items sold, this multiplied by prices here. If you needed to explain the formula a little more, you can click the little caret icon and it'll even showcase it again. Calculates the profit. It tells you the following formula multiplies the value by the value in prices. And then it formats the results as a currency value with a 1,000 separator and 2 decimal places. And any negative values would be displayed as red. We don't have any negative values, so that's great. But now what we can do is insert the column, and just by hovering over, you'll notice that right next to prices, now we see profit, which is pretty amazing. Now I can click Insert Column, and there we go. It says done. I inserted column to column G. It named it profit for us. The one thing I might do is just select these and merge and center again. That way I can extend the line. But this looks amazing. Now I can quickly see that it works, and I can even get insights based off of this column now. For instance, I can ask a question saying, what is my top profit? And it'll tell me what my top profit was, which is binders from our May sales in 2023 north. It'll tell us that it's $44,810 or $840 and 14 cents. And that looks awesome. We can even create more columns as well. Let's say I want to change the topic again to go back to the original. I can show a suggestion for a column, and let's see what it comes up with. So it's saying right here that what we could do is calculate the profit margin. And we can do that for each row by dividing the profit by the product of total items sold and then their prices as well. So once again, it's going to show us the formula. If we need to explain it a little more, it will. And then we can insert the column. And of course, it's going to be at 100% because, well, there's nothing that we didn't have a percentage-wise. So this works beautifully. Now, I can decide not to do this because I don't think it works for me. I know that everything is sold at 100%, so I think we're pretty good. But I can say that maybe I want to create a projection. Projected, let's say sales projections or profit projections by taking profits and increasing them by 3%. So create profit projection column, and it's going to take the profits and increase them by 3%. And let's see if they can do that. And once again, it's going to work on it. It'll go through. I know it's working because it's saying that it's generating the formula column. And typically when it gets this far, it means it's going to work. If it does return like a result that says it can't do it, no worries. And look at this, it's actually going to take it by a 3% increase, which would be 1.03, and that's what it's going to multiply by. And we can insert that, and that's what our profit projections would look like. And there we go. Now, if something like this happens just because of formatting, you could just use the format painter, and that looks good again. Once again, merge and center, and now we have an expanded table. So adding formulas can be very important, and it's super easy to do it now. We don't even need to know how to write formulas or what the syntax is for Excel formula writing. Copilot can do it for us. So we've seen how amazing Copilot can be with its prompts, but let's actually start to explore some different types of ways we can analyze our data. Let's say, for instance, that I just want to ask it a simple question like, how much profit did we make in, let's say, June of 2022? I'll ask it a simple question. It's going to go through, give it a second to work. So how much profit did we make in June of 2022? And once again, this is, Copilot and its beginning stages. So it's starting to create my information. Sometimes it takes a little longer depending on internet and bandwidth as well. But you'll see here it tells me that the sum of profit, the year 2022, 132,642. And it's telling me in June of 2022 that was what the profit was. So it created a pivot table. Now you can add this right away to a new sheet, just like this. And you'll see it's now actually doing years, and it's filtering for 2022, doing months and filtering. So I love the fact that they do this. And let's just click go back to table. Now at this point, as always, whenever you ask Copilot to do something, it starts to come up with topics that are a little relevant to what we're talking about. So for instance, which is the products for month July, or percentage of total profit projected for each product. So let's take a look at that. So we're going to see the percentage of total profit projection for each product, which I'm assuming is going to be about 100% on each. We'll see what it comes up with. It's finishing up, so that's good news. And then once again, even though it suggested this, so this is a really good detail to showcase in this training, is that even though it suggested it itself, and I clicked on their suggestion for the prompt, it told me that they couldn't do it. So that's the little bit of downfall with Copilot is you might get prompted to ask for something and it won't work. For instance, let's take a look at another one that it prompted. Now it's asking us percentage of total profit for each product. Let's see if that's going to work. So we'll give that a click. And I can foresee in the future of this, it's continuous learning. So it's going to continue to learn and understand the things that we're asking it. And look, right here, we now get a nice little chart, the bar chart. It tells us the highest profit by product. It'll even tell you that binders have the highest profit with notebooks being followed. And it'll even create a pivot chart to get the answer for that. And then let's keep going with this. Let's say that I want to ask it something else. Let's do this. Did I make more profit in, let's say, January month or April month? And let's see if I can figure this one out. Now, as I said, throughout this training, have fun with this, explore. You can write whatever you want. There's no right or wrongs here. We're going to take the time right now to explore some things that will work and some things that won't. And once again, it is going to be different for everyone's outputs. But it looks like this is looking pretty great. It says you made more profit in April with a total of 215,000 as opposed to January where we made 143. So, and there it is. It creates a little pivot table for us, and we can continue to add those to new sheets. But let's keep going. Total profit by division as a column chart, or we can show total items sold by years as a line chart. That might be something nice, or distribution of division by month. Let's do that one. Let's see if that's going to be something that comes through. And once again, this is just amazing technology here. Sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it won't, but it's going to make it easier for us to create different content and analyze our data differently. And look how awesome this one is. Here's the distribution of division by month. East has the highest number of rows in June with 9, followed by West in March with 9, and they created a query result to get the answer. So this looks great, and I can add it to a new sheet. And let's see what they came up with. And there we go. So it's counting the rows of divisions and how many entries were in each row. So this is something that is amazing. Now at this point, I'm going to go back to the table again. And what we're going to be talking about is the Copilot Lab next up. But before we get into the Copilot Lab part, let's actually click into View Prompts and take a look at some of these as well. Let's do this. Let's say that we want to add a column that calculates the profit per order. Okay, that sounds like something pretty cool. So let's see if it can do it. Profits per item sold. And we'll see what it does here. It might return something that just makes no sense. Add a column that calculates profit per the item sold. So we can see if the price was $2.99. So we should get the same prices as a new column now. And there we go. It looks like it's doing price. And if we insert, oh, it's almost there. It's got a little bit of an incorrect there. So it's given us 209. But let's view what it's doing here. It's telling us that, and it's just going to explain the formula, but it's doing a 70%. So it's calculating, multiplies the value in prices column. So it's taking our prices column, and it's multiplying that by 70% to find the profit per item. So I don't know why I would do something like that. I don't think that's going to be something we need. We could have just taken the profit column divided by the total items sold and got the price, because that's what it's multiplied to be. But as I said, it's a learning process. So for this one, I'm not going to say anything. But let's keep going. Let's do, how much did we make in total profit? How much did we make in total profits? So now it's going to do a calculation where it should take the profits, all of them, and sum them together, or do an auto sum. Once again, we'll see if that works, and it does, sum of profit. It says the total profit made is 1,733,150. Right, so that looks great. But let's keep going with this. How much did I make total for each year? How much profit did I make total for each year? So what I'm assuming they're going to do is probably create a pivot table, and then they will filter for each year. So they'll do 20, I think we have 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And there it is. They actually created a line chart instead, which is pretty awesome still, and we can clearly see. And then it gives us the answers here. So once again, you can copy this information, put it into a report if you wanted to. You don't have to just simply stare at the chart here. You can actually take the information and copy it, maybe put it into a report, put it into OneNote, whatever you like. Okay, so this looks really great. Now what I want to do is change the topic. I'm going to just take it all back to the beginning, which means it's not going to feed off of this. So when we ask it a question, it keeps feeding into those questions and making things that are relevant for us, relevant prompts. But if we choose to change topic, it goes back and it erases all that history of data, which is good to understand. Otherwise, if you click this by accident and you're wondering why it's not giving you those other requests like it did here, those other prompts, it's because of the fact that we've changed the topic to put it back to its original state. All right, so try out a couple of these on your own with this data. Have fun with it. Ask questions that we didn't even ask here and see what you come up with. We've seen Copilot Pane in our application here, but we can actually go even further with Copilot. If you'll see here the little view prompts area, we can click on that little book icon, and then once we click on it, it brings us to those prompts that I showed you before. But we can click on View More Prompts, and it's going to open up this dialog box, and it's going to show us some of the prompts from our Copilot Lab. Now, Copilot Lab offers a collection of prompts that will teach users how to create, learn, and use Copilot. And the Copilot prompts are the instructions or questions that you're going to use to tell Copilot what you want to do. You'll see here some of the ones that they have pre-created for us, and we can even save those prompts by clicking on the little save icon or tag, and then you'll see all your saved prompts by clicking here. You can also go through the different categories, create, understand, or edit, and filter through them. But if you truly want to get the most out of Copilot Lab, you can see all the prompts in your Copilot Lab here. And when you click on this, this is where it's going to bring you to that Copilot Lab in your web browser. Now that we're in Copilot Lab, this is where we can explore the in product, so where Copilot exists, for example, 365, Word, Teams, Outlook, PowerPoint, Excel, even in OneNote or Windows, Loop, Whiteboard, or Forms. You'll see all the prompts to try. And remember that Copilot Lab is here to teach us what sort of prompts exist. Now in the prompts to try, we can save prompts by clicking the little ribbon icon. And we can quickly save a prompt. So if I want to save this one, just click it. And now I have all my saved prompts here. So that's a nice little flag system. Right next to it, you'll see we can filter for whatever app we're using this for, whether we want only Excel or Word or even Outlook prompts. And then what sort of category do you want? What prompt? Do you want to create something or edit it or understand it, ask questions about it, or even just catch up and get summaries? You'll notice that when we're looking at the prompt, it'll explain what the prompt is, a nice little category, what's new, and then you can see an example of what you would write for the prompt. You'll see in the bottom left-hand corner what the prompt is coming from, so which application. In this case, this would be Microsoft 365. This one's a OneNote prompt. This one's an Outlook prompt, a Loop prompt. And you can go through and find PowerPoint. And this is also what's really cool about this system is that you're learning, right? So if you're like, how do I add an image to a slide? It'll showcase add an image of, and then you can say, for example, a puppy dog to the slide. So if you don't remember that, you can always just save this and then use them later on in your applications once you're there. And there's so many different ones, like Shape, that's a pretty cool one. Microsoft pre-created a bunch of these for us. We can click on Show More. Show More. And there's just so many different ones. Now, once you go through the different prompts and you choose which ones you want to save and use inside of Copilot in those applications, you can then go back to the app and start using them. You'll see down here we do have a couple of articles for quick tips for better prompts. So summarize this email in 2 bullet points. You'll see that you're giving more detail and you're specifying that you want 2 bullet points. That's something that we're going to learn about for Copilot, is that we need to really be specific on what we're asking it. Because, well, it's still a computer, right? We're still talking to computer language. Underneath it, we have FAQs. What is Copilot prompt? Or what can I get done with Copilot? How can I get the best responses or results? You'll see a bunch of different articles here. Now, going back to the top, you can go into the Get Started And there's so many different ones. They have for home users, business leaders, or for admins. Let's say that I'm a business leader, and I click into that. If you notice, the service is unavailable right now. So these are services that are starting to come out slowly. There are slow rollouts. So just, be patient with it. You'll see this one's still unavailable. And I believe admins is unavailable too. Oh, no, they finally got the admins up. So just wait for the business leaders. That should be coming out soon. And then we'll see here Microsoft Copilot 365 documentation. Get ready for Copilot with 365. Get started with, manage it, get trained on. So they have so many different resources for you to take a look at and utilize. Another thing that's really important with Copilot that I always say is the plugins. This is going to plug into different apps and integrations, not only with just Microsoft, with other technologies as well. So take a look at some of the things that are coming up. And once again, end user Copilot resource, Copilot Lab is one of those resources. This lab is where you meet Copilot, you understand what it can do, you can see it in everyday apps. And those are, once again, those prompts, and you can click the little save prompt. So this is more like that main page here. This is the landing page for Copilot Lab, but it's pretty much the same. If you go to prompts to try, it'll just bring us back to where we were. What's new? That's always something that's important. I'm always reading up on the latest updates for Microsoft Copilot. You'll see here prompts of the month. What were the most important ones, or what were things that weren't working that they've now updated? Transform a doc into a presentation. That's a really cool one. And you can upload document files. We'll actually talk about this in one of our other classes when we get into using Copilot with Word and also using it with PowerPoint. But as you can see here, improvements based on our feedback. Before we talk about how you can submit feedback, it is important. Remember, this technology is young still, so we need to really express what's working or not working for us to make sure that Copilot can evolve into the tool that we need it to be. You can take a look at some of the previous updates as well, our February updates, January, December. Just click on the little carrot icon, and you'll see all of them. And I just love the way that they display like all of the icons. You know that this is specifically for Word. It tells you, what it's for. We're actually going to be talking about Word for the web. So transform your text into a table. This looks like it's only available for Word for the web, so not for the desktop app. That's another thing that's really important with using Copilot. There's going to be different things that work in the online version versus the desktop version. And there we go. So always remember that this is still Copilot Lab. We can have all the same tabs up top. We can switch between prompts to try, getting started. Remember, for business leader is one that's not available right now, but it will be rolled out sooner than later. And there you go. We've seen Copilot's capabilities inside of Excel for desktop. We've even went into the Copilot Lab and saw all the different prompts that we have access to. What we're going to do next is showcase how we can access the online version of Excel. So in order to do that, we do need to sign into our 365 account. So I'm going to go grab my 365 account, and we're going to then be able to take a look at Copilot for Excel Online. So now that I have my web browser open, I'm going to just go to office.com, sign in with your credentials, and that will bring you to your 365. Now, as you can see here, we do have Copilot for 365. We're actually going to talk about that in another video. But for now, let's just go to all of our apps. And what we're going to do is head over to Excel for Online. Now, at this point, I'm going to just open up one of the ones we've been working on, that's sales data, the same one. Because remember, in order for Copilot to work for Excel, it has to be a table, the data, and it also has to be saved to our 365 or our OneDrive online account. So now that I have it here, I can quickly just open it up in the online version. Now there are a couple differences in the way that it looks, of course, because this is the online version of Excel, but everything works the same way. So I have my data here. I can click on Copilot and it'll still open up that Copilot pane. You'll notice that the icon looks a little different, but everything else is the same. We can view prompts, create, understand, edit, or ask questions. We can also, if we click on to like add columns or we want to see more prompts, we can go over to the lab. So let's say learn more about Copilot. We can open it up and then we're back in the lab here. Also, remember that we can change topic to reset this. And then it works the same way that we saw before. Let's ask it a question about our data. Let's say, how much should we make in pen sales? And it's going to go through the same way that we've been doing this in the desktop. And there it is. So it tells us that our profit for products pens was $358,453.16. And here's a pivot table I created to get the answer. We can automatically add that to a new sheet. And there it is. All right, so online version, you can use Copilot. Desktop version, you can use Copilot. You can access the lab, Copilot Lab from both of those. Everything's the same. There's not a real difference between desktop version for Copilot and the online version. Now, if you do notice, like I showed you before with the labs, that there is something that says it is only pertaining to the web version, well, then you know that that prompt will soon later carry over, but for now it's only for the web version. I haven't found too many of those for Excel, but yeah, just explore and have a lot of fun with this. As you can see, Copilot is so amazing and there's so much you can do with it. I hope you all enjoyed this course, and I'll see you all next time. Thanks.
Hello and welcome to Excel Power User. You're learning with Mo Jones, IT professional and educator. For our Power User course, it's all about conditional functions. So we'll take a look at conditional functions that can summarize or aggregate data for us. We'll take a look at lookup functions, in particular the XLOOKUP function, which replaces VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and index and match. We'll also take a look at text functions, very nice functions for cleaning up your data or even to improve your data set as well. We'll also take a look at advanced pivot tables. So what are some other tools that are available to us after inserting a pivot table, creating a pivot chart, and filtering our data as well? That's what we'll be covering in Module 1 of our course today. For Module 2, we have another set of objectives. We'll be taking a look at some useful array functions. We'll take a look at advanced conditional formatting. We can create our own conditional formatting based on formulas. We'll also take a look at advanced charts. And then we'll finish up by creating some macros by turning on the developer mode. So go ahead and open up the practice file for Module 1 and come right back and we'll dive in. I've opened up my Power User Module 1 file here, and let's go ahead and take a look at our very first worksheet. So on our very first worksheet, we'll be covering the if function, and the if function is basically the foundation for our logical functions. So in preparation for our database functions, we want to make sure that we understand the if function. So for our functions, we're going to be inserting the function. You can either type the function here in the cell. We can also type it in the formula bar if we want to, but we're going to be inserting it the traditional way from the Formulas tab and clicking on the Insert Function dialog here as well. We can also press Shift plus F3 to get that done. Now, in order to understand how this works, let's take a look at the if function in its most basic form. In this case, we have some sales figures for the month of February, a few sales representatives here. For example, for SSAM, we're tracking the weekly sales. Week 1, 95.50. Week 2, 92.30. Week 3, 8,500. And week 4, 89.65. So in the end, the totals for SSAM for the month of February is 36,245. So the question is, did SSAM meet the monthly goal? Well, the monthly goal is over here, which is 34,000. So if we were to compare the value in cell F5 and I12, we would say something like, well, is the value in F5 greater than or equal to the value that is in I12? So that's our logical test. Excel will compare the values in those two cells and give us either true or false. But in this case, if it's true, we just want to go ahead and say yes. So obviously, if we ask the question here, did SSAM meet the monthly goal? The answer is yes, because 36,245 is greater than or equal to 34,000. Let's go ahead and express that so that Excel can understand our logical test. I'll go ahead and click on cell H5, and I'm going to insert my function. So I'll choose H5 here. I'll go ahead and click on the Formulas tab. I'll go ahead and insert my function. You can also press Shift F3. I'll go ahead and type the if function at the top here. I'll press Go, and then I'll press OK. Here's my function arguments dialog box. It tells us what the function is, what the function does, and for each argument, what it's actually asking us for. So we can see that this function needs three things. We need to introduce our logical test. Optionally, we can specify what should be displayed in the cell if the value is true or if it's false. Notice how these are not bold as the first argument. So these two are optional because by default, they're going to return either true or false. Well, let's go ahead and set this up. So our logical test, we're concerned about two cells. We're concerned about cell F5 that has SSAM sale. We want to see if it's greater than or equal to the value that is in I12. Excel has already determined that the value here is greater than the value that's in here. Therefore, it's already telling us that it's true. But we don't want it to say true. So if it's true, we'll just simply say yes in quotes. If it's false, we'll simply say no. Here's our answer. It's already telling us it's going to be a yes. I'll go ahead and press OK. And we should be good to go. So there it is. We have our yes. Now, we want to be able to auto-fill down. So if we grab our fill handle here, we can fill down and answer the rest of the questions here as well. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and absolute reference my monthly goal that is in cell I12. So to do that, I'm going to rewrite it this way. It's going to be F5 is it greater than or equal to $I $12. So this way, when we write our formula, the values in column F will move down row by row, but we're going to go ahead and lock on to the monthly goal. So I can just go back to my original formula here in the formula bar, or if I double click on the cell, I can see the formula. And I can go ahead and right here, I can just go ahead and press the F4 key on my keyboard, and that will absolute reference the I12 for me. So I'll press F4. There we go. And now I can just go ahead and press enter. I'm good to go. If I autofill down, now as we take a look, if I double click on that second cell, I can see it's moving down in column F, but it's still locking on to I12. If I double click on the next one here, moving down as expected in column F, but we're still locking on to I12. So go ahead and write your if function for column H, answer the question, was the goal met? You should get 3 no's and 3 cells with yes, and come right back. Now that we've answered the question, was the goal met for each of our sales reps? Let's move on to column I. We're going to go ahead and calculate the bonus if our sales rep met the monthly goal. So we do have a bonus opportunity here of 6% of the sales if the goal was met. So in this case, SAM did meet the goal. So what we're going to do is run the calculation. We're going to multiply the value that is in cell F5 times 6%. So we're simply going to say, if the value is true, we'll say F5 times the value that is in I13. We can use the same statement as before. So for example, we can use our same conditional test here. If the value in F5 is greater than or equal to I12, instead of saying yes though, this is where we're going to perform our calculation. So instead of saying yes, we're going to perform our calculation. We'll say F5 times the value that is in I13. So that's the only change that we need to make here as well. So let's go ahead and set this up. I'll go ahead and click on cell I5. I'll go ahead and insert my if function again. It's already up here, so I'll just go ahead and press OK. Again, I can use the same test. I could have even copied the formula here as well, but I'll go ahead and write this over. So F5 is greater than or equal to the value that is in I12. Since I'm right here, I want to go ahead and highlight the I12 and press the F4 key on my keyboard. That will absolute reference it for me. Now the value, if it's true, remember we want to perform a calculation. So I'll multiply the value in F5 times the value that is in I13. I am going to absolute reference I13 because I want to be able to fill down my formula. So I'll press the F4 key on my keyboard again. And there we go. We can see it's already giving us the calculation because this scenario is true. It's already performed the calculation for us. So we should be getting a 2175 bonus for SAM. If it's false, I'll just say something like NA in quotes, and we're good to go. So just to recap, our logical test is the same as before. Is the value in cell F5 greater than or equal to the value that is in I12? So in this case, because it's true, we're performing the calculation. I'll go ahead and press OK. And now I can go ahead and autofill down. Because I have values to the left, I can double click on the fill handle here and it will copy it down for me. So there you go. I'm good to go with my if function here. So the if function, we can either say true or false. We can have our custom text, or we can perform a calculation as well. Now this is dynamic. So if I were to give Sandberg the extra $1 here to meet the monthly goal, I'll go ahead and change the value here. And notice how this will change to yes. And we'll also get the bonus status updated right here as well. So because we're using the cell reference, everything is dynamic. So now all we need to do is just input values here, or actually over here. So for each month, as these cells are populated, these two columns will be updated automatically as well. I'll give Sandberg the extra $1, so 34,000. I'll press enter, and there we go. Go ahead and write your second if function to calculate the bonus status and come right back. Let's go ahead and write one more function to complete this worksheet here. So we have one more opportunity here in cell K5. So even though you did not meet the monthly goal, we still have an opportunity for a department bonus of 1K. So everyone gets 1K, but it's based on two conditions. So the first condition is that the total sales needs to be greater than or equal to 200,000. And then the average sales here needs to be greater than or equal to 40,000. So we can see that one is true. So we're already at 213. So this is true. However, this is false. So we need to go ahead and write a function to determine whether both conditions are true. The keyword here is and. There's actually two ways we can do this. We can either write a single and function. The and function will just give us the default true or false. If we want to go ahead and write a custom message, however, such as, great job team or keep trying, we would need to nest the and function inside of our if function. Well, let's go ahead and write our and function first, and then we'll just go ahead and nest that in our if function. So we're using the and function because the if function only allows for one logical test. So if I open up my if statement here, I can see it only allows for one logical test. But what about the and function? I'll click on the insert function here. I'll go ahead and insert my and function. I'll press go and I'll press OK. So here's my and function, and as you can see, it provides opportunities for more than one logical test. We can actually go up to 255 logical tests as well. Well, let's go ahead and enter this. So our first logical test, we're concerned about the value that is in cell F12. Is that greater than or equal to the value that is in L12? So 213,000 is greater than or equal to 200,000. So this first part is true. Now logical test 2, I'll go ahead and click here, is concerned with the average sales. So is that greater than or equal to the value that is in cell L14? So we can see that that is not the case. 35,602 is not greater than or equal to 40,000. So we end up having one that's true and one that's false. Now the and function both need to be true. So because one is false, we end up with false here as well. So if I press OK, this gives me a simple answer letting me know that, well, it's false, right? We're not going to get that department bonus of 1K. But what if we wanted to write something custom in here, such as, maybe if the department gets a bonus, we could say something like great job team. Or we can just say something like keep trying as a department. Well, to do that, we would need to nest the if function. So look what I'm going to do. I already have my and function here that's giving me the result. So I'll just go ahead and copy my and function. So I'll copy that to the clipboard. I'll press escape to get away from my formula bar here. And maybe over here, create a little space for my function. So I'm going to insert the if function. Okay. So my if function is only concerned with either a true or false value. Well, remember my and function that I just wrote is giving me either true or false. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste the and function in here. Right? So my logical test is the result of my and function. And we can see that it's giving me false. So mission accomplished. So now, if it's true, I can say great job team. And if it's false, then we can say keep trying. As you can see in this case, our and function is returning false for us because both conditions are not met. So therefore, the result will be to keep trying. Now, one of the cool things here, now that we have the function arguments box open to simplify things, what I can do take a look at the formula bar is I can go back and forth between the if function arguments box and the and function arguments box. So if I click on the and function here, notice how it's switched over to my and function. So this is just a little tip, helps us when we're nesting functions here. Now I can toggle back and forth between if and and. I'm good to go. I'll go ahead and press OK. There is my answer. Now remember, all of this is dynamically linked. So if these values were to change, once we get to 40,000 average sales or more, our message here will be updated as well. Go ahead and write your AND function and go ahead and nest your AND function inside of your if function as well, and come right back. On this worksheet, let's take a look at several variations of the if function. In particular, COUNTIF, SUMIF, AVERAGEIF, and SUMIFS. Let's take a look at our expense report. We have some expenses from rows 6 down to row 50. If I scroll down, it goes down to row 50 here. So we have the date of the expense. We have the office, either uptown, midtown, or downtown. We also have the actual expense. So technical support, communication, office supplies, and transportation, and so forth. We're also tracking the amount. So for example, on July 1st, we had our first expense. It was for the uptown office for technical support in the amount of $747. The first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and highlight all of our tech supports here as well. So how many expenses did we have for tech support? Well, here's one. And if we go down here, here's 2. And here's 3. And so forth and so on. So what we're actually doing is we're taking this input value here. So we want to count how many expenses did we have for tech support. We're taking this value and we're searching the expense range. And we're counting how many times tech support actually appears in there. So if you think about it, what we're doing is we need a range. We need a criteria. And that's it. We already have that information. So the range that we want to search, well, that range is from C6 down to C50. And our criteria, well, our criteria, we can either type technical support in there, or we can refer to cell G10. We want to use the cell reference because if we change tech support to another expense, we can get a real-time update in terms of how many times that expense was logged as well. But the first thing we want to do, let's go ahead and name our ranges. So instead of highlighting C6 all the way down to C50 every time we want to run some type of function on here, let's go ahead and name the range. I'm going to go ahead and highlight the entire range, and right up here in the name box, I'm going to go ahead and give this a name. So for the office expense range, I'll call this expense or expenses. So notice I've highlighted the entire range in question, and I'm typing the name of the range right here in the name box. Well, I'll go ahead and press enter. And now I have a range. I'll put the name right here so I can remember what it is. I call that range expenses. I'm going to do the same thing here. Well, now what I can do, I'll go ahead and click on the drop down, and I can see I have some ranges in here. Notice we have some table ranges. We'll take a look at this in just a little bit. If I click on that expenses range, notice how it highlights this range for me. So from now on, when I refer to expenses, it's going to refer to C6 down to C50. Well, we'll see how this will help. For example, if I want to go ahead and summarize and maybe count amount of expenses in that range, well, now I can come in here and I can use the COUNTIF function. So I can insert my COUNTIF function. And as I mentioned before, it's going to ask you for the range and for the criteria. Well, for the range, I'm just going to type expenses in here. And notice how it's giving us a preview of the actual range. So tech support, communication, office supplies. My criteria, I can either type technical support in here in quotes, and it tells me that there were 6 entries for tech support. But I want to use the cell reference instead. So I'll go ahead and refer to cell G10. So I'll go ahead and just click on cell G10 in here. So whatever value, let me delete that. There you go. So my range is now expenses, aka C6 through C50. My criteria is tech support, aka cell G10. If I press OK, I'm notified right away that I have 6 expenses for tech support. Now I can change this to kind of give it a test. Maybe I'll go ahead and check to see how many times did we have meal expenses logged. So I'll type meal in here and I'll press enter. And we had 7. So that is what the COUNTIF function does. But combining that with naming the ranges helps us to work more efficiently. Go ahead and name the office range. So B6 to B50. Go ahead and name the expenses range, C6 to C50. And go ahead and name the amount range, which will be D6 to D50. Go ahead and enter your COUNTIF function, give it a test, and come right back. Let's go ahead and answer our next question here. So what were the total expenses for office supplies? So in order to answer this question, we need to find all of our entries here for office supplies. Go ahead and locate the amount in the amount column and add that to the running total. So if we were to do this consistently, we would actually get our answer, right? So at least in my view right now, here are at least the very first 3 entries for office supplies. We add these numbers together, and that is what the SUMIF function will do. So let's take a look at the SUMIF function. Now, we already know we're going to be asked for the range and the criteria. We already have the information that we need. I'll go ahead and click on this cell for age 14, and I will go ahead and insert the SUMIF function. So here's SUMIF. And again, what's the range? Well, the range is going to be my expenses. So I'll type expenses in here. What's my criteria? Well, it's office supplies, but I want to use the cell reference here, which is G14. And then the third one, what is the range that I want to summarize? Well, I want to summarize the match that's found in the amount column. I did name that as amount. So I'll go ahead and type amount in here. And there we go. It's already giving us our answer. The total for office supplies is 3,902. Right. I'll go ahead and press OK. And there we go. Right. Just need to go ahead and give this the accounting or currency format. I'll give this currency and press OK. And there's our number format in here as well. So this works well because I already have my ranges named. So here's my amount range. I can see all of my numbers under the amount column are selected. My expenses, and then my office as well. Now we can repeat the same thing. In order for us to calculate the average cost per meal, it's going to be the same thing. The expense range, our criteria is meal, and we want to run the numbers on the amount column. So I'll go ahead and this time I'll insert the AVERAGEIF function. This will give me the average per meal expense. So I'll search for AVERAGEIF. I'll press go and I'll press OK. So same thing, range, expense, meal. So range is going to be expenses again. My criteria are the meals. So I'll click here. And the range that I want to run the numbers on, well, the only range is the amount range. So I'll type amount. And there you go. So the average meal expense is $590.14. So I'll go ahead and press OK. Again, I'll give this the currency format. I'll just use the format painter this time, and there we go. So 3 down, 1 to go. But as we can see, it's always asking us for the same thing. What is the range? What is the criteria? And what is the column of interest that you want to run your numbers on? The function takes care of everything for us in the background. A lot of calculations that we cannot see, that we're not privy to. All we're asked to do is just point to the different range and what is the criteria as well. Now what I can do, because we're using the cell reference, what is the average expense for, let's say, office supplies? So I can type office supplies in here, and it gives me the answer right away. So 650 and 33. Go ahead and write your SUMIF and AVERAGEIF. Go ahead and change the values and get some real-time updates here as well. It's a really nice way to get some insight on a data set. Come right back. For our last example here, we have a unique situation. So in this case, we want to summarize what are the total for the meal expense in the Midtown office. So now we have 2 ranges, office and expense, and we have 2 criteria. The office needs to be Midtown and the expense needs to be meal. Now the SUMIF only allows room for 1 criteria and range. So we need to use another function that will allow us to have multiple ranges and multiple criteria. And that is SUMIFS. I'll go ahead and click on cell G23 and I'll click on the Formulas tab. And let's go ahead and insert our SUMIFS function here. I'll press go. And I'll go ahead and press OK. There's also an AVERAGEIFS that allows us to do the same thing. In this case, the very first thing it wants are function arguments here. It wants us to specify the sum range. Now remember, our sum range is going to be the amount column. So let's go ahead and type amount in here. So I'll type amount. There we go. Here's a preview of the amount array, 747, 907, 540. And now we can enter criteria range 1. So criteria range 1 is the office, and the criteria is Midtown. So criteria range 1, we need to search the office column here. So I'll type office in here. I know it's locked onto the right range. Here's the preview of the range. Criteria 1 is going to be Midtown. So far we're summarizing the amount column where the office is Midtown. Now we have criteria range 2. So I'll click on criteria range 2. In this case, the expense column needs to return the meal expense. So I'll type expenses in here. And the criteria 2 needs to be meal. So I'll click on meal. And there you go. So basically we're summarizing the amount column. The office needs to be Midtown and the expense needs to be meal. Here's our answer, 3310. I'll go ahead and press OK. And let's just give it a quick test. We can change the office and the expense and let's see what we get here. I'll also apply the accounting format, or the currency format rather, to here, and we're good to go. So now we've created a really nice dynamic worksheet. And it's very typical. Sometimes this worksheet will live on another worksheet tab while the data is being entered in here as well. So again, this is dynamically linked to this data set. So any changes to our data set here is going to update our little worksheet over here as well. Well, I'll do one more thing here. I'm going to go ahead and change this. Let's change this for what are the total expenses for, let's say, communication in the Uptown office. So I'll change this to Uptown. And change this to communication. And there we go. So all matches for Uptown communication, we have 2,545. So those are our database functions. Let's head on over to our XLOOKUP worksheet tab. XLOOKUP is a really nice function. Basically, it allows us to do several things. One of the things it allows us to do is to return a value from a database or return different parts of a record from a database. Let's see how this works. We have a kiosk here, and we're basically inputting the employee ID number. Now, after we input the employee ID number, Excel is going to head on over to the employee ID column here, and it's going to find that employee ID number. Once it finds that employee ID number in that column, we can return the last name, first name, department, and the hire date, and they will all be displayed in our kiosk right here. So this way, if someone asks you, what is the hire date for employee with the number 1054? We don't even have to see this database. We don't have to come and scroll through it to look for that employee ID. We simply just need to set up our XLOOKUP so that it does the work for us. If I change this to 1368, we can see that 1368 is down here. This is the record for Tammy Wu. And as expected, it's returning the last name, first name, department, and the hire date as well. This is a really nice way as well to just automatically populate maybe a form with using XLOOKUP. So based on the value that you input in one cell, it's going to return the corresponding field for you here as well. So that is basically how XLOOKUP works. If you've used other functions like index and match or VLOOKUP, you know that they have prerequisites. With XLOOKUP, we don't really have any prerequisites here as well. Let's go ahead and enter our XLOOKUP. I'll go ahead and delete my formulas in here. Let's go ahead and enter our XLOOKUP. Let's return the last name first. So I'll click on cell B4, click on my formulas tab. Here's my insert function. I'll go ahead and look for XLOOKUP. I'll press go. Here's XLOOKUP. I'll go ahead and press OK. So now with XLOOKUP, again, the function will do the work for us. We just need to point to the different places. So it's asking us for the lookup value. Well, the lookup value is what gets everything started. It's going to be whatever is currently in cell A4. The next thing it's asking us for is the lookup array. The lookup array is basically where can we find those employee ID numbers. So it's going to be in column G, right? Starting with G10 down to about row 46. The next thing it's asking us for is what is the return array? Well, the return array is what you want to return. So remember, we want to return the last name. That can be found in that first column. So it's going to be A10 down through the last row, which I believe is 46. So basically, if we were to plug this in manually, it would look something like this. Right? So our lookup value is going to be A4. And then our lookup array is going to be basically where can we find those employee ID numbers that we're placing in cell A4. It's going to be G10 down to G46. We have 46 rows of data. Well, we'll go down to row 46. And then the return array, we want to return the last name, which begins A10 down through A46. As soon as we plug in the information here, it's going to give us our result. So it should give us the appropriate last name based on the employee ID number. So let's go ahead and plug these in. So our lookup value is going to be our input cell, which is A4. Already confirms that 1368 is in that cell for us. For the lookup array, well, I can find those employee IDs in the from G10 down to G46. So there we go. Here's the array. Which array do I want to return, or range? I want to return from the last name. I don't feel like scrolling through. I'll click on the first last name and I'll press Control Shift down. Highlights all of them for me. And there we go. Lookup value is A4. We can find them in G10 through G46. The returning column is A10 through A46. We have Wu for Tammy. I'll go ahead and press OK. And there we go. So that is how XLOOKUP works. And as you can see, much more efficient than the other lookup functions that we can use. I'm going to go ahead and change the employee ID to 1054, and I'll press enter, and I am good to go. Right. Now, there's some other things that we could have done. We could have named, right? We could have named the employee ID range if we want to. And then we could actually name these ranges here as well: last name, first name, department, and hire date. So that we could do that. The other thing that we can do is we can just modify our original XLOOKUP here, and we can lock on to cell A4. So in the formula bar, I'll go into absolute reference A4. So I'll press the F4 key on my keyboard. We're also going to absolute reference the employee IDs. So G10 through G46. So I'll press F4. Absolute reference those as well. So now we're locking on to the employee ID in cell A4. We'll also lock on to the employee ID range over here as well. So now what we can do, we can autofill over and just change the return range. I'll go ahead and press enter here. And let's see if I autofill over to the right. So we can see it's giving us the last name. Here's the first name. It's moving over. The department, that's fine. And for the hire date, this is incorrect. We just need to go ahead and change the return so that we're returning the values in column H and not column D. So right here, I can just say H10 through H46. And if I press enter, we get the hire date. It's giving us the serial number for the hire date. So I'll just go ahead and change this to the date format. I'll use a short date here. And there we go. So there is our XLOOKUP. Input a value. Excel will find the values in a database for you and return fields from that record here as well. Go ahead and enter your XLOOKUP to complete our kiosk. Go ahead and give it a quick test. I'll put 1075 in here. And here's our record for Cheryl Kane. Let's take a look at a really nice example of how we can use XLOOKUP here. So it's very common in the data world to have different data sets. So if you take a look on this worksheet for joining lists, we have a few data sets here. We actually have a table over here. So here's our products table. We have several products. The Aspen product is $21. We also have a region table. So the region table, we have our sales rep. For example, Alan Ramos is from the Midwest region. And then we also have an order form over here as well. So here's our order form. We have the date of the transaction. We have the sales rep from our region table. We have the product from our product table. But we're missing something. We don't have the price here. And we need to go ahead and calculate the sale. And if we want to run a pivot table analysis on this data, it would make sense for us to maybe insert a region column so that we can run some regional reports as well. So that's what we'll do. I'm going to go ahead and insert a column first to the left here, right after the sales rep. So I'll go ahead and insert a column, and I'll call this column region. So now we can run pivot table analysis based on the date, sales rep, region, product, and the sale as well. Well, let's go ahead and return the region based on the sales rep. So let's use Austin Reynolds as an example here. If I said, let's go ahead and return the region for Austin Reynolds, well, you'll take Austin Reynolds here as our input. You're going to go down the region table here for our sales rep. And once you find Austin Reynolds, you'll say, oh, well, Austin Reynolds is from the East. So you'll go ahead and put East in here for Austin Reynolds. But we don't want to do that manually. And that's exactly what XLOOKUP is going to do for us here on this worksheet. This is 10,000 rows of data. So if I press Control End, we can see it goes down to row 10,003. So let's see if XLOOKUP is going to do a good job for us. I'll press Control Home to go back to cell A1. Let's go ahead and return the region based on our sales rep. Same thing, lookup value, lookup array, and the return array. So in this case, I'll actually plug it in to kind of help us here. So our lookup value in this case is going to be Edwin Malone. Okay, so AKA cell H4. So I'll click on cell H4 for my lookup value. As far as my lookup array, where can I find my sales reps? Well, they're going to be in column D. So it goes down to row 75, right? So it's going to be D4 to D75. So this will be D4 through D75. And then what do I want to return? Well, I want to return the region, which is going to be E4 to E75. So I already have all of my inputs here that I actually need. And now I just need to go ahead and plug them into my XLOOKUP and allow XLOOKUP to do its work for me. Go ahead and make this orange. Let's go ahead and return the region based on our sales rep. I'll click here on cell I4 and I'm going to insert my XLOOKUP function. My lookup value, Edwin Malone in cell H4. So I'll click here and I can confirm it's recognizing that Edwin Malone is in here. Now it's giving us the table name for that cell because we're working with tables now. For the lookup array, well, we can find those here in cell D4 to D75. So I'll go ahead and highlight all of those. And it also gives me the table name here as well, right? So table 2 sales rep column. So it's converting it for me automatically. We can also type that in if we want to. So what do we want to return? We want to return the region column from table 2. So I can actually type it here. So I can say table 2 and in brackets, I'll type the name of the column, which is region, and close my brackets. So that's one of the benefits of working with a table. It automatically names the ranges for you as far as the column. Well, here we go. According to XLOOKUP, Edwin Malone is from the East region. Right. I'll go ahead and press OK. Now, because this is a table, when you enter a formula in the top row here, it's automatically going to fill down the formula for us. So that's a major benefit here. So let's press OK and let's see what happens. So look at that. We can see that we have all of the regions based on our sales rep. Well, let's do a quick test. Here's Bernadette Page. It's Bernadette Page from the Midwest region. Well, let's find Bernadette. Here's Bernadette. Yes. So we can see our XLOOKUP is working perfectly fine here. And if we go to the end of the data set, I'll press Control End. We can see it's inserted the region for all of our orders here as well. So we're good to go. Let's go ahead and do the same thing here for the price. All right. So in this case, here is our lookup value. It's going to be the Carlotta product. The lookup array is the products. The return array is the price. So we already have the information we need. Let's go ahead and plug that in here. So XLOOKUP one more time. Lookup value, first product on the top row. Lookup array, all of my products from my products table. The return array, my prices from the product table. And there we go. It's already giving us our price, which is $22.95. And if we locate the Carlotta product, we can see that that is indeed $22.95. So XLOOKUP is taking care of that for us. Let's go ahead and press OK. And just like with our region, adds the prices for all of our products here as well. So we're good to go. Last thing we need to do is just to calculate the sale. So we'll just do a simple calculation. We'll multiply the units times the price and to get our sale here. So I'll click on cell M4. I'll say equal, and I'll click on the units here and multiply that times the price. Press enter, and there we go. We have all of our sales. So that's a real world use of XLOOKUP. Go ahead and insert the region column. Go ahead and populate the region column. Go ahead and populate the price column, and go ahead and calculate the sale and come right back. Let's go ahead and convert our order form into a pivot table. And let's go ahead and analyze the data. So because we're working with a table, we can actually click on the Table Design tab, and we can use the command to summarize this with a pivot table. So I'll go ahead and click here. And I can actually place this on an existing sheet. I do have a sheet here called Advanced Pivot Table. It's empty right now. So I'll go ahead and place this there. So I'll click on here. I'll head on over to Advanced Pivot Table, and I'll go ahead and place it over here in cell A2, and I'll press OK. So here is my pivot table. Now that I have my pivot table up and running, I can go ahead and build up my pivot table. Now this is the default view for the pivot table. So it's stacked. We have our fields up here on the top, and we have our area boxes on the bottom. I like to click on the little gear icon here and just change the view, and also sort my fields in alphabetical order as well. So I'll click on the gear icon, and I'll go ahead and choose side by side. I'll also go ahead and sort A to Z. Just a matter of preference. So there's side by side. And now I'll go ahead and sort my fields A to Z. I'm going to build out my table here. I'm going to go ahead and drag the sale into the values box. And right here, I get my sum of sale. So I have my sum of sale in here. So by default, it wants to summarize the values that I place in this box here. Now I don't have order IDs in here. So what if I wanted to not get the sum of all of our sales, which is perfectly fine. But what if I want maybe the count of the sales, right? So how many transactions did we actually have? So to do that, we're going to display the value in a different way. Instead of using the sum, we're going to use the count instead. So to do that, I'll go ahead and pull up my value field settings. I can click on the drop down here in the actual area box. Here is my value field settings. I can also right click on the number here, and I can also get to value field settings here as well. So either way, I can come in here and get that information. I'll click on the drop down, value field settings. So notice right now we're summarizing the value field by the sum. If I change this to the count, right, and now I can also change the custom name that appears here as well. So I want to know how many transactions did we have, and I'll change the name here as well. And I'll just call this one transactions. I'll go ahead and press OK. Well, before I do that, I want to get rid of the decimals. So I'll click on the number format here on the bottom left. And I don't want any decimals. I'll go ahead and press OK. And if I press OK again, this tells me that I have 10,000 transactions, which is correct because we had 10,000 transactions on the original data set. So now that I have 10,000 transactions, now I can get some information such as how many transactions per region. So we can see that we had most of our transactions in the Midwest region, 3,603, and we had fewer transactions in the South as well, right? And of course, if I want to go ahead and move things around a little bit, maybe I want based on region and product. Now I can go ahead and be a little more precise. We had 125 transactions of the Aspen product in the East region here as well. So go ahead and insert your pivot table. Go ahead and add the sale to the values. Change it to summarize by the count function and create a couple of visuals and come right back. Let's go ahead and reset our table and let's take a look at the calculated fields advanced option. So we want to create a calculated field and we'll see why. Let's go ahead and reset our table. Just going to go ahead and put the sale back in here and I'll just switch over to the accounting format. So now we have the sum of sale. Well, I want the sum of sale by sales rep. So here are all my sales reps and we can see all of their sales here as well. Now what I would like to do is calculate the commission. So let's say we're giving a 10% commission based on sales. Now I don't have a field over here that's called commission. So how can I calculate the commission? Well, one thing that you can do just temporarily is you can create an outside formula. So if I say, commission here, I can go ahead and enter a simple equation. So I'll say equal the sum of sale times 10%. I could even use the cell reference if I want to. If I press OK, here's the commission for Alan Ramos. And now I can go ahead and autofill down. And this shows me all of my commissions for all of my sales reps. So that's one way that I can do that. But this is temporary. And the reason I say this is temporary is because as our pivot table expands, it's going to overwrite any data that's over here, right? So if I just let's say if I put my region into the columns, it basically wipes that data out, right? And notice that these cells are no longer just the overall values. So it's kind of a temporary solution. So what can we do here instead? I'm going to remove the region. The other option is to go back to the original data set. So if I go back to joining lists, what I can do is insert another header over here that's called commission. And this will calculate the commission based on the current sale. Then I would need to just go ahead and make sure all of my formulas are added here as well. Then I would need to go back to my pivot table, refresh the pivot table so that we can display the field for that new header. Well, we don't need to do that. We don't need to create an outside formula. We don't need to even add a field to the original data set. What we're going to do is create a calculated field. To do that, I'll click on Pivot Table Analyze. And over in the Calculations command group, we have Fields, Items, and Sets. If I click on this drop-down, I'll see an option to create a calculated field. I'll go ahead and click here. So there we go. Right. So I'll go ahead and click on Calculated Field. Here's my Insert Calculated Field dialog box. I need to do two things. I need to first go ahead and name it and then enter my formula. Once I'm done, I can go ahead and add this to my field list here. And we'll see how cool that is. We can add a field here and use that at different places in our pivot table. And then I can go ahead and press OK. And this will display the field in column C for me and display all of the values here as well. So I'll go ahead and call this commission. Now, as far as the formula, we can use simple functions in here. We cannot use anything too complex. If you're looking for more advanced features, go ahead and click on the question mark here. This will open up a Microsoft article that will show you just some of the limitations in terms of what we can do. But the purpose is here is just to show you how a calculated field works. So for my formula, I'll delete that 0. So we can run calculations on columns. So in this case, I'm concerned about the sale. So I'll go ahead and insert the sale field here. So it's going to be the sale times 10%. And that's it. So it's called commission. The formula is equal to the current sale times 10%. I'll go ahead and click add. And notice when I clicked on add, I now have a new field that's called commission. I'll go ahead and press OK. And now we have a field here. It's sum of commission, and it's giving me all the commission for all of my sales reps. If I go to the bottom, here's the grand total of all commission. And that's correct because 10% of 915,000 is basically 91,500. So that is how we add a calculated field. Now, if you want to change that, let's say the commission rate changes to 11%. This is the benefit of using the calculated field. I simply need to go back to Pivot Table Analyze, and I can click on Calculated Field here. I will click on the drop down here, locate the calculated field that I want to modify, and I'll just change this to 11%. I'll click on Modify. I'll click OK. And you can notice in real time, all of my values have been updated here. So 11% of 54.97 yields 604.67. So that's a really nice way to create another field that you can reuse in our pivot table. Now here's the benefit of it. What if I wanted to go ahead and calculate the commission based on region? Well, I'll go ahead and let's see. I'll go ahead and add, I'll remove my sales rep here. So as you can see now, here's the total commission. If I want commission based on region, here are the commissions that are paid out based on region. So just like with our fields, we can reuse them at different places in our pivot table. Go ahead and create a calculated field of your choice and come right back. Now, when you're working with your pivot table, we naturally want to be able to filter our pivot table to display the values that we're looking for. Now, if I click on the Pivot Table Analyze tab, we have some more advanced filtering. So remember, we do have the row and column label filters that we can interact with. We also have our filter box over here as well. But we're going to take a look at two types of filters. One is the slicer and one is the timeline. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the commission here. I just want to focus on the sale based on region and also based on product. So I'll move the region to the columns here, and I'll put the product into the rows. So here's our simplified condensed table showing all of our transactions by region and product as well. So here are my row label filters. I can filter by product. Here's my column label filters. I can filter by region. Well, I want to insert a slicer for that. So on Pivot Table Analyze, let's first insert our slicer and let's see how our slicer behaves. I'll click here. Notice we have a slicer for each of our fields here. We don't have one for commission though because it's a calculated field. I want to go ahead and insert a slicer for the product and one also for the region. I'll go ahead and press OK. Here are my two slicers. I'm going to go ahead and move them around. I can resize them. I have quite a few products, so this slicer is a little longer. So I can actually display this slicer in two columns. But before we do that, let's see what our slicer can do. So if I'm presenting this data and I'm asked about a particular product, if I just click here, let's say on the sunset product, notice how it filters my pivot table. It's only displaying the values in each region for my sunset product. Pretty cool. Well, what if I want to focus on the sunset and the Aspen product? If I hold down the control key and click on Aspen, now I'm showing only for the Aspen and sunset product. So notice how all of these numbers, all 15 of these cells have been recalculated based on that filter. Right? I can take it a step further. What about the Aspen and sunset in the East region? And there we go. So that's what our slicers are for. Again, you can select multiple by holding down the control key and clicking, because by default, you can only choose one value at a time. There's another way that we can select multiple. If we take a look at the top right of our slicers, we'll see a little tool here. This is the multi-select tool. This changes the mode so that we can select multiple items. I'm going to go ahead and clear my filters. So I'll clear my slicers here to make sure everything is selected. I'll click on that clear filter icon. Everything is reset. I'm going to turn on the multi-select tool for both of my slicers. And now I can select multiple, or in this case, unselect what I don't want. So because everything is selected, I can pretty much unselect what I don't want. So if I just want Aspen, doublers, and the sunshine, I can go ahead and do that. Right. For my regions, if I just want the East and the South regions, there we go. So our slicers allow us to filter our data that's being displayed on our table. Now, for our slicers, I'll go ahead and reset them again. Or because it's a filter, we have the clear filter option here. Now, our slicers comes with its own contextual tab. So if I click here, I can see slicer appear at the end of my ribbon. And I can do things like change the name of the slicer. I can choose a slicer style. I can even choose how many columns I want. Because my product slicer has a really long one column here, I'd prefer to have maybe 2 columns. Right? This way it doesn't have to be that long. So I'll go ahead and change this to 2 columns instead of 1. Let's see if that looks better. There we go. So there's 2 columns. Now it's not as tall. I just need to make it a little wider. So this gives me a little more control. Now I can stack them like this. All good to go. We can change the colors. And there we go. So those are the slicers. Right. So if you click here, We can change the name of the slicer. Here are the different slicer settings that we can interact with. Again, just some basic information here. By default, it's sorted A to Z. Here's the caption. Here's the name, right? If you do have blank values that's showing up, you can always choose this option that says hide items with no data. This way you will not see a blank button on your slicer as well. So that's it for slicers. Go ahead and insert a few slicers. Go ahead and play around with them. Click on the buttons and check out how your pivot table is being updated. To delete a slicer, just click on it, press the delete key, and we're good to go. Let's take a look at the timeline. I'm going to move my slicer down here to the bottom left, and let's go ahead and insert a timeline. So I'll click back on the Pivot Table Analyze tab here, and here is my timeline right next to my slicer. I'll go ahead and insert that. Now the timeline is a very powerful tool because a lot of our data is based on time, such as quarterly reports or monthly reports or yearly reports. A timeline takes a lot of the guesswork out for us, and it's a very efficient tool. It's a very simple tool as well, so we'll take a look at it here. I'll go ahead and click on Insert Timeline, and notice the Timeline tool looks for a properly formatted date field. So make sure that you have a properly formatted date field, otherwise you will not be able to use the timeline. I'll go ahead and click here and I'll press OK. Here is our timeline. Right. Now the way our timeline works, I'm going to change the color just so we can have some contrast here. Just like with our slicer, we have a timeline tab here. We can do things like rename it, and we can go ahead and change the color. I'll just make it orange. Right. So here is our timeline. The way the timeline works is we have a hierarchy. So we have years, we have quarters, we have months, and we also have days. To the top right of our timeline, we need to first decide, how do we want to view our data? Do we want to view it by month, year, or by quarter? Let's start at the highest level. I'll go to years here. So as you can see, we have years, quarters, months, and days. If I click on years, so it looks like I have transactions covering 2019, 2020, and 2021. So if I click here, it's a little time capsule. If I click on 2019, we can see we had, looks like maybe just one transaction. So we had sales in 2019 of $79.80. Well, what about 2020? Here we go. That looks better. So in 2020, so all this information here that's being displayed, this is based on the information for the year 2020. Well, if someone says, well, what about 2021? Did we do better? Did we improve from 2020? And we can say, yes, we increased sales by $15,000 from $450 to $465. So that is pretty cool. So no need for us to write a lot of functions and formulas. The timeline is giving us this detail here. Let's go ahead and change that. I'll go to the quarters here. So I'll click on quarters. And we have several quarters here now because we have 3 different years of transactions. So now I need to go ahead and click on my timeline and just kind of make it wider so I can see the quarters for my different years here as well. Right. So here's 2019. Looks like we only had 1 quarter for 2019. Let's see. Yeah, so for 2019, quarter 4, $79.80. How did we do for quarter 1 in 2020? Quarter 1 in 2020, sales of $41,615. Now I can also do this. What about the first half of 2021? I can grab my little time capsule and I can drag it to the right. And now I'm showing quarter 1 and quarter 2, aka first half of 2020. And all of my numbers are updated right away. What about quarter 1 for 2021? Here are all of my numbers. So that is a pretty nice tool to be able to use here. The first half of 2021, sales of 69,360. Finally, we'll take a look at months. We can drop down to days as well. That's a little granular. I'll just go down to months. So here are my different months. Again, you may need to just readjust your timeline so that you can see all of the data. I'll just focus on 2021 here. So in January of 2021, here are our sales. February, March, April, so forth and so on. So that is a really nice tool to get some real-time data on your data set by using the timeline. I'll drop back down to the years here. I'll go ahead and make this a little smaller so I can see. I'll go ahead and choose 2020 as my target. So that is the timeline. Highly recommend you use that, especially if you're analyzing your pivot table based on time-based information, or if you're presenting your pivot table as well. Let's take a look at report page filters. I'm going to go ahead and remove my slicer here. Just make sure it's reset. I'll go ahead and remove that. I'll go ahead and clear the filter from my timeline here as well. Then I'll go ahead and remove my timeline. And let's go ahead and take a look at what's called report page filters. Right? So we'll take a look at that. It's another type of filter that we can use. So what I'll do now is let's go ahead and focus on our regions. So what if I wanted to do something like get a separate pivot table for the East region that I can manage independently? Right? So build me another pivot table for the East. Also build another pivot table for the Midwest, one for the South, and also one for the West. And by the way, go ahead and put them on their own worksheet tab so I can kind of just analyze them independently. They're still connected to the original data source, but not necessarily to this pivot table here as well. So those are called report page filters. So how can we get Excel to insert 4 worksheets here with a pivot table on each of the worksheets for each of our regions? Well, let's take a look. The first thing we need to do is we need to introduce our region into the filters. So here's our filters box over here. We need to go ahead and introduce our region. So if I wanted to have different worksheets based on product, I can do that, or sales rep. But right now, regions, I only have 4, so it's a perfect candidate. I don't necessarily want 75 worksheet tabs for my sales reps. So I'll go ahead and drag the region in here, and then I'll run the report page filter. Now, before I do that, let's see where we can insert a report page filter. I'll click on the Pivot Table Analyze tab, and all the way over on the left, under the Pivot Table command group, if I click on the drop down, here is the Show Report Filter Pages. You can see that it's grayed out. And the reason it's grayed out is because we are missing a filter field here in this box. So as soon as we drag our region in here, we'll notice that this will become active, and we can go ahead and run the report. And it's going to do exactly what we want it to do. So let's go ahead and drag the region into the filters here. Now we clearly have the region in the filters. I'll go back and I'll click on Show Report Filter Pages. And let's see what happens. I'll click here. And notice it's asking us to show report filter pages of anything that we have in the filters box. So I'll go ahead and press OK. And I'll scroll over a little bit here so that we can see it a little better. We can see that Excel inserted a worksheet for the East. So here's a pivot table for the East region. We have one for the Midwest, one for the South, and one for the West as well. So these tables, they are behaving autonomously. They're behaving independently. They're not connected to my other pivot table. They are connected to the original data set, but no longer connected to this pivot table here as well. So for example, here in the East, I can rebuild this table to the way that I want it to be, right? So maybe I'll go ahead and put the product in the columns. I'll put the sales rep into the rows, right? And now we can have our detail here. So this is all for the East region. If I go back to my original pivot table, I can see that it's not implementing those custom changes here as well. So why would you want to do that? Well, maybe you just want to go ahead and analyze data for the Midwest region without, moving things around in the original pivot table. So this is kind of like a drill down or drill through report that you can use as well. So that is how we can insert the report filter page. To finish up our practice file here, we'll take a look at the very last worksheet, which is text functions. Now, actually, what we're going to be using is a function. It's my favorite tool. It's actually a tool, but it operates like a function as well. And this is called flash fill. So again, flash fill is a really nice tool. It allows us to do things like what we would otherwise use concat or concatenate or text join or text split or text to columns. So it's a combination of all of those different text tools that we can use. In this case, what I want to do, I just want to go ahead and focus on column D, column G, column I, and column J. And basically what I want to do first, I want to go ahead and combine the rep first name into one cell. So to do that, I'll go ahead and click on the data tab, and flash fill is on the data tab. Over in the data tools command group, here is flash fill. A little lightning bolt going through a table. That is flash fill. If you hover over it, it tells you automatically fill in values, enter a couple of examples you want, and Excel will fill it in for you. We can also press Control+E. But let's go ahead and watch it work. We don't necessarily have to click on it. Let's go ahead and enter the rep full name in column D. So I'll go ahead and type, I'll just say Kara Olson, and I'll press the Enter key. Now, I don't feel like typing everyone's name here. So let's see if Excel will pick up on the pattern for me. So I'll go ahead and start typing here for Anthony. And notice as I'm typing Anthony's name here, it's automatically recognizing the pattern, right? That I want the full string value that's in column B, add a space, and add the full string value that's in column C. Here's a preview of what it would look like. So yes, I do want that. So to accept that, I'll press the Enter key. I can always test to make sure it's working fine. I'll press the Enter key, and here we go. So if I go all the way to the bottom, I'll check that last one here. Here's Jerry Rivera, and so pretty good. So that works well. As soon as you run flash fill, we get a little flash fill options here. You can do some basic things like undo the flash fill if it did not pick up on the pattern properly. Or I can go ahead and accept the suggestions. I can also go ahead and select all 41 change cells. I'll just accept these suggestions here. Did a pretty good job. So basically flash fill looks to the left, senses a pattern, and then it offers to complete that pattern for you. Now you'll be surprised to see what types of patterns flash fill can actually pick up on. Well, let's head on over here. Let's see if we can extract the actual month from our date here, right? So the month here is January. So I'll go ahead and type January. And let's run flash fill this time. So I'll click on the flash fill icon here. Now let's see what happens. And look at that. So it's extracting the month from this particular date for me. Right. Now this only works because we're using this type of date format. If we just had a short date with the numbers in here, that would not extract the actual month for us. Right. So that works well. I'll go ahead and accept those suggestions. Okay, now what about this one? In column I want to extract the city here. So the city is Boulder. So I'll type Boulder. The next city is Salem. So as soon as I start typing Salem, I can see it's offering flash fill for me. I'll go ahead and press enter and I'm good to go. I'll just quickly take a look. Sometimes when you run flash fill, it doesn't get the pattern right away. Very rarely will that happen. If you have a more complex pattern, right? Basically flash fill will tell you, I did not find the pattern for you. Go ahead and enter a few more examples until I can figure it out, and I'll offer you the suggestion there as well. One thing to note, sometimes this will happen. Sometimes instead of bowling green, we'll just get bowling in here, right? So sometimes it will omit the second word. What's cool with flash fill, if we see that error, if we update this cell to show bowling green, it's going to go ahead and update all of the other cells here that has, cities with 2 names. So you can train it even after you enter flash fill, which is pretty cool. Okay, let's do one more. Let's go ahead and enter CO for Colorado. This time I'll use the shortcut, so Control E. So you do have to click on the next blank cell to run flash fill. I'll press Control E. Mission accomplished. There we go. I'll go ahead and accept the suggestions here, and I'm good to go. So that is flash fill. Really nice tool to improve your data set. In this case, we were able to have the rep's name in a full column here. We're able to extract the city and the state. So now we can run reports based on city and state. We also extracted the month. Didn't need to do that because we have the timeline for the pivot table as well. But if we're using another type of tool, we can extract the month here as long as we're using the full format here, the actual spelling of the month for the date format. So go ahead and play around with flash fill. Go ahead and throw flash fill at some other data sets that you may have. And we'll wrap up here with this worksheet. Welcome to Module 2. Now in this module, this is what we'll be covering. We'll be taking a look at array functions. We'll also take a look at advanced conditional formatting. We'll take a look at advanced charts. Sometimes maybe we just have too many fields in our data set, and trying to get the chart to look exactly how we want it to display the data can be a challenge. So we'll take a look at advanced charts or combo charts. And then we'll have some fun creating macros that can automate and repeat tasks for us in Excel. Go ahead and open up the practice file for Module 2. And let's dive in. Let's take a look at some array formulas. Now we just have a small data set over here to the left, our little fictitious company payroll information, first name, last name, employee number, hours, hourly rate. We're missing the gross pay. Well, let's take a look and see how arrays work. We may have heard range, cell, array. Well, how does an array actually work? Well, let's take a look. We're going to go ahead and use the array capability to return what's currently being displayed in an array. So for example, we can link to a cell. So what if I wanted to link cell I5 to whatever is in cell B5? Well, I can do that. To do that, I'll click on my cell here and I'll say, I want this cell to be equal to whatever is in cell B5. So it's simple equals B5. If I press enter, it displays the value that is in B5. If I change the value in B5 to Davis, it's dynamically linked. So it automatically changes to Davis. I'll go ahead and put this back to Jones. So that's linking to a cell. Well, what else can we link to? Can we link to a row range? Well, let's see. I'll go ahead and click here on cell K5 and I'll say equal. And I'll highlight the last name and the employee number. So equals B5 to C5. Well, let's see how that works. If I press the enter key, notice what it does. It actually places the last name in one column and the employee number into another column. So interesting. Well, what about linking to a range in a column, right? So what if I wanted to go ahead and link, let's say, create a link for the first name. So I'll go ahead and say equal, And I'll highlight all of my first names here from Sarah down to Robert. So it's equals A5 to A19. If I press enter, I can see it returns that array for me. Now what's interesting, if you take a look at the formula bar here, you'll notice that the formula is grayed out. So it says equals A5 to A19, but it's grayed out. If I click on the top one here, we can see that this one is accessible. So when you're working with arrays, it's that first cell that allows you to change the data that's being displayed in the array as well. We'll notice we have a kind of a blue box around here indicating that we have inserted a dynamic function. So we get this blue indication here. Also, we have that same blue for the linking to a row range. So this is just to kind of see what we can do, how Excel links ranges when we enter those formulas. Well, let's do something a little different here. Let's go ahead and use the ampersand to link to two arrays. So what if I want to go ahead and link or combine the last name and the employee number into one? Well, the ampersand on our keyboard is an actual operator. So for example, if I said equal this last name here and the employee number, so equals B10 and C10, it basically concatenates that for me as well. Now we just want to go ahead and do it on a bigger level. Instead of doing one cell to one, we want to do multiple, right? So 15 rows, 2 columns. So let's see. I'll click on P5 and I'll type the equal sign here. I'll highlight all of my last names. So it's equal to B5 to B19, and I'll go ahead and grab all the employee numbers. I know, looks like a really weird formula, right? So B5 to B19 and C5 to C19. Let's see what the output is going to look like over here, right? So I'll go ahead and press enter. And look what it does. So it concatenates the entire array for me, right? So now we have pairs, last name employee number as well. We'll see how this will come into play when we are trying to return multiple values based on multiple input using XLOOKUP. Let's go ahead and multiply these columns here. So if I want to go ahead and multiply the hourly rate, well, let's see what happens. I can just say equals 35.5 times 30. And I can do that. Then I can autofill down. That gives me my answer. So that works. But let's see if we can save a few steps here. We'll go ahead and click here. And now I'll just say equal all of my hours. And I'll multiply that by all of my hourly rates. So it's D5 to D19 multiplied by E5 to E19. Let's see what happens here. And look at that. So it does the same thing, but this is an array. So these are just some of the different things that we can do. We just want to be able to practice linking cells and ranges and arrays so we can see how this can benefit us here as well. So go ahead and perform these tasks, link to a cell, link to a row range, link to a range in a column. Use the ampersand to concatenate two arrays and come right back. What does arrays have to do with XLOOKUP? Well, let's take a look at our course offering here. We have several applications. We have Excel, Word, Outlook, Power Query, Power BI, and Power Pivot. But they all have different levels. So we can choose Excel Introduction, Intermediate, and Advanced. Likewise, Word, Introduction, Intermediate, and Advanced. Outlook, we only have Introduction and Advanced. We have lengths, and we have unique prices based on the actual application and the level. So if you were to create an XLOOKUP kiosk here, so what if we wanted to create a little kiosk so that our students can look up the price for a particular course? You want to look up the price for Excel Intermediate. So I'll enter my XLOOKUP function here to get the output price. So I'll click on my Formulas tab. I'll go ahead and click on Insert Function. Here's my XLOOKUP. So what is my lookup value? So already I'm stuck here because my lookup value cannot just be Excel. It needs to be Excel and Excel Intermediate. I don't have lookup value 2 here. I only have lookup value. So how can I express that I want to look up pairs? So I want this course, Excel and Intermediate, which is $250. So how can I do that? Well, the keyword is and remember we learned on the Array Formulas tab here that our ampersand is an operator. So what if I do this? What if for the lookup value, I'll click on B9, which is Excel, and Intermediate. So now what I've done is I've created a lookup value that's called Excel Intermediate. So this is concatenated into one here. So the next part of XLOOKUP, we need to, for the lookup arrays, where can we find this Excel Intermediate combination? Well, for the lookup array, I can't just, highlight the application because it just says Excel, 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 Word, Word. I need to be able to say Excel Intermediate. So what I'm going to do is I'll say, well, my lookup array is going to be D2 to D15 and the course level. So the application and the level. Now let's see if this makes sense. So my lookup value is B9 and B10, which is Excel Intermediate. And my lookup array, I'm looking for a match for Excel Intermediate. Well, take a look at the preview here. Look at my first pair, Excel Introduction, which is right here. Look at my second pair, Excel Intermediate, which is right here. Well, this matches my input or my lookup value. So that should work for me. The last thing I'll do is just, I want to return the price. So I'll highlight all of my prices here. And look at that, it's already giving me my price. It's telling me that the Excel Intermediate course is $250. And that is correct because here is Excel Intermediate. It is indeed $250. So what we need to do is combine the input names using the ampersand. We also need to combine the column names using the ampersand. So in this case, application and level. And so the Excel is just storing that array for us so that we can use it over and over and over again in our XLOOKUP function. So if I click OK here, right? So again, it's already locked onto the arrays. The arrays are here. We can't see them, but Excel has stored them for us. So now if I change this to, let's say, Word Intermediate, it updates right away. Word Intermediate is $200. What about Word Advanced? $300. There's several other ways to do this, but in my opinion, this is the most efficient way to look up multiple values and return a particular value while using XLOOKUP. Let's take a look at some really cool array functions. So we have a list of stored names here. We have 15 to be exact, but they're not unique. You can see we have Safeway appears a few times, Whole Foods appears a few times, and so forth and so on. So what if we just wanted a unique list of these stored names? This would be very helpful because if we had 500 rows of data, it would be nice if we can just go ahead and get a unique list. Right? So one of the ways that we can do that is by using a function that was introduced in 2020. We'll take a look at the unique function as an array function. So the unique function, I'll go ahead and just insert it right here into the cell. So create a separate unique list from my list of 15 stores here. I'll click on cell C4. I'll type the equal sign. I'll introduce the unique. So it returns the unique values from a range or array. I'll press tab to activate it. And I simply just need to go ahead and highlight all of them. I'll go ahead and close my parentheses. Right. These others are default. So it's going to go ahead and by default, it's going to sort A to Z. If we want to sort it in another direction, we can enter some more parameters here. Right. So here are, if we want to, so it's actually sorting by column by default, and it's also going to sort A to Z. So if we want to change these parameters, we can change them here as well. In this case, we're just sorting exactly as is. Unique list from A4 to A18. If I press enter, so I can see here that even though I have 15 stores entered, I only have 8 unique stores here as well. So that is the unique function. So pretty cool. Now, what about the sort? So here's another sort, another array function. This is the sort function. So I can sort this unique list by using the sort function. Now again, this is a function of the sort tool. So this is pretty cool. So we'll notice we have a lot of array functions now that accompany an actual tool. So here's the sort tool. So I'll use sort. I'll go ahead and press tab. Now we can see we have several arguments here. So we have the array, we have the sort index, we have the sort order, and we have by column. Well, in this case, I just want to go ahead and sort this particular list A to Z. So I'll go ahead and highlight them. I'll close my parentheses and I'll press enter. And there you go. So it actually sorts the list for me in alphabetical order. If you want to take a look at more advanced features or more arguments, if you click on that cell that has the actual function in here, just click on the FX to the left here. That will pull up the function arguments box and we can take a look at it. And we can see that we have some other options in here. So for example, only the array is necessary. The sort index, the sort order, and sort by column, these are optional, but it's a number indicating the row or column to sort by. So if we had several columns in here as well, we would need to specify the number of the column based on the position of the first column here. And then the sort order, right? So 1 is for ascending, -1 is for descending. And if we want to sort by row, so by default it's sorting by column. If we want to sort by row, we can change that here as well. But in this case, it's working fine for me. Now, what I can do as well, I can go ahead and accomplish both of these with just one statement. So what if I wanted to go ahead and sort this list? So make it unique and sort it as well. So I can eliminate these two steps. I can perform them with just one step here. So I'll do the sort function first. So go ahead and sort. I'll press the tab key here. I want to sort the unique version of this list. So I'm sorting the unique version of A4 to A18. Just make sure I have enough closing parentheses here. So sort the unique result of my store names here. If I press enter, I get the same list as here as well. So we can nest array functions, which is pretty cool as well. So a really nice option here to use. Here's another one. That's rand array. So rand array is just we can generate a list of numbers or values or dates that we can use for further analysis. Well, what if I wanted to generate some numbers here? I'll use rand array. And for this one, I'll use all of the arguments. Here's the rand array function. So it just returns an array of random numbers. I'll press the tab key. I need to specify how many rows I want, how many columns I want, what is the smallest number, What is the highest number? And do I want a decimal or a whole number? Well, give me 10 rows and give me 3 columns. The smallest number is going to be 100. Highest number is going to be 399. And if I press comma again here, I do want decimals, so I'll choose false here. I'll close my parentheses and press enter. And here's my random list of numbers that can be generated. So it's a really nice function when you just want to test something. Maybe you're testing a particular formula to make sure it's calculating things correctly. Or maybe you're just playing around and you need some numbers to actually run some simulations on as well. So pretty cool. One thing to note though, after you create the random array, things will move around. The numbers will change. If I type a number next to it and press the enter key, so it's volatile. So they all kind of change here as well. What you can do is just right click, copy those numbers, and I'll just paste the values if you want to work exclusively with those values as well. So those are some of the array functions. Go ahead and check them out and come right back. Let's take a look at 3 examples of how we can use advanced conditional formatting. We're going to go ahead and use an input cell to display what the values on our table here. We'll also create another conditional formatting rule that will highlight the entire row based on a condition. And then we'll create our third rule, which will highlight the rows as long as the wine color is white. So we have the transaction number, we have representatives, we have states, we have the date in here as well. We have the type of wine, the group, the part, the sales, the margin, and the quantity as well. Now, conditional formatting is a really nice way to filter your data, to give you some visuals on your data set. So for example, if I were to highlight all of my sales here, and let me go back to the top here. So we have quite a few. So if I were to highlight all of my 305 cells there, under the Home tab, conditional formatting has a lot of really nice visuals that are built in that will help me to kind of just quickly visualize my data, get some insights. We have top and bottom rules. Well, what if I want to just display all of my sales that are over a certain amount? So I'll say greater than. Right. So highlight all of my cells with a light red fill with dark text that are over, let's say, 150. As you can see in real time, as long as it's over 150, it's being displayed here as well. But I don't feel like coming back and clicking on conditional formatting and changing that number. So what I can do, because I have this little up arrow here, this reminds me that I can refer to a cell reference. So this cell is going to be my little input. This will control the conditional formatting that's being displayed on my little pear wine distribution here. So I'll delete that 150. And I'll go ahead and click on this cell. Right. The cell currently has 200 in there. So it's equal to L4. I'll go ahead and click OK. And there we go. So now if I change this number, so if I change my mind, only 150, more than 150. Look at that, in real time, it's showing me all of the information here as well. So that's one way that we can just kind of use conditional formatting to our advantage. We can use a cell to control what's being displayed here as well. Okay, now what if we wanted to do something else? Notice right now, it's only highlighting one cell, right? It's only highlighting one cell. What if we wanted to highlight the entire row? So as long as that particular, in this case, H5, as long as it's greater than or equal to 150, go ahead and highlight it here. Well, we have to create a rule for that. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight, because we want to highlight the entire row, we need to select all of our records. So I'll go ahead and select all of my records first. And I'll click on conditional formatting. Now I don't have a rule that's built in for that, so I need to go ahead and create a new rule. So I'll click on new rule. And the rule that I want to use is, I'm concerned about the value that is in cell H4. So as long as the value that's in H4 is greater than or equal to 150, I want to go ahead and highlight the entire row. So there's a lot here. Here's the world of conditional formatting. Well, what I want to do is use a formula to determine which cells to format. So on the bottom, I'll go ahead and click on cell H4, which is my first one here. And I'll say, is that greater than or equal to 150? If it's greater than or equal to 150, I'll go with a light blue fill color here. Now, the only thing we have to change is we have to change this. Right now, it's locked onto H4. Well, if you take a look over here to the right, you'll see I have written the formula for you that we need to enter. Notice we're absolute referencing the column, but not the actual row, right? So we're locking onto column H, but we're allowing Excel to evaluate each row here as well. So to do that, we'll remove the $ before the 4. And here's our simple formula, equals $H4, is it greater than or equal to 150? I'll go ahead and we can actually even copy and paste that in there, but I'll press OK and let's see if this works. So here we go. So as long as it is 150, it's greater than or equal to 150, it's highlighting the entire record for us, which is pretty cool. Right? Let's try one more. This time we'll use this formula to go ahead and check to highlight the entire record based on the color of the wine. I'm going to go ahead and delete this conditional formatting though. So I'll click on clear rules. I'll clear rules from the entire sheet. I can also go to manage rules for the entire worksheet, and I can see the formulas here that we can use, right? So I can go ahead and delete them. I'll go ahead and press apply and I'll press OK. I'll do the same thing as before. I'll go ahead and highlight all of my data. And this time, we'll do a combination of both. We want to create a new rule based on a formula. This formula has two parts. We're going to use cell L11 as the input. So we can type either red or white in here, and that will highlight the entire row for us. So we're just going to use this formula, right? So I'm going to go ahead and evaluate E4, which is our first type of wine. And I'll say, is that equal to L11? Now, just like before, we don't want to absolute reference the row here. So I'll remove the $ before the 4. This should be L12, not L11. For the format, I want it to be a light blue color as well. And I'll go ahead and press OK. And let's see if this works here. Let's just make sure that this is L12. Let's press OK. And there we go. So this should be L12. So now if I change this to red, let's see what happens. So look at that. So now it's highlighting all of my reds for me. So really, 3 really nice uses of conditional formatting. The formulas are here for you. Go ahead and plug those in and come right back. Let's take a look at charts here. So if you've ever inserted an Excel chart, we know that we have what's called recommended charts. And depending on how we have our data situated, we may or may not run into some issues when we are actually inserting a chart. Now, I just want to go ahead and create a quick chart. This is a really nice data set to create a chart from. So if I press Alt F1 on my keyboard, that gives me the default clustered column chart here that I can work with. And as you can see, it's working really well. We can see all of the data. Everything is in good proportion, and we are good to go. Really, this works well because we just have one scale for our sales. But the problem happens when we have another scale, maybe for the total or maybe for the units. So we can see our sales here, they go up to, from 0 to 1600 on the vertical axis here as well. But what if we wanted to express some other values that were on the range of, let's say, 0 to 500? It will be a little difficult. We'll maybe need to do something special, and that's called a combo chart. So let's take a look at our next example, and we'll insert a combo chart. Let's head on over to combo charts. So here's an example. So in this case, we have the month, we have the units sold, we have the sale, and we have the profit. So we already can see that we'll have some issues because our units sold, they range from, looks like about 45 up to about 220. So we'll have let's say 145 to 220. And then we have our sale, which ranges from 855 to about 4,000. So we can see we'll have a different type of scale for our sale. And then for our profit, right? Our profit is larger than the units sold, but not as high as the actual sale. So I'm going to have some issues here trying to represent these values. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if I insert just the default chart here. So I'll press Alt plus F1 on my keyboard. And let's see what it gives me. Okay, so let's see. So it gives me this chart here. I'll make this a little bigger, see if we can see it. So the chart that it gave me, it's a clustered column chart as well. So here's the cluster for January. The blue represents our units sold, 130. The orange represents our sale, which is 2,470. And then the gray represents our profit, which is 500. So we can see right away that we can pretty much make out our sales here. We can see them. We can clearly read the values based on our axis over here as well. However, for our profit, we can probably make it out. We can see this is close to 500 here. So we can probably make them out, but it's still just a very small portion of our chart, right? From 0 to 1,000. And then if we take a look at our actually units sold, that's where the real problem comes in. There's no way of me really knowing. This is too small a scale to determine if this is 100 or so forth and so on. So what can we do? Well, what we need to do is to convert this to a combo chart. I'll click on my chart here. Here are my two friends, the chart design and the chart and the format tab. I'll click on the chart design and I want to go ahead and change the chart type. So I'll change the chart type and I'll pull up the combo chart. That will give me the opportunity to kind of customize the chart to display what I want to. I'll have a nice preview before I actually close it as well. There we go. I'll click on change chart type. Now I can take a look at different charts here. None of them are really working well. On the very bottom, I'll click on combo chart. So when I click on combo chart, we can see kind of did something here. It's showing my profit as a line, but that still doesn't help me. So maybe what I want to do is maybe I want to show my sale on a secondary axis. So I'll click here. So now I have two axes, right? On the left, this pertains to my units sold and my profit. Over here to the right, this pertains to my actual sale. So right now, this is working pretty well. I can read my sale, I can read my profit, but my units sold are kind of getting lost here. So maybe what I'll do is I'll change that to, this is a clustered column. Maybe I'll go ahead and change this to a line. Okay, so that's what that looks like. But still don't like the way that it looks, right? If I press OK, this is what it looks like here. So I'll just keep chugging away. I'll click on change chart type again. I'll go back to combo and maybe I'll express my sale as a line and everything else will be a clustered column. So I'll just keep playing around until I get the combination that works well for me. So I think I'll settle for this. I have the units sold as a clustered column, the profit as a clustered column. The sale is a stacked line on the secondary axis. So let's press OK and let's see what that looks like. So it's a lot better. But if I take a look here on, this goes from 0 to 1200. I don't necessarily need for it to go that high because we only go up, the profit goes up to about 980. So I'll double click here, open the pane over here on the right side, and I'll go ahead and change the maximum to 1000 instead. So that goes to 1000 for my profit. This makes it a little easier, at least for me to see my units sold. Right. So depending on how you feel comfortable, we can use the combo chart to kind of move things around. And we can take a look at the advanced formatting options here as well to just kind of change the ranges for our data. So go ahead and insert your recommended chart. Go ahead and change your chart type to a combo chart. Go ahead and move things around until you get the look and feel that you want for your chart as well. Let's go ahead and record some macros. Now, what exactly is a macro? Well, a macro is a tool that Excel uses to record user actions and or commands. Now, an action could be something like clicking on a cell, right? Or using the arrow keys to move around. So these are different actions here as well. You can also press enter. You can press tab. Something like entering text in a cell. And a command is something like making it bold, giving it a color, changing the font type, increasing the font size, or maybe even applying some type of cell style to it as well. So these are all examples of actions and or commands. Well, you may find yourself doing the same thing over and over in Excel. And in that case, you want to be able to create a macro. Now, everything that we do, Excel will record those actions and those commands, and it will basically replay those actions and commands in sequence. So we need to make sure that we're actually thinking about the sequence to make sure everything happens accordingly. Well, the first thing we want to do, let's go ahead and turn on our developer tab. Now to do that, we need to get to the Excel options window here, and we just need to go ahead and turn it on. It's already here. We just need to go ahead and turn that on. So I'll go ahead and head on over to, I'll actually right click on my home tab and I'll click on the customize the ribbon option here. And as you can see, I'm already here. I just need to go ahead and turn on the developer tab over here on the right side. I'll go ahead and turn that on. So again, just make sure that we're on the Excel options. Head on over to customize the ribbon. And over here on the far right, we can see all of our tabs. Let's go ahead and turn on the developer tab and press OK. So I'll go ahead and turn that on. I'll press OK. Here's my developer tab. I'll go ahead and click on it here. So we can see we have a lot of the tools that we need in the developer tab. We'll focus on the code command group where we want to go ahead and record a macro. We can view our macro library. We can also go ahead and open up the Visual Basic editor to take a look at the code and maybe even edit the code as well. We can also do something like insert a button from the controls command group to run our actual macro. Now, to get an understanding of how our macro works, I'll do something simple here. I'll just go ahead and type some text in here. So if I go back to the home tab and in the cell styles, so these really are some form of macros because these are all pre-programmed with a certain font type, color, effect, and shade as well, depending on what we use here. So if I were to click on this, I can see right now we have the Arial 10 and it has a black text, no shade. Look what happens when I click on one of these accents. I'll go ahead and apply the accent 1. Now if I click back on it, we can see it's changed to Calibri size 11. We can see that the color is white and we have a fill color on the background as well. So those 4 or 5 commands were pre-programmed in here, and that is a form of a macro. So it saves us some steps. We don't have to change the font to Arial, change the size to 11, change the font color to white, change the fill color to that version of blue there as well. So go ahead and turn on your developer tab and come back and we'll start creating a few macros. Now we'll go ahead and keep it simple. We're going to create a simple macro. So in this case, we'll create 2 macros on this worksheet. The first one that we'll create is a macro that always places our signature in cell A1. So it's always going to place our signature right here. And this is what I want the signature to look like. It's just going to be my name, so Mo Jones, the name of my company. And then I always want today's date. So I'll use the today function. So I'll write equal today, open parentheses, close parentheses. So that's what it will look like. I'll go ahead and press enter. So this way always adds my name, my company, and the current date. Right? So I always want this to run in cell A1. So I'll go ahead and record a macro. Now when you're recording a macro, the macro always runs in the same position. Right? So it's always going to run in cell A1. When you're recording macros, it does use VBA, which is object oriented. So you first have to select your object before you run your macro. Now objects can be things like, it can be a cell, or it could be a range of cells. It can be a table, it can be a chart, it can be a sheet, even a workbook. So we'll take a look at the Visual Basic editor in just a little bit, but there's a lot of different objects that we can use. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and select cell A1. That's where I want my macro to run. And I'll go ahead and click on record macro. Here's my record macro dialog box. And I just have a couple of things I need to do. I need to go ahead and give the macro a name. And that's it. These other ones here, these are optional. So I can go ahead and optionally give this a shortcut key. I can optionally provide a description as well. And we do need to decide where we want this macro to be stored, either in this workbook, which means we can only run this macro in this workbook. If you want to be able to run this every time you open Excel, we need to change this to the personal macro workbook. I have a lot of macros in my personal macro workbook. I'm just going to go ahead and save it to this workbook. So here's the name. Now, when you're naming a macro, you cannot have spaces. It needs to start with a letter. So I'll just call this signature 1, just all one word here. If I want to, I can go ahead and assign a shortcut key. For this first macro, we'll go ahead and assign a shortcut key. Now, we want to be careful here. When we are assigning a shortcut key, we want to use the Control-Shift variant. Right? So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and turn on my caps lock. Now that I have my caps lock turned on, if I simply type a letter in here, notice how it converts it to Control-Shift-S. Right? So that's what I can do. So again, just turn on your caps lock and type a letter in there. I'll use the letter S for this one. The other way you can do that is just hold down the Shift key and type S. That will convert it for you. Okay, I do want it to be stored in this workbook. And for the description, I'll just go ahead and add one here. So I'll just say basic signature and I'm good to go. Now, once I press OK, it's going to start recording. So I just want to be very deliberate with how I create the signature. I'll go ahead and press OK. We're going to notice that the record macro icon here is going to change into a stop recording. So once we're finished, we can click on there to stop recording the macro. I'll go ahead and press OK. And now I'm recording. So it's just waiting for me to enter some input. Now I already have cell A1 selected, but just from experience, I'm going to go ahead and click on it anyway. And now I'll go ahead and start entering my data. So Mo Jones, I'll press enter, type the name of my company and press enter. And I'll drop in the today function. Now notice as we're interacting in a cell, all of the commands are grayed out because right now we're kind of in between a task. So Excel is waiting for us to press the enter key or tab key to move away from the cell so that we can apply the actual command. Right? I'll go ahead and press enter. You can also press Control Enter. So if you press Control Enter, you will basically complete the command, and this will give you the capability to add other commands as well. In this case though, I'll just go ahead and press the enter key and I'm done. I'll go ahead and stop recording. And so now I'm going to go ahead and remove this because I want to see my macro running here. I'll just click away from that cell. I'll go ahead and pull up my list of macros. We can also press Alt plus F8 to pull them up. And like I mentioned, I have a lot of macros in here. So here's my signature one that's in this workbook. So notice here, I can go ahead and run the macro, which is what we want to do. In a little bit, we're going to go ahead and step into the macro. And we'll also be able to edit the macro as well. We can also delete macros from here. Just going to go ahead and run it. Go ahead and keep your eye on cell A1 and you should see the macro running there. So I'll click run. And there we go. So we did not even see it happening in sequence, it just kind of happened very, very quickly. Right? So every time I run that macro, it's always going to run in cell A1. So that is how the macro works. Well, I'm going to go ahead and create another one. What if I want to create a macro that places my signature based on my selected cell? Well, to do that, we'll need to use what's called relative referencing. But go ahead and create your macro, go ahead and run it and come right back. And we'll create a second signature here. And we'll make a few more changes as well. Let's go ahead and create a macro that places our signature based on our cell selection. So it makes more sense for me to be able to sign off on a document based on my cursor location. Maybe I want to go ahead and scroll to the end of a particular document and then add my signature here as well. So to do that, I need to turn on relative references. So right here, underneath my record macro button, I have use relative references. If you hover over it, kind of gives you a lot of information trying to explain how it works. The best way is just to, let's go ahead and record a relative reference macro and see how it works. I'll go ahead and toggle that on so I can see it's turned on now. I have a nice border around it and it's highlighted. So now I'll just go ahead and click on any cell. So whatever cell I click on, that's where the macro is going to run. I'll click over here. I'll click right here on cell F15 and I'll record the macro. I'll call this one signature 2. I'm not going to assign a shortcut key this time. I'll leave it stored in this workbook as well. And I'll call this one signature with flex, right? So I have the flexibility to run this signature wherever I want to. I'll go ahead and press OK, and I'll be good to go. Now I'm recording. I already have my cell selected, so I can just start typing in here. So I'll type my name. I'll press the enter key, and I'll put the name of my company. Now I do want to add the name of the company here. I'll press Control Enter because I also want to change or apply a cell style. So if I press Control Enter, notice how it places that text in there for me. But now I can perform additional commands before I move on to the next cell. So I'll go ahead and give it a quick cell style here. Give it that Learn It Blue. Now that I'm done, I'll press Enter to go to the next line. And I'll go ahead and drop in the today function in here. And I'll go ahead and press enter. And that's it. I'm done. I'll go ahead and go back to the developer tab and I'll click on stop recording. There's also a stop recording button down here on the status bar, but I'll click right here and I'm good to go. Well, now it's time to go ahead and test out the macros. So I'll click on my macro library here. And let's see, let's actually insert a new sheet. And let's run that macro. So I'll click on my list of macros here. Let's go ahead and run the first macro, signature 1. As you can see, it always runs in cell A1 based on the sheet that you're working on. Well, what if I want to go ahead and sign off on, I don't know, G15 here? I'll run my relative reference macro, signature 2. And as you can see, it applies the style. So it applies formatting. We can see it applies formulas as well, functions. So pretty cool. Now I did have a shortcut, so I'll press Control-Shift-S. Let me delete the content here from cell A1. So if I press Control-Shift-S, there I can go ahead and run that macro that way as well. So that's how we create a relative reference macro, right? We'll take a look at maybe some more uses of a relative reference macro. But for now, those are the two types of macros that we can create. Either an absolute reference macro, which is the default, and then we have relative reference macros as well. Go ahead and create your second macro and go ahead and just test it out and come right back. Now that we've created two macros, let's go ahead and step into the macro. I'm going to go ahead and click on my macros library here. And for that signature 1, I'm going to go ahead and step into the macro. So basically this will allow us to press the F8 key. It's going to open up the Visual Basic editor for us. And we can watch the macro run line by line. We can also see the code, which is a really good way to understand how VBA works. I'll go ahead and click on Step Into. And here is my VBA window. So here's the VBA interface. We can see it still kind of looks like the legacy Excel, from Excel 2003. We don't have a ribbon. We get the drop down options here. And there's a lot in here that we can use. Quick tour of this interface. We have our project pane over here on the left. So we can see that we have the actual workbook. Here's our workbook. Here are the sheets that make up this workbook as well. Now, when you create a macro, what Excel does, it inserts a module. And in that module is where we have our macros stored. So here's my first macro. So it says sub signature 1. So what that means is we're telling VBA, Visual Basics for application, in this case for Excel, create a subroutine or a sub-procedure called signature 1. We go down to the next line here, we see some green text. So these are actual comments. So as long as they're followed by an apostrophe, these are just comments, right? And so the code editor ignores any comments. So this is just a nice way if you have really long, maybe 100 lines of code, adding comments is a really nice way to just kind of help you to understand what's going on. So I'll actually add a comment here. So I'll say the first thing that we're going to do, the very first line of code, it says range A1.select. Well, this is the way that we say to select cell A1. So I'll just say select cell A1. So range A1.select, I'll go ahead and press the F8 key. Notice how it jumps to that line. We can see that cell A1 has now been selected. The next line, it says whatever the active cell is, which is basically cell A1, formula R1C1 equals Mo Jones. So this formula R1C1 is just the legacy way of saying value. So I can say, so whatever the active cell, change the value to Mo Jones. Now, if I wanted to change this, I could as well. If I just wanted to put my initials in here, I can do that. So I'll just say MJ. I'll go ahead and press the F8 key. And we can see it places MJ in there. The next one, we're going to go ahead and select cell A2. Same thing. Formula R1C1 equals learn it. I'll put the exclamation point at the end here. And I'll press F8. So as you can see, when we're stepping into the code, we can actually edit the code as well. And it's probably a really nice way to kind of check your code anyway. You can watch it run line by line And that way you can catch any corrections that you need to make here as well. Okay, so as you can see, it's the same thing. We select our object, cell A1, and then we perform some type of either method or change a value to that particular object as well. So finally, cell A3, we're going to apply the today function in there. And then we selected cell A4. We actually did not need to select cell A4. So I can actually delete this last line here. We didn't need to select an empty cell, and we're good to go. So that is how that works. I'm going to go ahead and click on another cell here. Let's take a look to see how the other macro runs, the relative reference macro. So for this one, same thing. Create a subroutine or a sub-procedure called signature 2. Now notice the difference with the first line. We can see the difference between the two here. So for our first macro, it is explicitly selecting cell A1. For our relative reference macro, it's based on what you have selected. So we're not saying, select a particular cell. Whatever cell we have, we're going to go ahead and put Mo Jones in there. So that's the difference between the two. I'll go ahead and press the F8 key. There we have Mo Jones. And now it's a little different. This is a relative reference macro, so it's recording the movement, right? So we're going down. It says it's using the offset function here. So we're going down one row, but we're staying in the same column, right? And then we're going to go ahead and add learn it in there. And then we apply the accent 1 style. I can change this. Maybe I'll go with accent 3. Let's see what accent 3 gives me. All right, so that light gray there. And then we go down again, drop in the today function, and then we go back down again, and then we end the routine here. So this is VBA. This is how it works. You select your object, you apply some type of method to it, or you change a property or a value, as we can see here as well. So that is being able to step into the macro and the interface. If you click on that last worksheet tab here, I just have some tidbits here regarding VBA, just in terms of the syntax, right? So in this case, if we wanted to change the interior color of a particular cell, it's going to be active cell is the object. We're going to change the interior color property to VB yellow as well. Right? Here's some more screenshots of the VBA interface. And I even have some pieces of code here that you can try out in the immediate window. Go ahead and step into your macro, take a look at the code, and come right back. Now that we've seen what macros can do, let's take a look at a really nice example of what we can do with a macro. So here's a worksheet that I receive pretty often here, and I find myself making the same adjustments to this worksheet every time I get it. Because right now we can see this has a lot of issues. We can see we're missing the prices here for the price columns. We can see some of our text is aligned to the left, some is aligned to the right, some are centered. We can see some of the text is actually cut off because the column is not wide enough. And we're just missing styles in here. So I want to go ahead and write down a list of things that I want to do. So for example, for cell A1, I want to go ahead and give that the title style. Right? For cell A3, maybe I'll go ahead and give that a heading 3. So it's going to be a lot of styles here. Right? And next thing I want to do for my prices, I want to go ahead and give those the currency format. So when you have a lot of steps, it's a good idea to kind of write them down to make sure you kind of perform them in sequence here as well. So I'm good to go with that. The next thing I'll do is for all of my headers, I'll go ahead and give that the accent 1 style, or any accent that we want here as well. And then for my entire list, I want to go ahead and center align all. And then finally, for my entire document, I want to auto fit the columns. So those are the steps that I want to take here. But the main thing is that I want to make sure that I'm using absolute reference. Okay, so here we go. So I'll go ahead and turn off relative reference because we want absolute ref. I'll go ahead and click on cell A1 here, and I'll go ahead and record my macro, and I'll just call this cleanup. Maybe I'll go ahead and assign a shortcut key. So it's going to be Control-Shift-C. For my description, I'll just say cleanup messy sheet. Right. I already have cell A1 selected. I'll go ahead and press OK, and I'll just follow my prompt here. Okay, so for cell A1, I'll go ahead and click on the Home tab, and I'll apply the title style to that. So here's the title. For cell A3, I'll give this the heading 1, or heading 3 rather. And then for my prices, I'll go ahead and highlight my prices here, and I'll give that the currency format. I'll go ahead and grab my other price column, give that the currency format as well. I could have held on the Control key and highlighted both ranges and just applied the currency to them as well. So macros will understand commands like that. Also shortcuts. So if you use shortcuts while recording a macro, those will be registered as well. Okay, so the next thing, I want to go ahead and grab all of my headers and give those the accent 1 style. And now we can see it's starting to make a little sense here. I'll go ahead and center align my entire list. So I'll go ahead and highlight my entire list like that. I could have also pressed Control A to select all of the items on my list. That will work as well. So I'll go ahead and center align everything. And it's starting to look pretty good. Last thing I'll do, I'll click on the All command here to the left of column A, top of row 1. And I'll click on the Format tab, and I'll use the Auto Fit Column Width command. And there we go. I'll go ahead and stop recording. That looks pretty good. Everything is nice and neat, according to my liking at least. And there we go. Right. Now, let's go ahead and test it on Macro Cleanup 2, and let's see if that works for me. So I'll click here, and I can use the shortcut that I created. So Control-Shift-C, and look at that. It converted or cleaned up this messy worksheet with just one command here as well. So pretty cool. One thing to note, you cannot undo a macro. Okay, cannot undo a macro. So if I press Control Z, nothing happens. So before you run a macro, make sure that you absolutely want to run the macro because you cannot undo it. So pretty nice macro here that we can run. I do have some other ones on here. So here is a macro sort. I already have the steps filled out here. So go ahead and create 2 macros, one that will sort by division and one that will sort by division, then by department. Last thing we'll do with these macros, I'm going to go ahead and go back to macro setup here. And I want to insert a button that I can use to run my relative signature macro. So to do that, on the developer tab, right over here in the controls command group, we have the insert command here. So I'll go ahead and insert it's really a form control. So I'll click on insert here. And that very first one is a button. I'll go ahead and click on the button here, and I'll put it right here. You can draw it wherever you want to. You can make it as big as you want to. I'll just put it right here. As soon as I let it go, it asks me which one of my macros do I want to assign to this button. Well, I want it to be that signature 2. I'll go ahead and press OK. And here it is. So now I can just go ahead and change the text. So I'll say click to sign. Once I click away from it, the button is now active. If I try to come back, I see the little pointer here. If you want to make any changes to that button, you can right click on it And you can click on edit text. So now you can change the text. You can also move the macro around if you want to, or even resize it. So now you can move it as well. All right. Let's test it out. I'll go ahead and sign off down here and right here, click to sign. And there you go. So I did edit the macro. I changed the style. That's why it looks a little different. But now I can just click a button and run my macros here as well. So pretty cool. You can also add macros to your quick access toolbar. So if I click on my quick access toolbar here, let me show that below the ribbon. If I click here and I say more commands, here's the quick access toolbar. And now what I want to do, currently I don't have anything on my quick access toolbar. I want to go ahead and add my macros. So I click on this drop down and I'll change that to macros. And here are my macros. As you can see, I have a lot here. Here's my cleanup macro. I'll go ahead and add that to the quick access toolbar. And here are my 2 signature macros. I'll add those as well. Right. And I'll go ahead and press OK. So here they are. So if I wanted to run my signature too, I can click here and run my signature there as well. So just different ways that we can run macros from the macro library, by using a shortcut, by assigning it to a button, or by adding it to your quick access toolbar as well. Congratulations on completing the course. Just as a recap, we're able to use conditional functions to return values from a data set. We're able to use XLOOKUP to return fields from a particular record based on a particular ID. We're also able to take a look at some text functions as well, really with flash fill. And we took a look at some advanced pivot tables as well. We were able to play around with some array functions. We're also able to create some advanced conditional formatting by using formulas and highlighting entire rows. We're able to take a look at advanced charts. And we're able to create a few macros in developer mode, taking a look at the VBA interface there as well. So congrats on completing the course. And I look forward to seeing all of you in a future Learn It course.